Chapter 2977. When Gu Fei and Yin crossed over, they encountered a primordial chaos quasi-supreme. Fortunately, the extreme Yin Saint was not fated to die. Gu Fei arrived just in time to rescue the extreme Yin Saint from the hands of the primordial chaos quasi-supreme. Human race. The primordial chaos quasi-supreme was extremely shocked. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too shocking. It seemed to be on par with the two human race sovereigns they had encountered before. Were the humans of that world really that powerful? The primordial chaos quasi-supreme could not help but be moved. He had wanted to cross over and conquer that unknown world, but now it seemed like he had to carefully consider this matter. This is the Chaos Stone Golem. When Gu Fei saw the primordial chaos quasi-supreme, he was also shocked. With his martial path heavenly eye, he could see the Chaos Stone Golem's true form at a glance. Is this a chaotic life form born from the Chaos Divine Mountain? Gu Fei sensed that the Chaos Stone Golem's aura was very similar to the aura of the Chaos Divine Mountain. After a moment's thought, he guessed the relationship between the Chaos Stone Golem and the Chaos Divine Mountain. In the great battle all those years ago, one of the Chaos Divine Mountains in the ancient heavenly courts had been broken. The upper half of the mountain had fallen into the desolate world, while the lower half had remained in the ancient heavenly courts. However, Gu Fei did not expect that the upper half of the Chaos Divine Mountain that had fallen into the desolate world would actually give birth to an incomparably powerful chaotic life form. One had to know that the Chaos Divine Mountain was unique. It had been born from the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth had been created. This was truly the saying that before the heavens and earth had been created, the Divine Mountain had already existed. The Chaos Divine Mountain in the ancient heavenly courts had existed for even longer than the heavens and earth. One could imagine how many years it had passed. The Chaos Stone Golem that was born from the chaotic essence of the Chaos Divine Mountain was naturally extraordinary. To a certain extent, this Chaos Stone Golem could be said to be a natural chaotic life form. The aura that emanated from the Chaos Stone Golem was extremely powerful. The void around it trembled as if it could shatter the void. The void of the deserted world was extremely stable. Not even Saint Venerables could shake the void. Only prospective supremes, the rulers of the deserted world, could shake the world and shatter the void. If it weren't for Gu Fei protecting Yin, the Dragon Horn Qilin and the Fire Qilin, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the Chaos Stone Man's supreme aura. Master, it's him. He was the one who fought with Xiaonu. At this moment, the Chaos Vine was indeed hiding behind the Chaos Stone Golem and peeking at Gu Fei and the others. Human, what are you trying to do by barging into my territory? The Chaos Stone Man didn't dare to be negligent. He stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, "Your territory." Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. The primal chaos absolute domain really seemed to be the territory of this living being. Moreover, this fellow's sense of territory was extremely strong. So long as any living being that entered the primal chaos absolute domain and was noticed by it, it would be impossible for it to escape its grasp, and it would mercilessly annihilate it without any exception. The reason why the chaotic absolute domain was called the chaotic absolute domain was that the creatures in the chaotic absolute domain would kill all the creatures that broke into the chaotic absolute domain. Sometimes, even the Chaos Stone Man would personally take action. This guy was the ruler of the deserted world. Apart from the other rulers, no one was a match for him. Of course, that was only for ordinary creatures. Experts like Gu Fei could go anywhere in the world, and no one could resist him. That's right. This is my territory. The Chaos Stone Man's voice turned cold. This human didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. If he didn't want to leave, then the only option left was to fight. That guy just now escaped very quickly. When the Chaos Stone Man arrived, he had already escaped. But now, it was impossible for this human to escape. The Chaos Stone Man had secretly activated the power of the Chaotic Divine Mountain and sealed the entire void. There was no way for him to escape. Ha! So what if this is your territory? There is no place in the world that I can't go. Gufei laughed and said, "Then there's nothing more to say." The Chaos Stone Man's body immediately emitted a cold, murderous aura. 2 dazzling balls of chaotic divine light burst out from his eye sockets. The Chaos Vine, who was standing behind the Chaos Stone Man, hurriedly rushed into the distance to hide. It should be noted that this was a battle between paragons. If he was accidentally caught in the shock wave, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. The Chaos Vine didn't want to die. Rumble, as the chaos force erupted, the void around the Chaos Stone Golem began to tremble. Pitch-black cracks began to appear in the void, as if bolts of black lightning were wreaking havoc in the void. The sacred mountain under the Chaos Stone Man's feet also shook. "If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime." Gufei smiled. "Be careful. This guy isn't easy to deal with." Yen said. She could instinctively feel the strength of the Chaos Stone Man. At the very least, she couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance in front of this Chaos Stone Man. The Chaos Stone Man was much stronger than her. "Haha, since when did you lose confidence in your husband?" Gufei laughed. "It's not that I don't have confidence in you, but there's no harm in being careful." Yen said, "Understood, madam." As Gufei spoke, he directly opened up his internal world and stored the Dragon Horn Qilin and the Fire Qilin. "You're really careful." The Chaos Stone Man opposite Gufei said. He didn't make a move and allowed Gufei to store Yen and the others in his internal world. "If I wasn't careful, I would have been devoured by someone long ago. How could I meet you here?" Gufei said, "Let's begin. Let me see what you're capable of," the Chaos Stone Man said. At this moment, his aura had already been raised to the limit. Streams of primal chaos Tao patterns surged and interweaved on his body. A supreme, quasi-supreme level power erupted. The Chaos Divine Mountain beneath his feet shook even more intensely. Primal chaos Tao patterns also surged on the Chaos Divine Mountain. In an instant, the Chaos Stone Man seemed to have fused with the Chaos Divine Mountain beneath his feet. This caused the Chaos Stone Man's aura to become even stronger, drawing in the power of the Chaos Divine Mountain. "It seems like you really aren't easy to deal with." Gufei recalled Yen's words. This guy could draw in the power of the Chaos Divine Mountain for his own use. This meant that he had an endless source of power that he could use at will. "You aren't easy to deal with either." As the Chaos Stone Man spoke, he directly punched towards Gufei. Streaks of primal chaos lightning rushed out from his fist and blasted towards Gufei. A wave of quasi-supreme level destructive energy erupted from the Chaos Stone Golem's fist. Chapter 2978. Boom. Bam. Boundless primal energy surged as 2 figures rapidly moved through the skies above a sacred mountain. A terrifying aura emanated from these 2 figures, causing the entire void to tremble. The 2 powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle were none other than Gufei and the Chaos Stone Golem. The Chaos Stone Golem was indeed worthy of being a connate primal life form. With a single punch, billions of streaks of primal lightning radiated from his fist. Every single bolt of lightning tore through the void, causing a destructive aura to surge through the heavens and earth. Gufei was equally domineering. His palm strike seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but the boundless streaks of primal lightning dissipated under his palm, turning into nothingness. Gu Fei's attack gave off a feeling of nonchalance. There weren't any powerful phenomena, and there weren't even any energy fluctuations. However, he was able to display a miraculous might. To think that this human's understanding of the great Tao has already reached such a level. The Chaos Stone Golem's heart trembled. However, he wasn't weak either. He could draw upon the power of the sacred mountain, which was equivalent to having boundless primal energy at his disposal. He refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat this human. Gu Fei possessed an extremely powerful martial body. The might of his martial body caused the Chaos Stone Golem's heart to palpitate. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Chaos Stone Golem's fist, causing a muffled sound to erupt. The two figures quickly separated, and the void between them fluctuated, creating ripples visible to the naked eye. There were even hair-thin spatial cracks faintly appearing in the void. What a powerful physique! The Chaos Stone Golem felt as though his entire arm was about to shatter. Fine cracks appeared on his fist. The body of this Chaos Stone Golem was a primal divine stone. The toughness of a primal divine stone was undeniable. Even if it was struck by a quasi-supreme grade Tao treasure, it would still be difficult to leave a mark on its surface. However, Gu Fei's fist was able to cause cracks to appear on the Chaos Stone Golem's arm. Boom! Gu Fei's knee collided violently with the Chaos Stone Golem's right leg. The two figures separated in an instant, and then collided again. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously, and the void was shaking. Up in the sky, the Vine of Chaos saw this, and had no choice but to retreat. The auras of the two paragons were too strong. The two experts were fighting like ancient gods. The entire primal chaos was shaking. Countless primordial creatures were trembling. The aura of the paragons made them tremble. What happened in the desolate domain of chaos? The creatures outside the absolute chaos domain had also sensed it. The mighty aura that had spread out from the absolute chaos domain had startled countless creatures. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the Chaos Stone Golem's chest, leaving a clear fist mark on the extremely hard stone body. Just as the Chaos Stone Golem was sent flying, its right leg swept fiercely at Gu Fei's waist, sending him flying. Haha, awesome! Gu Fei laughed heartily. He hadn't fought like this for a long time. He had wanted to exchange pointers with the old turtle, but didn't want to see the two of them fight. He stopped retreating. His body was surrounded by chaotic light. He looked like a chaos god, powerful and domineering to the extreme. You also cultivate the great path of chaos. The Chaos Stone Golem also stopped retreating. His body was also surrounded by chaotic divine light, and the chaos chi of a quasi-supreme level surged out from his body. My Tao isn't as simple as you think, Gu Fei said. Although he also cultivated the chaos chi, his chaos chi could still transform. Therefore, his Tao wasn't the great path of chaos, but a great path that was constantly transforming. The more powerful it was, the more perfect its transformation would be. Is that so? The Chaos Stone Golem didn't dare underestimate this human paragon anymore. It had to be known that the strength of his kick was not something an ordinary paragon could withstand. Even if it were an ancient god mountain, it would have been smashed into smithereens by that single kick of his. However, this human before him seemed as though nothing had happened to him at all after receiving that kick of his. The fist mark on the Chaos Stone Golem's chest was also rapidly disappearing. Again, Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and he couldn't stop. He transformed into a beam of chaotic light and attacked the Chaos Stone Golem. Ever since he started cultivating, He had never fought a true primordial chaos life form. This was definitely a good experience. Primordial chaos life forms were simply too talented, so they were much stronger than all other Hoteon life forms. Hoteon life forms, on the other hand, had to go through incomparably arduous cultivation in order to obtain great power. Humph! The Chaos Stone Golem also transformed into a beam of chaotic light and collided with Gu Fei's beam of chaotic light. The two quasi-supreme existences used all sorts of killing techniques and were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other, and the Chaos Stone Golem was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had encountered a human whose physical body was strong enough to contend with him. Gu Fei didn't use the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao. After all, it was a secret art of the immortal Tao. Although it could be used, it was fundamentally different from martial arts. Bzzz. The sound of a sword rang out. After exchanging thousands of blows with the Chaos Stone Golem, Gu Fei finally used the 9 heaven punishing swords. Sword light with boundless destructive power slashed at the Chaos Stone Golem's body. Stone chips flew everywhere, and sword marks were left on the Chaos Stone Golem's stone body, which was so hard that even quasi-supreme Tao treasures couldn't damage it. The Chaos Stone Golem kept dodging, but it was still struck by the sword light that shot out from Gu Fei's hands. The sword light was incomparably terrifying, and it could actually break through the chaos divine shield around its body and strike its body. Moreover, the murderous intent contained within the sword light was incomparably strong. It could invade its body and destroy its vitality. This made the Chaos Stone Golem feel incredulous. This kind of sword Tao was too domineering, and it was truly a sword of slaughter. Given the opponent's cultivation, a single strike was enough to sever its vitality. If it had been any other sovereign, they would have already been injured by the sword chi. It had to be said that the Chaos Stone Golem's physique was truly powerful. It far exceeded that of an ordinary quasi-supreme. And even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. In the eyes of the living beings of the desolate world, this battle between sovereigns lasted for several hours. Then it ended. Gu Fei couldn't defeat the Chaos Stone Golem, and the Chaos Stone Golem couldn't defeat Gu Fei either. It ended in a draw. However, if Gu Fei really wanted to destroy the Chaos world, he could still do it. This was because Gu Fei still had many trump cards that he hadn't used. Once he did, even the Chaos Stone Golem wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. Chapter 2979. The battle between Gu Fei and the Chaos Stone Golem didn't end in a clear conclusion. However, this battle had alarmed many living creatures in the desolate world. It was important to note that the battle between two sovereigns had caused a huge commotion. All living creatures outside of the desolate world could sense the energy fluctuations produced by the battle between the two sovereigns. The area outside of the desolate world was the territory of the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan. However, after the sovereign of the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan was subdued by Old Man Qin Huang, the actual ruler of the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan's territory became Old Man Qin Huang, who's fighting with the Chaos Stone Golem. In Firmament City, on the roof of the city lord's mansion stood a figure. It was an old man, tall and big, with a head full of white hair and a pair of golden eyebrows. This old man was Old Man Qin Huang. He had learned from the Tongbi Divine Ape Clan what kind of world the desolate world was. The current desolate world was equivalent to the desolate era of the human world. Therefore, the current desolate world could be said to be full of experts. The powerful clans in the desolate world called themselves the Divine Clan. Of course, some of the most powerful clans in the desolate world didn't have a supreme being. In the entire desolate world, the sovereigns were the most powerful beings. However, there were indeed many sovereigns in the desolate world. If I can conquer all the powerful clans in the desolate world, it might have a decisive impact on the future situation. Old man Qin Huang thought of something, and his eyes became deep. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt a familiar aura. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Soon, a figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion of Firmament City. "Greetings, Senior." Gu Fei landed on the roof of the city lord's mansion and bowed to old man Qin Huang. This old man wasn't simple. He was a super antique. Even if the Qin clan wasn't an emperor clan with such an existence, no one would dare to provoke them. In fact, ever since he met old man Qin Huang, Gu Fei knew that the Qin clan couldn't be underestimated. The Qin clan's foundation was absolutely profound and not weaker than any emperor clan. Moreover, the Qin clan was mysterious. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There were no records of the Qin clan in either the human world or the heavenly realm. "So it's you. I was wondering who was fighting against that chaotic creature." After seeing Gu Fei, old man Qin Emperor understood. Only an existence at the level of Gu Fei could fight with that chaotic creature endlessly. Of course, the Chaos Stone Golem was an old man's match. The Chaos Stone Man was not old Emperor, Gu Fei said. In fact, he already knew from his immortal avatar that old man Qin Huang had entered the desolate world and defeated the ruler of Firmament City, the Tongbi Elder Ape. The territory controlled by a sovereign was huge. Some of the territories controlled by sovereigns were even bigger than the ancestral dragon star of the human world. But even so, nobody knew how big the desolate world was. This was because this world was equivalent to the ancient desolate era of the human world. Of course, the desolate world was very different from the ancient desolate era of the human world because there didn't seem to be any supremes in the desolate world. This was extremely strange. After all, during the primordial times of the mortal dimension, there were existences at the exalted realm. How can I not come and take a look after discovering a new world? Old man Qin Huang said. Even though he had lived for countless years, he was still very curious. A world like the desolate world had an irresistible attraction to all powerful beings. "Senior, did you gain anything here?" Gu Fei continued. "Not bad. You're too slow. Otherwise, you could also occupy a territory and become the sovereign here." Old man Qin Huang said, "Become the sovereign of the desolate world." Gu Fei was startled. That's right. A quasi-sovereign is a sovereign in the desolate world. With your cultivation and combat strength, it's more than enough for you to be a sovereign here. Old man Qin Huang said to Gu Fei, "It's not too late now." Gu Fei said, "This world seems to be very clean. Some old fellas might not be able to control themselves." Old man Qin Huang suddenly sighed. "Senior, what are you talking about?" Gu Fei listened to old man Qin Huang's words and was confused. He didn't know what this super antique was talking about. "Nothing. Don't worry about it. Go ahead." Old man Qin Huang said and disappeared into the void. Gu Fei was shocked. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't tell how old man Qin Huang left. It seemed that there was still a big gap between him and this super antique. In fact, Gu Fei also knew that he wasn't a real quasi-sovereign yet because he hadn't gone through the heavenly tribulation. Only after going through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation could he become a real quasi-sovereign. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then shot up into the sky and left Songqiong City. Become the sovereign of the desolate world. Gu Fei flew in the sky. Soon, he left the territory controlled by Songqiong City. This wasn't because Songqiong City was small, but because Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Some of the territories controlled by the sovereigns were far away from each other, but some were close together. It wasn't a good thing for the territories of two sovereigns to be so close together. Although the two sovereigns wouldn't go to war, their subordinates would attack each other. Old Man Qin Huang had subdued the Tongbi ape, so he naturally became the master of Songqiong City and took over all the territories of the Tongbi ape tribe. This is after Gu Fei left Old Man Qin Huang's territory. He quickly entered a strange area. This was a world of fire. As far as the eye could see, it was barren. There were scorched stones and mud everywhere, and in some places the ground was split open, with fiery red lava seeping out. Gu Fei slowed down. He could sense that there was an extremely powerful fire elemental energy lurking in the depths of this region. What's going on? Gu Fei was curious. Could it be that he had trespassed into another sovereign's territory? The sovereigns of the desolate world were the most powerful beings in the world. If other powerful beings trespassed into the territory of the sovereigns, it would definitely not be a good thing. Roar. As Gu Fei was bewildered, a roar suddenly sounded from the depths of this area. Then, an extremely powerful wave of divine consciousness locked onto Gu Fei. Chapter 2980. After Gu Fei left Old Man Qin Huang's territory, he barged into another strange region. It was a region filled with fire elemental energy. The fire elemental essence, Qi, gathered in the center of this area, condensing into a powerful fire elemental power. There was a powerful creature lying in ambush there. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the area. Then, an extremely strong wave of spiritual consciousness enveloped Gu Fei. The creature in the depths of the area had locked onto Gu Fei with its spiritual consciousness. Human. Then, a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Humph, it seems that the human race is in a bad situation in the deserted world. Gu Fei shook his head. He felt sad that the human race was the weakest race in the deserted world. They had been enslaved by the so-called divine clans for countless years and could not make a comeback. There must be a reason for this. After all, the number of humans in the deserted world was not small. Even if all the divine clans were to be added together, they would not be able to match the number of humans. However, even with such a large number of humans, the human race was still the weakest race in the deserted world. Gu Fei found it hard to believe. For countless years, the human race had never produced a cultivator that could fight against the divine clans. This seemed ridiculous. After all, the human race was the largest in the entire deserted world. It was impossible for the human race to not have a single cultivator throughout the years. But this was not the time for Gu Fei to consider this problem, because an extremely powerful creature had arrived nearby. A ball of divine fire, like a cloud of fire, rushed out from the depths of the area. Within the ball of divine fire, a powerful figure was faintly discernible. What surprised Gu Fei was that the creature was humanoid, but had the head of a bird and a pair of golden wings on its back. The creature's hands were no different from human hands, but its feet were eagle claws, golden eagle claws. No way, sending a little guy like this to deal with me. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. This eagle-headed creature was very powerful, but in his eyes, it was as weak as an ant. Human! How dare you barge into the territory of the Master of Fire? I shall bestow upon you death. The eagle-headed creature stopped in front of Gu Fei and said arrogantly, as if it was looking down on an ant. That's right, this creature saw Gu Fei as an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. You granted me death. When Gu Fei heard this, he had an urge to laugh. Human, prepare to die. The eagle-headed creature flipped its right hand, and a spear immediately appeared in its hand. Then it attacked Gu Fei. Shwa! A streak of flame immediately rushed out from the divine spear in the hands of the eagle-headed man. It turned into an immortal divine light and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei crossed his arms as he watched the scene unfold. The moment the flame pierced through his body, it exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an invisible wall in the air that blocked the beam of fire. The eagle-headed creature, was shocked. It didn't expect Gu Fei to so easily nullify its attack. After all, it was an ancient god. This creature was one of the strongest subordinates of the Master of Fire. One had to admit that the creatures in this region were truly powerful. Human ancient god, how is this possible? The eagle-headed creature looked at Gu Fei as if he were a freak. Because Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path, no one could see through him. This eagle-headed creature's cultivation was lower than Gu Fei's, so it couldn't tell. In the deserted world, many geniuses of the human clan were able to fly in the air after obtaining cultivation methods and becoming successful in their cultivation. However, these geniuses were all slaughtered by the major divine clans. There were simply too many humans. Once a ruler emerged from the human race, the wasteland world would be ruled by the humans. This was something the major divine clans didn't want to see. The eagle-headed creature exploded with a cold, murderous aura. The spear in its hand vibrated and flame-shaped runes appeared on its surface. Whoosh! A beam of divine light rushed out of the creature's hand. The divine spear turned into a beam of light and pierced through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. However, this did not change anything. When the divine spear pierced through Gu Fei's body, it exploded with a bang, just like the previous fiery light. The battle spear was fixed in the void and continuously vibrated. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the spear that was fixed in front of him. When the eagle-headed living being caught sight of this, he was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Could this human truly be a powerful ancient god? Since when did the human race have an ancient god? The ancient gods of the wasteland world were equivalent to the paragons of the human realm and heavenly realm. They were definitely powerful beings. Apart from rulers, ancient gods were the strongest. The eagle-headed creature was an ancient god, but it had encountered Gu Fei and was fated to meet a tragic end. Here you go. Gu Fei raised his hand and threw the spear in his hand at the eagle-headed creature. Puffed. The spear pierced through the eagle-headed creature's body and nailed it in the air. How is this possible? The eagle-headed creature looked down at the spear in its body in disbelief. It never would have thought that its opponent would be able to injure it with just one move. In the next moment, before the creature could react, there was a boom. The creature's divine child exploded into a mist of blood. Even the divine fire around the creature dissipated. A powerful wave of energy rippled through the area. It turned out that the spear that was stuck in the eagle-headed creature's body had exploded. It was a holy, venerable level Tao implement. Once such a Tao implement exploded, the destructive power would be absolutely shocking. At this moment, a ball of fire burst out of the blood mist. Wrapping around a figure, it bolted into the depths of this place. The living being was truly scared out of its wits. This human was way too strong. To think that he could destroy its Tao implement and physical body with just a raise of his hand. Did it even need to continue fighting? If it didn't run, it would be dead meat for sure. Is it a human from the outside world? Just then, a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The master of this place had spoken up. If you know, then hurry up and scram over to yours truly. Gu Fei said, Chapter 2981. The strength of the ruler of fire was undeniable. This was because this was a quasi-supreme being. The aura of a quasi-supreme being filled the entire area. Let me see just who you are. Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. In the next instant, he appeared in the center of the area. This is the heat here soared to the heavens. The ground had sunk down, forming a gigantic magma lake. The magma within the lake was bubbling. Gu Fei only felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. This was the aura of the extreme yang fire qi. If it was any other living being, just a wave of heat like this would be enough to melt them. In the depths of the earth, there was an incomparably strong, extreme yang fire essence. That quasi-supreme being might very well have been born from this extreme yang fire essence. Even if it wasn't a creature born from the supreme yang flame essence, this quasi-supreme level creature must have already refined the supreme yang flame essence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the ruler of this fiery domain. How dare you? An enraged voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart. Suddenly, the calm magma lake below began to rumble. The magma was condensing, and a gigantic figure stood up from within. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This was a golden bird, similar to the ancient golden crow. This type of bird was said to be born from the sun and was a scientian being born from the sun. The magma within the magma lake had actually condensed into a golden crow. Could it be that the ruler of fire hiding in the depths of the earth was actually a golden crow? The golden crow was a scientian divine beast and was incomparably strong from birth. Legend has it that the golden crow that was born from the sun was able to hunt down fiend gods the moment it was born. A matured golden crow was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the land within 100,000 miles would be scorched red. All living beings in the area would be burnt to ashes by the extreme yang fire essence that was emitted from the golden crow's body. One must know that a matured golden crow was definitely a quasi-supreme being, even if it wasn't a supreme being. Human, how dare you look down on this hegemon? This hegemon shall bestow death upon you. The golden crow formed from lava spoke. It was as if a real golden crow had descended into the world. A powerful golden essence of extreme yang spread out from its body. The air around the golden crow was distorted by the extreme yang-attributed fire energy. TSK, who do you think you are? An invincible supreme being? Stop joking around. Gu Fei said with disdain. The people in the deserted world thought too highly of themselves and were too arrogant. This fire elemental creature really thought of itself as the supreme ruler. Of course, in the deserted world, this fire elemental creature was a true ruler, but in Gu Fei's eyes, it was only a quasi-supreme being. Kill. The creature didn't say anything else and directly attacked. As the golden raven formed from magma flapped its wings, fiery feathers flew up. They were like real feathers, formed from the essence of fire of extreme yang. The flaming feathers turned into streaks of flaming sword light that slashed towards Gu Fei in the sky. The fiery sword qi fluctuated mightily. This was the extreme yang sword, aura. Not only was the sword aura powerful, but the sword aura that spread out from the sword aura was hot enough to melt divine iron and refined gold. There was no doubt that the extreme yang fire of the way was powerful. In the ancient times, and even in the present world, there were powerful creatures that used this type of extreme yang fire to forge weapons. Gu Fei felt the power of the extreme yang sword aura and could not help but be moved. He reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The supreme yang sword light, which had pierced through, exploded immediately. It was as if it had hit an invisible wall. The powerful impact caused the void to tremble. Humph! You think you can kill me with just this clone without using your real body? You think too highly of yourself. The corners of Gu Fei's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This golden crow formed from lava was not the real body of the fire elemental creature. It was just a clone. Of course, this clone was extremely powerful and could kill a Saint Venerable. However, This clone of the fire elemental creature could not do anything to Gu Fei. At this moment, the divine bird, condensed from magma, let out a cry and directly soared into the sky from the magma lake, pouncing on Gu Fei. Very well. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He would only know how ignorant and arrogant he was when he beat this arrogant creature until it could not get up. Boom! Gu Fei immediately used the Chaos Fist. With just one punch, the golden crow, condensed from magma, exploded and turned back into a pool of magma. There were flame-shaped Tao patterns dissipating in the magma, and it looked like it was raining magma above the magma lake. This was the power of Gu Fei's punch. With one punch, the power could destroy everything. This was his Tao, the Tao that could suppress everything. The Tao of the strongest. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei said, "Roar." A deep roar came from the depths of the earth. A wave of extreme yang energy that was much more powerful than the golden crow formed from lava exploded from the depths of the earth. Rumble, the entire magma lake shook, and the magma in the lake surged violently. Dazzling flames rushed out of the magma lake, illuminating the world. Is it coming out? Gu Fei stood above the magma lake and looked down. He knew that the fire Tao life form hiding in the depths of the magma lake was about to come out. He had just destroyed one of the life form's incarnations, so he had definitely angered the life form. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching the surface from the depths of the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire magma lake suddenly exploded. Then, amidst the splashing magma, a huge figure rushed out of the magma lake. When Gu Fei saw this creature, he could not help but be shocked. It was a divine bird with golden feathers. This divine bird had 3 claws under its abdomen. Its body was as huge as a hill, and it emitted a faint golden divine flame. Within the divine flame, there were countless golden Tao patterns. 3-legged golden bird, golden crow. Seeing such a divine bird, even Gu Fei could not help but be moved. This was because this divine bird was the legendary Khanate divine bird that had been born from the divine sun. It was the golden crow. An extremely powerful aura of the way of fire spread from the golden crow's body. Even the void was warped by the supreme yang true fire that it emitted. "Human, you have angered me," the golden crow said. "So what if I've angered you?" Gu Fei really wanted to laugh. The experts here all had an air of superiority. Of course, these were all rulers. They ruled over the life and death of all living creatures in their respective territories. In their territories, these rulers could indeed be high and mighty. They could ignore all living creatures. Boom! A ball of divine fire erupted from the golden crow's body. The ball of divine fire instantly swept out and enveloped the entire void, displaying a terrifying power that could burn the sky and boil the sea. In an instant, the divine fire enveloped Gu Fei. This was the supreme yang true fire, one of the strongest flames in the world. It could melt divine iron and refined gold. Even the hardest godly metal and essence gold would be melted by this godly flame. However, it was unable to break through Gu Fei's primal chaos astral chi. This caused the divine bird in the sea of flames to be shocked. This human was not simple. There can't be a human paragon in the wasteland world. How is this possible? The golden crow was truly shocked that this intruder was a human, a paragon of the human race. Humans were the weakest race in the wasteland world. They didn't even have a god. How could a paragon suddenly appear out of nowhere? "The way I see it, nothing is impossible," said Gu Fei. Gu Fei said, like an ancient chaotic saint, he stepped forward in the extreme yang true fire and directly approached the golden crow. "Human, you are strong, but you will still die," said the golden crow. An endless amount of extreme yang fire essence surged out of its body. Among the flames, flame-shaped Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. "I think you'd better save it." Gu Fei shook his head and said, although this golden crow was powerful, it was impossible for it to kill him. He had encountered existences that were more powerful than this golden crow, and none of them could kill him. This golden crow's cultivation and combat strength were similar to the Chaos Stone Golem in the desolate domain of chaos. Buzz. At this moment, a sword chime sounded. Beams of golden light rushed out from the golden crow's body, turning into peerless sword light that slashed at Gu Fei. This was not the golden crow's doppelganger, but the real golden crow. The power of the supreme young true sword light was more than 10 times stronger. Each sword light was enough to tear the void. Clang! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly collided with the sword light. There was a clear sound of metal colliding. He waved his hand casually, but all the sword light that was coming at him was slapped away. The golden crow couldn't help but be shocked. This human seemed to be so strong that it felt a sense of danger. This was something that had not happened in many years. Ever since the golden crow became a paragon, it had never encountered a powerful existence that could threaten its life. Today, however, this human made it feel a sense of danger that it hadn't felt for a long time. "Have a taste of my sword." After slapping away all the sword light that was coming at him, Gu Fei pointed a finger. A dazzling sword light shot out from his finger, and a terrifying, murderous aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 2982. Gu Fei battled the Golden Raven and unleashed the 9 heaven-punishing swords, a murderous aura that caused all living beings in the world to tremble spread out from his body. Hum! A sword chime rang out in the air. Gu Fei waved his hands, and beams of sword light shot out from his hands, piercing through the golden crow in front of him. The 9 heaven execution swords were said to be able to destroy the heavens. It was a sword that was used to kill. This was the Tao of killing. The cultivator who created this Tao of killing was definitely someone with the strongest killing intent in history. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei would be affected by the Tao of killing when he displayed this Tao of killing. He would become bloodthirsty. However, he was able to control himself and would not lose himself in the killing intent. If a cultivator with a weaker state of mind were to display this Tao of killing, he would be in danger of losing himself to the killing intent. At that time, it would not be the man controlling the sword, but the sword controlling the man. The Golden Raven was extremely shocked. It did not expect this human to have such a drastic change in aura. It was as if he had turned into a terrifying god of killing. The sword light that was filled with killing intent pierced through the Golden Raven. The ruler of the fire realm could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Clang! In the next moment, the golden feathers on the Golden Raven's body vibrated. The pure yang fire burst forth, and a series of runes in the shape of flames rushed out of its body. They turned into swords and flew towards the incoming sword light. The 2 different powers of the Tao of sword clashed against each other, causing a loud clanging sound. The entire sky was sliced into pieces by the crisscrossing sword light. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. Like a peerless god of death, he walked through the endless sword light and attacked the Golden Raven. The Golden Raven could not help but be shocked. The strength of this human had far exceeded its expectations. This human was so strong that it felt immense pressure. Damn it! The Golden Raven was both shocked and furious. All the feathers on its body stood up. Every single feather made a clanging sound, as if they were about to turn into sword light and fly out of its body. Great Sun Seal. The Golden Crow unleashed the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, turning into a huge seal that pressed down on Gu Fei. 9 suns appeared above the seal, displaying a supreme might. The power of the 9 suns could burn the heavens and boil the seas, distorting the void. The golden crow was the divine bird of the sun, born from the divine sun. The divine sun that could give birth to the golden crow was naturally incomparable to the divine suns of the current era. It was the first divine sun in the world. The power of the 9 suns was so strong that it directly blocked the piercing, heaven-punishing sword light. Boom! The 2 supreme powers collided, creating a terrifying scene. The entire magma lake was collapsing, and the vast and mighty power shook the magma deep underground. Dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. Even though the space of the deserted world was extremely stable, it still cracked at this moment. The Great Sun Seal was the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan. It could display the power of the 9 suns and block the heaven-punishing sword light. This surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the 9 heaven-punishing swords was the supreme way of swordsmanship. The one who created this way of swordsmanship became the most powerful existence in the world. Once the killing sword was unleashed, even supreme beings of the same level would retreat. Back in the day, the extreme sword ancestor was definitely one of the most powerful beings in the world. With Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to display the ultimate power of this way of swordsmanship. However, ordinary quasi-supreme beings would not be able to block his 9 heaven-punishing swords. However, the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan was not weak either. One should know that an adult Golden Crow's combat ability was comparable to a quasi-supreme being. The Golden Crow ancestor that was born from the first divine sun in the world was even more unimaginably powerful. No one knew if the Golden Crow ancestor was a supreme being. However, there was no doubt that the killing technique of the Golden Crow clan could compete with the techniques of supreme beings. All right, that's more like it. Gu Fei said, if this Golden Crow was defeated by him in a few moves, there wouldn't be any fun at all. It was not easy for him to meet a decent opponent right now. Kill. The Golden Crow quasi-supreme beast didn't dare to underestimate this human anymore. It displayed its strongest combat strength. Pure yang fire surged out of its body and turned into a golden firebird, directly pouncing on the human in front of it. That was a Dharma body formed from the power of the great Tao of fire. The might of this Dharma body could only be stronger than his true body. Gu Fei's right hand pressed forward. Bam! Bam! The Dharma body of the Golden Crow that was pouncing towards him exploded instantly, turning into a ball of divine fire that dissipated into the void. Swoosh! He took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. At the same time, the Golden Crow opposite, Gu Fei, disappeared as well. Moving through the void with extreme speed, the 2 powerful beings were so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Bam! Boom! Muffled, thunderous sounds constantly rang out in the void. 2 figures constantly flashed in the void. Every time they flashed, a pitch-black spatial crack would appear in the void. It had to be said that Gu Fei and the quasi-supreme Golden Crow were extremely powerful. They were stronger than the average quasi-supreme cultivators and could easily tear the void apart. Bam! Very soon, a figure shot out from the void, flying thousands of miles away. There was golden blood dripping from the void. Every drop of blood was like a divine sun emitting dazzling golden flames. The commotion that had erupted in the fire domain had alarmed some of the powerful creatures outside the fire domain. In the deserted world, sovereigns could sense the changes in the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth. They could sense even the tiniest of changes. Who messed with the Golden Crow? One of the paragons muttered to himself. The Golden Crow's territory was vast. The blaze domain spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Outside the Blaze domain was an endless wasteland. The other Paragon's territory was only 20,000 kilometers from the Blaze domain. It was a valley shrouded in energy. In the middle of the valley was a bottomless pit that spewed Xian energy. Yes, the pit led to the vein deep in the earth. Powerful beings could be seen lurking within the Xian energy. Who is that Paragon? He's fighting the Golden Crow. The voice came from the black hole in the valley. He's already fighting the other Paragons. An ancient voice called out from within the palace of Songqiong City. The battle between Gu Fei and the Golden Crow had reached its climax. Gu Fei's punch had sent the Golden Crow flying thousands of miles away, coughing up blood. The Golden Crow had also clawed Gu Fei's shoulder, leaving behind 3 deep gashes. However, no blood seeped out of the wounds. One should know that at his level of cultivation, his martial body could completely seal his own qi and prevent it from leaking. Therefore, even if he was scratched by the Golden Crow, his qi and blood would not leak out. Moreover, Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was incomparably strong. The gash on his shoulder healed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the bone-deep gash was gone. It was as if it had never been there. This was the advantage of a martial body, a terrifying regenerative ability. It was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. When injured, not even a drop of blood would leak out. It was completely locked within the body. If the Golden Crow's energy didn't leak out, it meant that his combat ability wouldn't weaken. The Golden Crow was shaken. How could this human's body be stronger than its own? How was this possible? This human defied the heavens. All right, that's enough fun. It's time to end this. Gu Fei said. What did you say? The Golden Crow was shocked beyond words. What I'm saying is that you're about to be unlucky. Gu Fei chuckled out all of a sudden. You're the one who's going to be unlucky. The Golden Crow was enraged. Sure. Just then, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the void. Using the 8 desolation steps, he displayed the fastest movement skill in the world. Bam! Struck by Gu Fei's punch, the Golden Crow was sent flying once more. So fast. The Golden Crow was taken aback. To think that this human's speed had increased by more than 2-fold. How could this be? Could this human still have some strength left? Damn it! The Golden Crow was enraged. It attacked with all its might, activating the seal of the sun. An ancient seal flew towards Gu Fei. 9 suns revolved around the ancient seal, radiating the power of the sun. However, Gu Fei was getting serious. Once again, he punched out, but this time the seal of the sun and the Golden Crow were sent flying. What? The Golden Crow was taken aback. This human's strength had increased to a level that it could only look up to. How was this possible? When Gu Fei got serious, he was definitely powerful and terrifying. He punched out again. Chaotic qi surged, and a powerful fist force instantly erupted, sending the Golden Crow flying again. Even a paragon as strong as the Golden Crow couldn't fight back. This shocked the other paragons. How could this human be so strong? When the paragons realized that the paragons were fighting the Golden Crows in the domain of fire, they were astonished. Humans were the weakest race in all of the wasteland. They were enslaved by the various divine clans. Yet none of the paragons could have imagined that a paragon would appear among them. Of course, prior to this, powerful humans had already appeared in various parts of the deserted world and conquered many territories. Chapter 2983. News of the emergence of a paragon among the humans had spread far and wide, but the paragons of the wasteland didn't believe the rumors. However, as the humans moved in and took over more and more territory, the paragons of the wasteland could no longer sit still. Especially now, when a human paragon dared to challenge the Golden Crow. This alerted many of the paragons of the wasteland. Powerful figures appeared on the outskirts of the Golden Crow's territory. A figure was shrouded in black energy, quietly watching the battle unfold in the field of fire. In another direction, a mysterious figure was hidden in the void, observing the situation in the fire domain. These powerful paragons had their reservations, and didn't enter the field of fire. In the wasteland, paragons' territories were not to be entered at will. If they did, it would mean war. The paragons of the wasteland were fiercely territorial. Boom, bang, bang. Deafening rumbles filled the air, and the world shook. In the depths of the field of fire, two powerful figures were moving at high speed, emanating a terrifying aura. At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his strongest battle prowess. His fists shattered the heavens and earth as they collided with the wings of the Golden Crow. The chaotic warrior's body was unimaginably strong. Every punch from Gu Fei sent the Golden Crow reeling back. Golden blood seeped from the Golden Crow's golden wings. Gu Fei's fists were also stained with the golden blood. The Golden Crow's blood was very tyrannical. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei felt a burning sensation on his skin when he came into contact with the true blood, as if he was being burned by true fire. The Golden Crow's blood was extremely hot and contained a pure yang flame that could melt anything in the world. Even the hardest metal and refined gold could be melted, but it couldn't melt Gu Fei's fists. How can a human be so strong? The Golden Raven was shocked beyond belief. This human paragon's physique was even stronger than that of a mythological beast. How had he managed to cultivate such a strong physique? Boom! With a loud explosion, the Golden Crow Sovereign was once again sent flying by Gu Fei. Golden true blood rained down from the sky. The Golden Crow Sovereign was truly unwilling to accept this. It had to be known that he was a golden crow. Although he wasn't the primogenitor of the Golden Crows, he was still a true divine bird. Kill! The Golden Crow Sovereign was going all out. It had no choice but to do so. It didn't want to be defeated by this human. It knew very well that its every move was being watched by its old neighbors. Boom! The Golden Crow ruler opened his mouth and spat out a ball of divine fire. To be more precise, it was a divine orb that emitted surging divine flames. This divine orb had a great origin. It was refined from a divine sun. Moreover, this was not an ordinary divine sun. It was very likely that it was the divine sun that gave birth to the Golden Crow primogenitor. If that was the case, then there would be a good show to watch. The divine pearl that the Golden Crow Sovereign had spat out was only the size of a fist, but it instantly transformed into a sun that crushed down on Gu Fei. Rumble, the entire world was shaking. The appearance of the divine sun caused the entire void to collapse and shatter. Even Gu Fei was sent flying by the mighty power of the divine sun. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Gu Fei was shocked. The aura that the divine sun emitted made his heart palpitate. This Tao item was incredible. It had definitely surpassed a quasi-supreme Tao item. This is a little troublesome. This guy actually has a supreme Tao item. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. It should be known that a supreme Tao item was different from an ordinary Tao item. Supreme Tao items nurtured gods. Once the gods awakened, they would automatically attack the enemy. This was the terror of a supreme Tao item. It was like a true supreme being attacking. In the current world, supreme beings were extinct. To a certain extent, a Tao item left behind by a supreme being was the most powerful existence. Swoosh! Gu Fei quickly retreated. Rumble! The divine sun soared through the sky and directly chased after Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void constantly collapsed and was annihilated. The divine fire of the sun smelted everything, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Ha ha! Weren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you arrogant now? The Golden Crow sovereign laughed, crazily. This human ruler had actually forced him to use his final trump card. He really deserved to die. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly used his extreme speed 8 steps and retreated. However, the divine sun still caught up to him and then crushed down on him. This Gu Fei's expression changed. He sensed a weak wave of divine consciousness from the golden sun. This was a sign that only a supreme Tao item would have. Go to hell! The Golden Crow sovereign roared angrily. He pushed the golden sun to kill Gu Fei with all his might. The supreme power of the great Tao of fire poured down from the golden sun, sealing off this part of the world. Even if Gu Fei wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. No one could break through the sealing power of a supreme Tao item, unless they were a supreme being or someone who also possessed a supreme Tao item. This divine pearl was the Golden Crow clan's ancestral treasure. It was a supreme King Tao item, not a supreme Tao item. However, it didn't seem to be inferior to a supreme Tao item. It seemed that the founder of the Golden Crow clan had not become a supreme being. Instead, he had chosen another path, the Supreme King, Great Tao. That was why he had left this Supreme King Tao item behind. The Golden Crow sovereign had no other choice. If he didn't use the ancestral treasure, he would be defeated by this human ruler. He had to use the ancestral treasure to kill this human ruler. Although he had revealed his trump card, it wasn't a bad thing. This way, his old neighbors wouldn't dare act recklessly against him. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral treasure was definitely enough to intimidate other rulers. Endless essence fire of extreme yang rained down from the golden sun. The space around Gu Fei was annihilated. Even the extremely stable deserted world was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in the face of this emperor-level Tao item. In the Golden Crow sovereign's eyes, this human ruler who dared to offend him was dead meat. At this moment, the golden sun fell, and the endless power of supreme yang fire essence instantly engulfed Gu Fei. Ha ha! The Golden Crow sovereign threw his head back and laughed. This human ruler had finally been killed. Not only had he vented his anger, but he had also removed a potential threat for the wasteland world. Just as the Golden Crow sovereign thought, he had killed Gu Fei. The golden sun that had fallen from the sky began to shake. How is this possible? The Golden Crow sovereign was shocked. This human had survived the attack of a supreme King Tao item, and even managed to shake it. How was this possible? An supreme Emperor Tao treasure. That was the most powerful Tao treasure that had ever existed. The next moment, the Golden Crow sovereign's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. The golden sun that had been releasing the power of the supreme King Tao item was sent flying by a figure. Roar! That person threw his head back and roared. The power of a supreme being exploded. The entire Blaze realm and even the entire wasteland world were terrified. The aura of a supreme being spread far and wide. In an instant, it covered half of the wasteland world. This was a supreme being. With a single thought, he could sense everything in the world. This was also why there was usually only one supreme being born in a single era, because a world could only contain one supreme being. Only in the ancient times of the human world would there be multiple supreme beings at the same time. This was a special case. Moreover, the human world was different from the wasteland world. There were 5 major sources of life in the human world, and each of these sources of life had the chance to give birth to a supreme being. How is this possible? At this moment, the Golden Crow Supreme Ruler was completely dumbfounded by the scene before him. This was truly unbelievable. How could that human be this strong? Could it be that this human's cultivation has already surpassed the sovereign level? The Golden Crow sovereign muttered to himself. His voice trembled. When the aura of a supreme being spread out from the figure, the Golden Crow sovereign fell to the ground, trembling all over. He couldn't even muster the will to fight back. Even the other paragons, watching from the edge of the domain of fire, dropped to the ground in terror. They sprawled on the ground, terrified to the core. How is this possible? The other paragons couldn't believe it. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? This was illogical. There had never been such a powerful being in the wasteland world before. At that moment, heaven and earth shook. Deep within the Blaze realm, it was as if an invincible being was splitting the heavens and the earth. The void cracked and chaotic energy seeped out from the cracks. An incomparably huge figure reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the golden sun in the sky. It was a shocking scene. The person who had attacked was none other than Gu Fei. He seemed to possess the power of a paragon, which shocked the Golden Crow sovereign to the extreme. Gu Fei's Dharma idol reached out and grabbed the golden sun in the sky. However, just as he grabbed it, the golden sun suddenly emitted a powerful wave of divine consciousness. BZZZ. The golden sun shuddered, and endless supreme king Dao runes rushed out from it. Gu Fei felt his hand tremble, and then the golden sun flew out of his hand. Then it flew directly towards the Golden Crow ruler on the ground, enveloped the Golden Crow ruler, shattered the void, and vanished from this world. Gu Fei was shocked. He had thought that he would be able to subdue and supreme king Dao Treasure. He didn't expect the god within the treasure to awaken at this critical moment. The god within the Golden Crow ancestral treasure seemed to know that Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with, so it chose to escape with the Golden Crow sovereign. After the Golden Crow ancestral artifact escaped with the Golden Crow ruler, Gu Fei's aura changed. He actually fell from the supremacy realm. Chapter 2984. To think that your physical body is strong enough to withstand the power of an honorable. The martial progenitor's bloodline is indeed full of crazy people. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's heart as the figure of a small old man appeared in his mind. Old man, thank you very much. Gu Fei said. He felt like collapsing because the deity of the mountain and river cauldron had forcefully raised his cultivation to the honorable realm. This was the power that the mountain and river cauldron had lent to Gu Fei. The borrowed power naturally did not belong to Gu Fei, so there was a time limit to Gu Fei's invincible state. It's nothing, the old man said. It's a pity that I could not keep that Emperor Dao treasure. Gu Fei said, regretfully, that's a Dao treasure forged by the Golden Crow ancestor. It's not something that can be subdued so easily. The old man shook his head. The Golden Crow clan's ancestral treasure? Gu Fei said in surprise. Yes, that little bird is amazing. It was born from the ancestral divine sun and walked on a different honorable realm path. The old man sighed. The Golden Crow ancestor was definitely one of the strongest existences in the world. Even the old man was amazed by the achievements of the Golden Crow ancestor. Could it be that you know the Golden Crow ancestor? Gu Fei said in shock. He found it hard to believe. One should know that the Golden Crow clan's ancestor was a connate life form, born from the first divine sun in the world. It was extremely powerful the moment it was born, and it could even kill immortals and gods. The deity of the mountain and river cauldron actually recognized such an ancient existence. Could it be that the mountain and river cauldron was even more ancient than the Golden Crow ancestor? Of course, because I witnessed the birth of that little bird, its growth, and finally becoming an honorable realm expert. The old man said, could it be that the Golden Crow ancestor was once its master? Gu Fei said hesitantly. Humph. The old man was displeased and did not speak further. Haha, looks like it's true. Gu Fei was overjoyed. It was rare for him to see the little old man being humiliated. The little old man did not say anything, which meant that he had tacitly agreed. He really did not expect that the Golden Crow ancestor had once obtained the mountain and river cauldron. What happened to your Golden Crow ancestor? Gu Fei was very curious. After all, this was an ultimate emperor realm paragon, a different kind of extreme Dao paragon. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base or battle prowess, they were on par with extreme Dao paragons. I don't know. The little old man was very direct. What? Gu Fei did not believe him at all. It must be known that this little old man was extremely cunning. His words were sometimes very trustworthy, but at other times they were completely untrustworthy. I really don't know, Gu Fei said suspiciously. I really don't know, the little old man said seriously. It seems like you really don't know, Gu Fei said with a faint smile. All right, let's leave here first. The fire elemental power here is about to explode. Gu Fei felt that the powerful fire elemental power deep underground was becoming more and more violent, as if it could explode at any time. Once this power exploded, the entire fire domain would probably be destroyed in an instant. In the desolate world, perhaps a huge volcano would appear. Why have you become so stupid? This fire elemental power is so powerful, yet you don't want to obtain it. Instead, you let it explode, the little old man said. That's right. Gu Fei's eyes brightened. Could it be that he had become so powerful that this kind of power was no longer important to him? Without hesitation, he dove down from the sky and entered the depths of the earth. There was a fire lotus blooming there, and an extremely violent fire elemental power surged out from the fire lotus. Fire-shaped Dao patterns emerged and intertwined on the fire lotus. When Gu Fei reached the depths of the earth and saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. There wasn't even a decent palace deep underground. The residence of the Golden Crow ruler was too shabby. It did not match his status at all. Deep underground, there was only a nest that was spewing out pure yang fire essence. The fire lotus was rooted in this nest, swallowing the pure yang fire essence around it. The fire lotus of the Great Path. I didn't know it was something like this. When Gu Fei saw the fire lotus in the nest, he couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of thing could only be born from the Great Path. The fire lotus of the Great Path contained the purest power of the Great Path of Fire. There were fragments of the Great Path of Fire. Any living creature that ate this fire lotus would have their constitution changed by the power of the fire lotus. They would become born with the Great Path of Fire. If someone with the Great Path of Fire ate this fire lotus, they would probably become a saint. This was the effect of the fire lotus of the Great Path. Gu Ling cultivated the Great Path of Fire. He would give this fire lotus to Ling. Gu Fei directly restrained the unstable fire lotus of the Great Path and took it away. After Gu Fei took the fire lotus of the Great Path, the temperature of the entire fire realm dropped rapidly. The lava that had leaked out of the ground quickly solidified. The pure yang fire essence was dissipating. Soon, the entire fire realm would solidify into the ground. No more lava would seep out of the ground. Old man, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have been wrong this time. I never would have thought that there would be a fire lotus of the Great Path deep underground. Gu Fei was very happy. With this fire lotus of the Great Path, Ling would definitely become a saint. There was no doubt about this, because the fire lotus of the Great Path was a connate divine medicine of the Great Path of Fire. This kind of divine medicine born from the Great Path could already be considered a quasi-immortal divine medicine. Just like the peach tree Gu Fei had obtained, It was also quasi-immortal divine medicine. In this period of time, Gu Fei had obtained many things, and all of them could be said to be nature-defying. Whether it was the immortal lake from the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, or the peach tree, now he had obtained the fire lotus of the great path. Boom, boom. The gigantic golden nest shook, and cracks appeared on its surface. The nest of the golden crow ruler was on the verge of collapse. Whoosh! A ball of chaotic light surged from Gu Fei's body. Then he shot into the sky, breaking through the layers of lava. He broke through the ground and shot into the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out behind Gu Fei. Then the ground shattered and exploded. A gush of lava shot into the sky. Then the entire ground collapsed. The last of the pure yang fire essence exploded. There were very few living beings in the fire realm. When Gu Fei and the Golden Crow ruler fought, all the living beings in the fire realm had fled. None of the living beings in the fire realm dared to stay. The fire realm lacked vitality. For cultivators of the way of fire, it might be heaven, but for other cultivators, it was hell. It was not suitable for living. Gu Fei left the fire realm. Although he did not obtain the ancestral treasure of the Golden Crows, he had obtained a fire lotus of the Great Path. This was a good harvest. Chapter 2985. That bastard didn't leave anything behind. That figure directly entered the depths of the earth, but very quickly rushed out of the ground. It was a mysterious figure shrouded in black gas. The figure quickly disappeared into the void. After the mysterious figure disappeared, another figure appeared in the depths of the Inferno domain. An unparalleled aura erupted from the figure's body. The shadow of a beast flickered in and out of existence within the murderous aura. This was a paragon, a member of the God clan. This paragon was not a living being in human form, but a powerful and terrifying beast. Boom! The savage beast immediately dove into the boiling lava and dived into the depths of the earth. Just like the mysterious figure from before, this savage beast quickly rushed out of the ground and left. This savage beast didn't get anything at all. The paragons who'd been watching from the outer reaches of the domain of fire appeared one after the other. However, none of them had anything to show for their efforts and left empty-handed. The Golden Crow's paragon hadn't left behind anything of interest to these paragons. Gu Fei had taken the Lotus of Tao, but none of the paragons dared make a move against Gu Fei. After all, this human paragon had defeated the Golden Crow's paragon. These paragons couldn't wait to avoid Gu Fei. How would they dare provoke this fiend? Rumble, the entire Inferno domain shook. The earth collapsed, forming a giant crater. The yang energy began to dissipate, and the temperature of the Inferno domain began to plummet. By this time, Gu Fei was far away from the Inferno domain. While Gu Fei was searching for his territory, the Turtle King was also on the move. He'd already found it. It was a place of immortal qi, shrouded in boundless spiritual energy. It spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers and was like a fairyland. Auspicious clouds floated in the air, and immortal light swirled around it. It was full of life. A place like this was destined to give birth to a pre-celestial being. What's more, this pre-celestial being hadn't left yet. When the Turtle King appeared on the outskirts of the immortal qi, the creature within was alerted. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of this immortal spirit land. An extremely powerful quasi-supreme level power rippled from the depths of this immortal spirit land. Countless living beings trembled in fear and unease. They all knelt down toward the depths of the land of immortal spirits, as if they were worshipping a supreme ruler. Outside the land of immortal spirit, there were countless living beings. These living beings were attached to the land of immortal spirit. The vitality of the land of immortal spirit was too exuberant, although the living beings outside didn't dare to enter. Just cultivating outside would bring them great benefits. The creatures that could cultivate in the celestial spirit land were even more powerful. Any one of them was a sage rank existence. The owner of the land of immortal spirit only allowed sage rank beings to enter the land of immortal spirit to cultivate, and those who entered the land of immortal spirit were its servants. The ruler of the land of fairy had many servants, all of whom were his loyal followers. My Lord Sovereign is asking you to leave. Soon, a figure walked out from the depths of the land of immortal spirits and arrived in front of the old tortoise. He then said to the old tortoise, "It's too kind of you to ask me to leave." Old tortoise smiled, very happily. "My Lord Sovereign is asking you to look elsewhere." The creature said, "My Lord Sovereign is asking you to look elsewhere." It was an old ape that was more than 3 meters tall. It was covered in black hair and muscular, and it emitted a powerful aura of the sage rank. The sage rank was a god in the deserted world, so this old ape was the god of the deserted world. Let's go to other places to have a look. What if I tell you that I like this place? The Turtle King said with an evil smile, "Then there's no other way." The old ape said, a chilling, murderous intent immediately spread from its body. "You don't have the right to kill me." The Turtle King shook his head. "Is that so?" The Turtle King's tone turned extremely cold. It was no longer as polite as before. "Little monkey, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill you. You should go back and call your lord out." The Turtle King shook his head helplessly. He was a quasi-supreme, and this old ape was only a sage rank creature. How could the old ape be a match for him? The old tortoise's words infuriated the old ape. "I'm telling the truth. Understand? Don't be dissatisfied. Go and call your lord out." The Turtle King said impatiently. He did not want to destroy the land of immortal spirit, so he did not attack the old ape. Damn it! The old ape was really angry. It directly punched at the Turtle King. A huge fist appeared in the void and smashed at the Turtle King. It was a golden fist, and it emanated a powerful Saint Rank energy wave. Sigh, why doesn't anyone believe my words? The old tortoise sighed and said helplessly. Then he opened his mouth and blew at the old ape. The ape immediately shrieked and was blown away by his breath. It was at this moment that the old ape realized just how strong and terrifying this fellow before him was. All the other party had to do was to blow him away with a single breath of air. The old ape was blown into the depths of the land of immortal spirits by the old turtle. Seeing this scene, all of the creatures were shocked to the extreme. Who was this guy? He actually blew away their god with a single breath. He blew away a god with a single breath. The eyeballs of all the living beings who witnessed this almost fell to the ground. "Is this real? How is this possible?" a creature said with a trembling voice. It could not believe what it saw with its own eyes. "Fellow Taoist, you should go." A voice sounded in the Turtle King's mind. The ruler in the depths of the land of immortal spirit finally spoke. "Hee, you're the one who's going. I've taken a fancy to this place. If you don't get lost quickly, the consequences will be very serious." The Turtle King said seriously, "Then there's nothing else to say." The voice said, Then a chilling, murderous intent spread from the depths of the land of immortal spirit. A huge figure appeared in the sky above the depths of the land of immortal spirit. "Ha! You should have done this long ago." Old Tortoise guffawed as a powerful fighting spirit erupted from his body. Swoosh. Chapter 2986. The creature in the depths of the celestial spirit land finally made its move. A bright divine light shot out from the depths of the celestial spirit land and instantly arrived in front of the old tortoise. The speed was so fast that even the old tortoise couldn't help but be moved. With a thought from the old tortoise, a set of stone armor immediately appeared on his body. With a clang, the divine light that shot out from the depths of the celestial spirit land directly collided with the stone armor on the old tortoise's body. The incomparably fierce divine light couldn't penetrate the stone armor on the old tortoise's body and was directly knocked away by the layer of stone armor. The stone armor looked simple and unadorned, but it displayed unpredictable power and blocked the blow from the creature in the depths of the celestial spirit land. Sure enough, fierce dragons don't cross the river. None of you outsiders are weak. The voice of the creature in the celestial spirit land resounded in the old tortoise's heart. Humph! Since you know that I'm not to be trifled with, then why aren't you getting lost? The old tortoise looked at the huge figure in the sky above the depths of the celestial spirit land and revealed a playful smile. The creatures in your world aren't invincible. Not long ago, a guy broke into my territory and was killed by me. The figure said, "There are weak people in every world. You killed that guy, which means that guy is weak." The old tortoise said disapprovingly, in the old tortoise's view, any world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In such a world, the strong were respected, and the life and death of the weak were in the hands of the strong. This was the cruelest and most primitive law of survival in the world, and no one could change it. Ha! You're too arrogant. Do you think you're the strongest in your world? The figure said with a laugh, "Whether I am or not, we'll know after a fight." The old tortoise said, "Then let's fight." The creature in the depths of the celestial spirit land said. Swish! The old tortoise was extremely powerful. He directly disappeared into the void, and when he reappeared, he was already in the depths of the celestial spirit land. Then, he threw a punch at the figure. With just one punch, the figure dissipated. Roar! A furious roar echoed. Within the land of immortal spirit, a being that emitted boundless five-elemental divine light rushed out from a cave abode that was gushing with five-elemental essence, and it began to battle with the old turtle. This was a creature of five elements, and it was powerful to an unbelievable degree. Its five elements Tao body was extremely powerful, and it could actually fight endlessly against the old tortoise. Bang! Boom! Two figures moved quickly in the sky above the immortal spirit land, fighting in close combat. They were so fast that their shadows couldn't be seen, but the powerful shockwaves created visible ripples in the air. These ripples spread out in all directions. Boom! A figure was blasted out of the void and flew tens of thousands of feet away. The person who was blasted out was actually the old tortoise. The energy of the five elements was vast, and the entire world was dyed with five colors. The endless essence of the world in the celestial spirit land was moving toward a figure emitting five-colored light and gathering like crazy toward that figure. The creature that was born in this immortal spirit land was this creature of five elements. That's all you've got? I told you to leave, so leave your life here, said the five-elemental creature with a murderous aura. Within the five-elemental energy, two divine lights appeared. Those were the eyes of the five-elemental creature. Seems like I have to be more serious. Old tortoise stopped retreating. A faint fist mark was left on the stone armor on his chest. This stone armor was not simple. It was refined from a stone tortoise shell and wore it on his body. Back then, the old tortoise was able to persist in the killing array for countless years. Thanks to that turtle shell, he was able to survive. Otherwise, even if he was the son of the Tai Huang kingdom, he wouldn't have survived until now. He would have been tortured to death by the killing array. This showed how extraordinary this turtle shell was. Rumble An even more powerful wave of energy erupted from the old tortoise's body. The entire world shook under the impact of this force. The creature of 5 elements was taken aback. This guy didn't seem to be simple, but so what? He still had to die. Rotation of the 5 elements, annihilation of heaven and earth. The 5 elements' spirit roared and immediately performed the killing technique of the 5 elements. A mass of 5 elements chi rushed out of its body and turned into a terrifying, annihilating roulette charging toward Old Tortoise. This was the Wheel of 5 Elements. It was as huge as a mountain. When it fell from the sky, even the void was obliterated. The power it displayed was absolutely shocking. One should know that the void of the deserted world was extremely stable. Even if a wholly venerable attacked with all his might, it would be difficult to break this kind of void. However, in front of the ruler of 5 elements, the void of the deserted world was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. Interesting. Old Tortoise's eyes shone with a dazzling divine light, like 2 cold stars shining. Rumble, a giant hand filled with demonic aura, shot up to the sky and slapped at the Wheel of 5 Elements. The 2 powerful forces collided in an instant. The sky above the immortal spirit land began to boil. The chi of the 5 elements and demonic aura clashed. It was terrifying to the extreme, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. What shocked the ruler of 5 elements was that his opponent's giant hand had actually blocked his Wheel of 5 Elements. Damn it! The ruler of 5 elements roared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the essence of the 5 elements, surged from his body and formed 5 divine swords that slashed at the old tortoise. Boom! The giant hand that the old tortoise conjured shattered the Wheel of 5 Elements in the sky, then retreated. However, the 5 rays of light of the 5 elements were simply too fast. In an instant, they were right in front of him. Swoosh! The old tortoise's figure instantly disappeared. The 5 rays of light flashed past, but they did not hit him. It was as if he had instantly melded into the surrounding void. This was one of the 9 esoteric secrets of immortal Tao, the emptiness secret art. One's body melded into the surroundings, becoming a part of the void. The old tortoise and Gu Fei had sparred quite a few times. Naturally, this fellow had learned the 9 esoteric secrets of immortal Tao from Gu Fei. When he used the emptiness secret art, it was quite powerful. What? The ruler of 5 elements was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this fellow would have such a move up his sleeve. It was as if the ruler of 5 elements had vanished into thin air. The ruler of 5 elements' sword light didn't seem to be affected at all. This immortal spirit land had given birth to a 5 elements divine earth. It was extremely powerful, and the chi of the 5 elements swirled around it. Its powerful figure could be vaguely seen within the chi of the 5 elements. This immortal spirit land definitely had a divine earth of 5 elements. Otherwise, there was no way it could have given birth to a creature like this. At this moment, the old tortoise silently appeared behind the ruler of 5 elements, then suddenly attacked. Bang! The ruler of 5 elements was sent flying by the old tortoise's palm. The chi of the 5 elements around him dispersed, and a humanoid creature covered in 5 colored scales appeared before the old tortoise. When the old tortoise saw this creature, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Although this creature was humanoid, it definitely wasn't human at all. This was because it was a humanoid creature covered in 5 colored scales and had a single horn on its head. Streaks of 5 colored lightning coiled around the horn on the creature's head. Roar! The ruler of 5 elements bellowed. He had a supremely powerful body, And although the old tortoise's palm hadn't been able to harm him, it had completely infuriated him. Go to hell! The 5 elements hegemon roared angrily. His body flickered, and he transformed into a 5 elements divine wheel that shot towards the old turtle. Terrifying power emanated from the 5 elements divine wheel, instantly locking down the entire area. This divine wheel of 5 elements was different from the one the ruler of 5 elements had conjured earlier. This was because the ruler of 5 elements himself had transformed into the divine wheel of 5 elements. Rumble! The divine wheel of 5 elements came crashing down from the heavens, causing the entire area to shatter and shatter. The old tortoise was also locked down by the divine wheel of 5 elements. He felt as though the area around him had solidified, and the power of the 5 elements that came crashing down from the divine wheel was extremely powerful. Humph! If I don't show off, you'll really think I'm a sick cat. The old tortoise's gaze became extremely sharp. The stone armor he wore glowed, and with a shake of his body, the void around him that had been imprisoned by the power of the 5 elements collapsed in an instant. A wave of quasi-supreme draconic power erupted from his body. Roar! An earth-shattering draconic roar rang out in the sky. The image of a true dragon charged out from his body, breaking through the power of the 5 elements. This was no ordinary true dragon. This was the ancestor of true dragons, the ancestor dragon, although it was just the image of an ancestor dragon. The aura of the ancestor dragon emanating from it caused all living beings within 100,000 kilometers to feel terrified to the extreme. It must be understood that the ancestor of true dragons was definitely one of the most powerful living beings that had ever existed. When the aura of the ancestor dragon appeared in the world, all living beings would tremble. Even someone as powerful as the 5 elements hegemon, a being born from the power of the 5 elements, felt his heart tremble. At this moment, the power of the ancestor dragon on the old tortoise's body exploded forth. The image of the ancestor of true dragons actually broke through the layers of 5 elements' power, instantly slamming into the divine wheel of 5 elements. Boom! An enormous explosion. The 5 elements, hegemon's divine wheel of 5 elements, was actually knocked flying high into the sky by the image of the ancestor of true dragons. The divine wheel of 5 elements dissipated, and a figure fell out of the void. The 5 elements hegemon was incomparably shocked. He never would have imagined that this being who had dared to challenge him was actually this powerful. Chapter 2987. The old turtle finally unleashed his power, unleashing the power of the ancestral dragon. The illusory image of the ancestral dragon soared into the sky, knocking the 5 elements wheel flying. The 5 elements sovereign coughed up blood repeatedly. The ancestral dragon's land had reached an inconceivable level of power. The power of the collision was unstoppable, and the ancestral dragon soared into the sky. The 5 elements sovereign was utterly stunned. His opponent's body emanated an aura that caused his heart to palpitate. How was this possible? He was a connate life form that had been born from the pre-celestial 5 elements essence of heaven and earth. How could there be an existence in this world that could make his heart palpitate? You're the hegemon of the dragon kind. The 5 elements sovereign said in shock. The desolate world had dragons as well, and they were incredibly powerful. They were a race that could contend against the gods. Do dragons exist in this world? The old turtle asked. He was very curious. Were the dragons of the desolate world actually true dragons? Or perhaps they were dragons that had been transformed from flood serpents. There was a fundamental difference between true dragons and flood serpents. True dragons were descendants of the ancestral dragon, and had the blood of the ancestral dragon in their veins. Flood serpents, on the other hand, didn't have the blood of the ancestral dragon. No matter how high their cultivation base or how powerful they couldn't possibly transform into an ancestral dragon. The old turtle knew that his father had been quite a romantic. Who knew if he'd once come to the desolate world and left behind a dragon seed? How could there be no dragons? The five elements sovereign stared at the old turtle and growled. At this moment, specks of five-colored blood began to converge towards him. The essence blood he had coughed up once more returned to his body. Every single drop of essence blood in the body of a creature like the five elements sovereign was a peerless medicine to other living beings, but to a hegemon, it was extremely important. Losing essence blood would cause his battle prowess to drop. Humph. Now you know that you aren't a match for me. There's no need to struggle. Becoming my subordinate won't be an insult to you. The old turtle looked at the five elements sovereign, a hint of a smile on his face. What? The five elements sovereign was instantly enraged. The hegemon actually wanted him to submit? How was that possible? He was a hegemon, someone who stood at the very peak of all living beings. Since ancient times in the deserted world, there was a ruler who once submitted to other creatures. The five elements hegemon had no idea that the long-armed ape of Firmament City had already submitted to old man Qin Huang. But of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't easily submit to the old turtle. What are you talking about? Are you going to submit or not? If you don't submit, then there's only one outcome for you. The old tortoise's tone turned cold, revealing a chilling, murderous intent. If they weren't on his side, then they were enemies. At least, that was what he thought. I really want to know what happened to him. The five elements hegemon said coldly. You're really funny. What else can you do? Either I'll be killed by you, or I'll be the one to kill you. You understand? The old tortoise smiled brightly. Every time it showed such an expression, it meant that a living being, human or not, was about to be unlucky. You are destined to be beaten to death by me, said the five elemental creature, with murderous intent. The five elemental essences around its body were vast and mighty, and its entire body was glowing. The extremely powerful five elemental powers surged around its body, and colorful runes of the Tao appeared and intertwined on its body. It seems you've chosen a path you shouldn't have chosen. I'll have no choice but to beat you to death. The old turtle said, helplessly. If Gu Fei were here, he would know that this fellow was putting on another act. Go to hell. The five elements sovereign was truly enraged. This fellow actually dared to underestimate him in the deserted world. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. Boom. The five elements' power exploded forth from the five elements sovereign's body, and a divine sword wreathed in five-colored light shot out from his body, piercing towards the old turtle. Rumble. The divine sword hummed, and countless streaks of sword light suddenly burst forth from it. They filled the entire sky, and they shot towards the old turtle in an overwhelming fashion. Interesting. The old turtle folded his arms and tilted his head, smiling. He didn't move at all. The stone armor he wore emitted a layer of hazy white light that enveloped him. In the next moment, there was a series of collisions. The streaks of five elements, sword light, crashed into the layer of white light around the old turtle's body, but they were all blocked by the white light. Kacha! The real five elements sword pierced the layer of white light, and half of the sword's blade went in. Runes of the five elements appeared and intertwined on the blade, and a powerful five elements sword chi surged. The old turtle was surprised to see this. The five elements sword could actually pierce through the white light. It was truly extraordinary. It must have been forged from a piece of five elements, metal. This type of metal was born in the chaos, and it was formed at the beginning of the world. It was an indestructible type of metal, similar to the nine heavens star metal. Furthermore, the five elements metal was even rarer than the nine heavens star metal. Nice sword. I'll take it. The old turtle reached out to grab the five elements sword in front of him. However, just as Old Tortoise was about to grab the five elements magical sword, the five elements magical sword that was stuck in Old Tortoise's protective white light suddenly burst out with a dazzling divine light and flew away. Grand five elements sword formation. The five elements hegemon let out a furious roar, unleashing the full power of his five elements sword Tao. The five elements soared into the skies, then hung there in the air as one sword afterimage after another shot out in every direction. The streaks of sword light intertwined, forming formation runes that were branded into the void. A grand formation actually appeared between the heavens and the earth. An unbelievably powerful wave of five elements, sword chi, instantly swept through the entire world. The wave of sword chi spread out from the immortal spirit land. That's in a valley filled with baleful aura, an extremely powerful creature was startled. Amidst the boundless baleful aura, a pair of eyes that caused one's heart to palpitate could be seen. There's actually a creature that dares to provoke that fellow. In another region, in a great lake, a divine will rippled out. The voice of a sovereign of the grand Tao of water could be heard. Rumble. At that moment, the void trembled. Old Tortoise felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. The next moment, he realized that he was surrounded by sword shadows. It was as if he had entered a world of swords all of a sudden. Grand five elements sword formation. The old turtle looked carefully. The void around him had been completely sealed off by the power of the Tao of the sword. There was no place for him to hide. Everywhere was filled with sword shadows. The sword chi of the five elements filled every inch of space in this void. I refuse to believe that you can break through my grand five elements sword formation, the five elements dominator said with incomparable confidence. The five elements hegemon spoke with incomparable confidence. This was a killing formation that he had refined for countless years, and over the course of countless years, he had been constantly perfecting it. By now, the sword formation could be said to be almost perfect. It displayed supreme power that far surpassed that of ordinary quasi-autarchs. In fact, it could even slay ordinary quasi-autarchs. However, the old turtle was no ordinary quasi-autarch. He was the son of the Grand Emperor. He possessed the bloodline of the Grand Emperor, an unparalleled supreme of the Yao race. Most importantly, he also wielded the Grand Emperor's seal, a demonic weapon of the Grand Emperor. Is it very difficult to break through this formation of yours? The old turtle said disdainfully, "You're too arrogant." The five elements' sovereign's voice rang out from the skies. "I'm not being too arrogant. I'm just being confident. Understand, kid?" As the old turtle spoke, he shot into the skies and charged towards the divine sword in the sky. However, the divine sword trembled, and rays of eternal sword light descended from the skies, chopping towards the old turtle. Clang! Extremely sharp rays of five elements sword light instantly pierced through the white light protecting the old turtle's body, chopping down on the stone armor covering the old turtle's body. A series of metallic clangs rang out. The immortal five-colored sword light was knocked away by the stone armor on the old turtle's body. The old turtle shot into the skies, knocking away the countless rays of sword light. He actually began to slowly draw closer and closer to the divine sword hovering in the sky. He actually wanted to pluck it away. Preposterous. The five elements sovereign, hidden within the five elements sword formation, was enraged when he saw this. He knew very well that if this guy plucked the five elements sword, the five elements sword formation would be broken. The five elements sword was the foundation of the five elements sword formation, as well as the eye of the formation. Once the eye of the formation was broken, the five elements sword formation would immediately collapse. Rumble, the void trembled, and the five elements sword formation spun wildly. The five elements sword light swept towards the old turtle like raging waves. Every ray of sword light emitted powerful waves of sword aura. At this moment, the old turtle was in big trouble. The violent sword light was wearing down his protective light of the way. Some of the sword light even broke through his protective light of the way and chopped down on his body. One had to admit that the five elements sword formation was truly powerful. If it had been an ordinary quasi-supreme, they would probably have been in big trouble. Roar. The old turtle roared angrily, and a shadow of the ancestral dragon rushed out of his body. The power of the ancestral dragon erupted, and the shadow of the ancestral dragon shot into the sky, charging towards the five elements sword in the sky. Humph! A huge hand appeared in the void, slapping towards the ancestral dragon's shadow. Endless rays of sword light were directed by the huge hand, all of them piercing towards the ancestral dragon's shadow. This time, the ancestral dragon shadow was directly destroyed by the five elements sword light, and the dragon-shaped patterns dissipated. What? The old turtle could not help but be moved. Very good. Looks like I have no choice but to go all out. The old turtle gritted his teeth and used the killing technique of the dragon clan. An extremely powerful ancestral dragon appeared within the five elements sword formation, roaring at the sky. This guy actually revealed his true form. The extremely terrifying aura of the ancestral dragon spread out, causing the entire five elements sword formation to shake. This, Chapter 2988. The old turtle was the son of the Grand Emperor, the paramount supreme of the Yao race. During the Grand Emperor's reign, he had already been a peerless expert amongst the Yao race. Although he had been captured by the Grand Emperor's enemies and sealed in a killing formation within the ruined sky realm, he had managed to survive and escape. But now, not only had the old turtle regained his former cultivation base, he had even advanced to the next level. He had taken that critical step and become a quasi-autarch amongst the Yao race. The old turtle walked the path of an extreme autarch, not the extreme Emperor Grand Dao. He was currently trapped within the five elements hegemon's grand five elements sword formation, a killing formation that the five elements hegemon had developed over countless eons. He had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into it. The power of the grand five elements sword formation was naturally not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary quasi-autarch would find it hard to survive after being trapped within it. This was why the five elements hegemon had been able to occupy an immortal spirit land without losing his territory to other hegemons. Of all the hegemons in the wasteland world, the five elements hegemon was definitely one of the most powerful hegemons. Rumble, the five elements sword formation sealed off an area of the void, and terrifying five elements sword chi slashed towards the old turtle from every direction. Every single beam of sword light emanated the power of the great Tao of the five elements. Ha! You're still not dead yet. The five elements hegemon laughed maniacally. As he saw it, the old turtle was putting up a last-ditch struggle, because up until now, no hegemon had been able to break his grand five elements sword formation. However, right at that moment, the old turtle let out a furious roar and revealed his true form. A quasi-autarch of the Elder Dragon clan burst forth, and an Elder Dragon appeared in the sky. It was a true Elder Dragon. The endless sword light of the five elements hacked at the Elder Dragon's body, but sparks flew everywhere. The Elder Dragon wasn't harmed at all. Roar! Yet another terrifying draconic roar rang out. The Elder Dragon, who was even larger than a mountain, flipped its body, and the entire Grand Five Elements sword formation began to tremble. Clang! The dragon swiped its claws, and the countless sword lights were instantly shattered, transforming into specks of five-colored light that dissipated into the void. What the five elements hegemon's shock was no small matter. This fellow was actually this powerful. This was far beyond what he had expected. Old Tortoise revealed his true form, but he was different from ordinary ancestral dragons because there was something that resembled a tortoise shell growing on his back, the body of the ancestor dragon, and the shell of a turtle. This was one of the 9 sons of the supreme grand sovereign of the monster race, Basya. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each of them was different. However, there was one thing that all 9 of them had in common. That was, all 9 of them possessed the bloodline of an utmost being and could all turn into the ancestor dragon. Of course, in the present world, perhaps only the most ancient beings knew the old tortoise's original name. In the present world, his name had long been forgotten by the living beings of the present world. The turtle shell on old tortoise's back had amazing defensive power. Moreover, he was wearing the armor made of stone turtle shell. Although he had returned to his original form, the armor was still on his body. It was an armor that could change its size at will. Because of this, his defensive abilities became even more shocking. The 5 elemental swords couldn't hurt him at all and couldn't break through the stone armor he was wearing. Roar! The ancestor dragon let out a long howl, and his enormous draconic claws swiped towards the 5 elements sword in the sky. Clang! Streaks of sword light shot out from the sword in the sky, chopping towards the draconic claws. However, when the sword light collided with the claws, a metallic clang could be heard. Countless streaks of sword light were shattered by the ancestor dragon's claws. The ancestor dragon's claws actually tore through the layers of 5-colored sword light and grabbed the 5 elements sword in the sky. What? The 5 elements hegemon was absolutely stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that old tortoise would be able to grab the 5 elements sword in the heart of the grand 5 elements sword formation. Damn. The 5 elements hegemon's figure appeared atop the 5 elements sword. As it turned out, he had been guarding the heart of the formation this entire time. By now, old tortoise had already grabbed the 5 elements sword. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have another chance to do so. If the 5 elements sword was snatched away by old tortoise, then the 5 elements hegemon would have no choice but to flee. This was because the grand 5 elements sword formation was his final trump card. Rumble! The 5 elements sword hummed, then fused into the 5 elements hegemon's body. A moment later, the 5 elements hegemon's body and sword became one, and supreme power of the Tao of the sword exploded forth, instantly knocking old tortoise's ancestor dragon claw aside. Humph! Old tortoise's ancestor dragon claw retracted, but he still swung his tail at the 5 elements hegemon. The explosive power of the ancestor dragon surged forth, shattering one peerless streak of sword light after another. Tao tattoos in the shape of dragons appeared and intertwined on old tortoise's ancestor dragon tail. Terrifying power of the great Tao exploded forth, seeming capable of crushing anything in its path. Bang! The 5 elements hegemon was sent flying by the ancestor dragon's tail. Tao tattoos of the 5 elements continuously dissipated in the air. This was a clash of great Tao power. Clearly, old tortoise had the upper hand. Although the 5 elements hegemon was a creature born from the essence of the 5 elements, old tortoise was the son of the Grand Emperor. He had an invincible bloodline, and his background was even greater than the 5 elements hegemons. It must be understood that the Grand Emperor was one of the most powerful existences in all of history. Khanate life forms, Hotian life forms. In front of the Grand Emperor, They were like ants. Roar. The 5 elements, Hegemon, raised his head to the heavens and roared. He merged with the 5 elements' sword formation, drawing upon the power of the 5 elements. Countless runes surged forth from his body, branding themselves into the air. Rumble! A heaven-shaking killing intent exploded forth from the 5 elements Hegemon's body, and a divine sword appeared on his body. The 5 elements iron sword was something that had been born alongside the 5 elements Hegemon from the same source as the 5 elements Hegemon. Thus, the 5 elements Hegemon was able to unleash the full power of the 5 elements sword formation. This power was definitely at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. The 5 elements Hegemon was like a supreme expert who was at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. Every movement he made was filled with incredible power. A formation out of nothing. When the old tortoise saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. This fellow's skill in formations had already reached the Grandmaster level. This was the second person the old tortoise had encountered who could form a formation out of nothing. The first was naturally that fellow He Tian. The old tortoise couldn't help but think of He Tian. He didn't know how that fellow was doing. It had been a long time since he'd heard any news of He Tian. Right at this moment, a peerless sword light descended from the heavens. The power of a peak quasi-supreme exploded forth. The 5 elements Hegemon was going all out, willing to take a great deal of damage in order to kill the old tortoise. However, the old tortoise wasn't someone to be trifled with. He charged straight at the 5 elements Hegemon, his ancestral dragon power surging forth as his enormous ancestral dragon claws tore apart the peerless swordlight. The old tortoise's defenses were simply too powerful. Even the peerless swordlight of a peak quasi-supreme was unable to harm him in the slightest. This completely stunned the 5 elements Hegemon. He was now in an invincible position. How could he possibly fight? The 5 elements Hegemon was at his wit's end. He had used all of his techniques, but in the end, this was still the outcome. This was a despairing conclusion. Swish! Countless 5-colored Taoist runes appeared in the void. The 5 elements Hegemon quickly retreated, and at the same time, he unleashed one peerless swordlight after another at the oncoming old tortoise. Go to hell! The 5 elements Hegemon seemed to have gone somewhat berserk. His all-encompassing 5 elements swordlight attacked the old tortoise, and then he actually turned and fled. Trying to run, the old tortoise charged forward, shattering the countless swordlights and tearing the void apart. However, by the time he had shattered the countless 5 elements swordlights, the 5 elements Hegemon had already entered the depths of the immortal spirit grounds. The old tortoise didn't hesitate. He charged straight into the depths of the immortal spirit grounds. In his current state, he could absolutely crush everything, even a peak quasi-supreme. Not a single living being could break through his defenses. In a way, it could be said that he was invincible. The 5 elements Hegemon knew that he couldn't do anything to the old tortoise. All he could do was retreat. If he didn't, he would suffer a terrible fate. Just as the old tortoise was about to enter the core region of the immortal spirit grounds, 3 beams of divine light suddenly shot out and pierced towards the old tortoise. These 3 beams of divine light were like startling rainbows, instantly piercing through the old tortoise's body. Each beam of divine light contained a divine arrow. The old tortoise was taken aback. The 3 divine arrows hit him in an instant. He felt his body shake violently, and he was sent flying backward. Although the 3 divine arrows weren't able to break through the old tortoise's stone-like armor, they did send him flying backwards. Right at this moment, a ball of 5 elements divine light shot out from one of the caves in the depths of the immortal spirit grounds. It shot through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Preposterous. He really fled quickly. The old tortoise grabbed the 3 divine arrows that had sent him flying. By this time, the 5 elements hegemon had already disappeared without a trace. The 5 elements hegemon was no fool. Fools wouldn't become the rulers of a region. The 5 elements hegemon was very smart. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately left. Subduing an existence like this was definitely not an easy task. If such an existence wanted to escape, there was no way to stop it. Damn it! The old tortoise was filled with hatred. He then entered the cave, which was completely enveloped by the 5 elements chi. The 5 elements chi was vast and mighty. However, the old tortoise quickly walked out of the cave. The cave was completely empty. Nothing was left behind. However, he had finally obtained this immortal spirit grounds and become the master of this place. A place like this was priceless in itself. The old tortoise was very satisfied. Chapter 2989. Just as the old turtle had scared off the 5 elements hegemons and taken over their lair, Gu Fei had found a decent place where the aura of immortals was condensed. This region was filled with strange mountains and was dotted with mountain springs. The springs converged into small creeks that flowed peacefully between the mountain streams. Immortal birds and beasts of the land roamed about leisurely. In the sky, there were several spirit mountains floating in the air. The aura of the immortal Tao swirled around them, and one could vaguely make out pavilions and pagodas. Not bad. It has the aura of an immortal. When Gu Fei arrived at the outskirts of this region, he couldn't help but nod when he saw this. This region was already quite good. However, there was no way a region like this wouldn't have a master. Gu Fei could sense that there were 3 powerful auras hidden within this immortal-like region. As soon as Gu Fei arrived, he was immediately enveloped by a strand of divine will. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and unleashed his divine will. His divine will was like a giant hammer that viciously slammed into the opponent's divine will. Within this immortal region, there was a palace located at the peak of a mountain that floated high in the sky. Within that palace, 2 incredibly sharp gazes suddenly lit up. "Fellow Taoist, you're going too far." A voice echoed out in Gu Fei's mind. "Going too far? No, how could that be?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "You're looking to die." Another divine sense fluctuation came from a palace on another mountain that was suspended high in the sky. How could there be existences of this level amongst the humans? The powerful being on the 3rd immortal mountain was quite rational. The newcomers were humans, and they were humans whose strength he couldn't see through. That's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought about it. When did the humans produce a god? There were 3 incomparably powerful living beings in this immortal realm. These 3 living beings were only at the Holy Venerate level. However, the fact that they could occupy such an immortal realm was already a huge problem. The Holy Lord was an ancient god in the barren world. Ancient gods were not the most powerful beings in the barren world. The most powerful beings in the barren world were the sovereigns or quasi-sovereigns. In the words of the old tortoise and Emperor Qin, the deserted world was too clean to be true. There was no aura of the supreme venerable realm or the supreme emperor great path. In other words, there had never been an ultimate supreme being or an ultimate emperor supreme being in this world. However, there were many sovereigns in the wasteland world. This was a sign that there was a high chance of a supreme master or an ultimate emperor master being born in the wasteland world. Gu Fei was also puzzled. There had never been a supreme being in the deserted world. What made him even more depressed was that these 3 guys had occupied such a good place despite their low level of cultivation. Any random quasi-supreme being would be able to squash these three fellows to death like ants. The gods of the human clan cannot be left alive, the leading creature said. The creature in the lead said, giving off a feeling of supremacy. It was as if a supreme ruler was looking down at ants on the ground. Yes, they cannot be left alive. Another creature said, then let's kill them. The last creature said nonchalantly, who will do it? The leading creature asked, third brother, you go. I have no interest in fighting the gods of the human clan. One of the creatures said, all right then. The third brother said reluctantly. After all, he was the third brother. In their eyes, the human clan was the lowest race in the deserted world. They were kept as slaves by the major divine clans, and were also known as the slave clan. These three creatures did not take Gu Fei seriously at all. Whoosh! Then a figure walked out from a palace at the peak of a spirit mountain floating in the sky. It was a creature shrouded in celestial light. This was a humanoid creature. Through the celestial light, one could only see a blurry figure. This figure radiated with celestial light. As this creature appeared, the entire sky was filled with dazzling celestial light. The entire divine region seemed to be shrouded in a layer of celestial light. This was a natural-born celestial being. It was extremely powerful, and its strength was infinitely close to that of a quasi-supreme being. However, it was not a quasi-supreme being. Interesting. How can there be such a creature in this world? Gu Fei could not help but be surprised at this scene. This creature seemed to be born with celestial light and was close to the immortal path. It was hard to imagine that such a creature existed in this world. I am the immortal master. I will grant you death. The humanoid creature said emotionlessly. His tone was extremely cold. Uffed. Gu Fei gave the humanoid creature the middle finger. Human, your immortal master has changed his mind. Your immortal master wants you to suffer a fate worse than death. The humanoid creature said, ha ha. Gu Fei roared out in laughter. This fellow really did think that he was the immortal master. Even the ancient heavenly emperor of the immortal Tao did not dare to call himself the immortal master. Even the 9 great disciples of the unparalleled Tao master did not dare to call themselves the immortal master. This living being was way too arrogant. He was like a frog in a well that did not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. Damn it! The humanoid creature was truly enraged right now. To think that this human would dare to look down on him. He must definitely not let this human die so easily. He had to torture him to his heart's content so that this human would know the consequences of looking down on him. Sure. 5 beams of celestial light bolted out from within the celestial light of the humanoid creature, like 5 celestial chains. They coiled around Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the 5 celestial lights that were coiling around him. He then jerked his right hand, causing the 5 celestial lights to disintegrate and dissipate into the void. The humanoid creature that was hidden within the celestial light was taken aback. Clearly, he had not expected Gu Fei to fight back. Furthermore, his battle prowess did not seem to be weak either. What rights do you guys have to look down on humans? In my eyes, you guys are the ants. Gu Fei looked at the humanoid creature before him with a serious expression. What? The humanoid creature was both shocked and enraged. The celestial light that was emanating from his body grew even brighter as connate runes began to appear and interweave within the celestial light. A powerful, holy, venerable, level, immortal aura burst forth from the humanoid figure within the celestial light. 2 chilling gazes swept out towards Gu Fei from within the celestial light. Boss, this fella doesn't seem to be simple. The The humanoid creature said, "He's just a human. How could he be this strong?" The leader of the three living beings remarked in disbelief, "Aren't humans slaves? Since when did an ancient god appear?" The second of the three living beings asked, "Ha, third brother, can you do it or not? Just tell us if you can't. We won't laugh at you." The second brother said, with a big laugh, "What did you say? I can't do it? What a joke. If I can't even take care of a puny human, would I even have the right to be the ruler of the deity ground?" The third brother said in a displeased tone, "You really can't do it." Gu Fei said, all of a sudden, "You." The third brother was instantly enraged. Balls of celestial light rushed out of his body and turned into balls of lightning with a terrifying aura of destruction. They bombarded Gu Fei's body. This was the divine lightning of the immortal path. Even a holy venerable would be severely injured if struck by it. However, Gu Fei was not a holy venerable, but a quasi-supreme who was even stronger than them. He opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the balls of divine lightning of the immortal path into his body. What? The third brother was absolutely shocked at the sight of this. To think that this human would dare to swallow his divine lightning of the immortal path in a single gulp, this level of cultivation was enough to make the third brother tremble. "All right, you've struck twice now. It's my turn now," Gu Fei said. Between his nose and mouth, one could vaguely make out the divine lightning of the immortal path. The divine lightning of the immortal path that he had swallowed was instantly refined into a part of his own strength. Preposterous! The third brother wanted to strike again. But at this moment, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared into the void. "Watch out!" Two cries of alarm came from behind the third brother. The humanoid living being was extremely shocked. At this moment, he felt the divine light of the immortal path shudder violently. Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was as if he had been slammed by an ancient godly mountain, and he was sent flying. As he was sent flying, the divine light of the immortal path around him dissipated like snow. Only now did his true form become visible. It was an ape-like creature with purplish gold scales all over its body. This creature had the mouth of a thunder god, and its eyes were golden and fiery. It was very strange, but in the next moment, boundless divine light rushed out of the creature's body. Bathed in the light, the creature's figure became blurry once more. The creature was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei. Only then did it regain its footing. Blood essence that was blooming with divine light rained down from the sky. The creature looked down and saw that there was a fist imprint on his chest. How was this possible? One had to know that his body was even tougher than divine metal and essence gold. Swoosh! Two other silhouettes appeared next to the creature, shining with divine light. The eldest and second brother had arrived. Gu Fei's display of strength left the three creatures in the deity ground in utter shock. Just one move, and this human had sent their third brother flying. Was he a paragon? The three creatures had their suspicions. The third brother's cultivation was infinitely close to that of a paragon. Who else but a paragon could defeat him in an instant? The three creatures felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. "What? You want to gang up on me?" Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He glanced at the three figures shrouded in immortal light and said coldly, "Boss, is this human a paragon?" Chapter 2990. A paragon had appeared in the human race. The creatures of the three celestial lands shuddered at the mere thought of it. One should know that even though the human race had been enslaved by the various celestial clans, their population was incomparably large. This was the result of the divine clans controlling the human population. If they didn't control it, the human population would be even greater than it was now. there were no other powerful beings in the celestial ground. The three spirits of the celestial ground did not allow other powerful beings to enter their territory, so no humans would appear here. In this part of the celestial ground, there were only three ancient gods who were infinitely close to becoming paragons. They ruled this part of the celestial ground, a paragon of the human race. How is this possible? The eldest of the three spirits exclaimed in disbelief. The human race was a slave race, so it was impossible for a paragon to appear. The human race was under the supervision of the divine clans. For countless years, the human race had never produced a god, let alone an invincible paragon. In the desolate world, a paragon was an invincible existence. They stood at the peak of all living beings and could decide the life and death of all living beings. Battles between paragons were rare because they were too powerful. If they did, it would be enough to destroy an entire region and cause unimaginable devastation. None of the paragons in the desolate world wished for such a thing to happen. But now, a suspected paragon of the human race had come to their doorstep. This shocked and angered the three spirits. If this human was really a paragon, then the consequences would be dire. The three spirits of the deity ground didn't dare to be careless. Their bodies shone with even brighter immortal light. The energy of the peak, holy sovereign realm erupted from their bodies. The creatures outside the deity ground immediately sensed the energy fluctuations from the three spirits. They were all terrified. This was the power of an ancient god. Not just any creature could withstand it. The entire world was filled with immortal light. The three spirits were born from heaven and earth. They could be said to be natural immortal spirits. Interesting. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to attack. Three paragons were no threat to him. It wasn't a bad idea to play with them. At least it wouldn't be so boring. The three spirits of the celestial earth originated from the same source. The immortal Tao energy that erupted from the three spirits resonated with each other. Then, the three powers quickly fused together. Whoosh! In the midst of the immortal light, the three figures turned into three beams of immortal light that collided with each other. Then, a giant figure emerged from the immortal light. It was a supremely powerful immortal Tao life form. A wave of quasi-sovereign, immortal Tao energy erupted from its body. Oh, what's going on? 3 in 1? So that's how it is. Gu Fei finally understood why the three holy venerables were able to occupy such a piece of deity ground. It turned out that the three of them could actually fuse into one. After fusing, the cultivation and battle prowess of the fused life form had directly broken through to the quasi-supremacy stage. Is that even possible? Gu Fei stared at the figure in the celestial light and fell into deep thought. This seemed to coincide with a certain speculation of his. He wanted to accept 5 disciples. Once the power of the 5 elements fused together, he might be able to break through the shackles of the realm and raise his cultivation to a higher realm. Of course, this was only a guess of Gu Fei's. No one knew if it would succeed or not. But now, when Gu Fei saw the 3 beings from the deity land fusing together, their cultivation actually broke through to the quasi-supreme realm. This made him even more confident in his conjecture. He was even looking forward to that day. He had an urge to confirm his guess. Human, prepare to die. The 3 spirits of the celestial earth fused together to form the most powerful immortal Tao creature. When the 3 spirits fused together, they were invincible, powerful enough to sweep through an entire region. This was the source of the 3 spirits' confidence. It was also the reason why other rulers did not dare to target the deity ground. The 3 spirits could fuse together at any time. Moreover, they were always together, making it very difficult to defeat them one by one. Of course, If someone else killed one of the three spirits, the three spirits would not be able to fuse together to increase their cultivation and combat strength. Show me what you've got. My patience is limited, Gu Fei said impatiently. Die. The spirit roared and pounced at Gu Fei. Endless immortal light surged towards Gu Fei like a tidal wave. The immortal light seemed to have solidified and could destroy everything. At this moment, the immortal light was even more terrifying than the demonic light. A chaotic light surged out from Gu Fei's body, enveloping him within it. The immortal light swept over, but it was repelled by the immortal light outside his body. Boom! The chaotic light outside Gu Fei's body vibrated violently. The immortal spirit's fist landed on the chaotic light outside his body. That violent collision shook the entire void. However, it could not move Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei was unmoving like a mountain. Even though the chaotic light outside his body was vibrating violently, it showed no signs of dispersing. The immortal spirit was shocked beyond words. Could it be that even in his strongest state, he still couldn't take care of this human? To think that this human was truly the ruler of the human race. By now, there was no longer any doubt. After all, the combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was more than enough to prove that he was the ruler of the human race. Not bad, fellas. Seems like there's some use in keeping you guys alive. I'll play with you guys then. The moment Gu Fei said that, he moved. With a single punch, the entire void quaked. To think that the immortal spirit would be sent flying away. Even if you guys have fused together, it's useless. You guys have underestimated me and overestimated yourselves. Therefore, there's only a single path that you guys can take. Become my slaves. Gu Fei said coldly. What did you say? The moment the immortal spirit heard this, he was enraged. To think that this fella would want him to be his slave. I'll be your head. The immortal spirit bellowed out as he bolted over from the distance. A formidable power of the immortal Tao was bursting forth, causing the entire void to seem as though it was about to collapse. It was horrifying to the extreme. The immortal Tao life form waved his hands, and 10 resplendent beams of immortal light turned into 10 supreme immortal swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. Every single immortal sword tore apart the void of heaven and earth. Chapter 2991. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei directly shattered the 10 peerless immortal swords condensed from immortal light. This shocked the immortal Tao life form to the extreme. How is this possible? Endless immortal light swirled around. Immortal Tao patterns appeared and interweaved within the immortal light. A supreme power of the immortal Tao spread out from the figure. The sky was flooded by the divine light of the immortal Tao. The divine light of the immortal Tao seemed to have materialized and surged between the heavens and the earth like the waves of the ocean. The immortal Tao was in disbelief. The ruler of the human race was powerful to this extent. It was impossible for the human race to have such a powerful being. Is the wasteland world going to change? The immortal Tao creature's voice began to tremble. This wasn't something impossible because the human race had produced a supreme ruler. The human race that had been enslaved by the various great god clans for endless years was about to rise up. Be my slave, and you can live, Gu Fei said. I'd rather die in battle. The immortal Tao's body grinned. An even more powerful battle intent exploded from its body. 2 frightening eyes pierced through the sky and stared at Gu Fei. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. He used his actions to show his attitude. Whoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the sky. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This shocked and angered the immortal Tao. This person's methods were too frightening. The immortal Tao knew that the supreme ruler of the human race did not disappear. Instead, he was hiding in the sky. It could not sense the existence of this human ruler at all. This was the most fatal thing. It had no chance of winning if it could not sense the existence of the human ruler. How could it fight when it could not even see the figure of the enemy? Bang! With a muffled sound, the immortal Tao's body trembled and flew forward. Where it was just a moment ago, a figure appeared. It was Gu Fei. He suddenly appeared and sent the immortal Tao's body flying with a single punch. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. The immortal Tao's body could not sense his existence at all. Roar. The immortal Tao creature roared in anger. It was extremely sullen. This human paragon's punch had almost split it in two. The place where it had been struck was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, broken bones, and tendons. How can the human race be so strong? The immortal Tao creature was truly intimidated. The combat prowess Gu Fei displayed caused its heart to palpitate. This kind of existence seemed completely undefeatable. If it weren't for its ultimate form, the immortal Tao would have long since been pulverized by this human paragon. However, it would rather die in battle than live a life of shame and shame as a slave to this human paragon. Kill. The immortal Tao creature roared angrily. Boundless sword light rushed out of its body, turning into immortal swords of the great Tao that shot out in all directions. However, at that moment, Gu Fei's figure once again disappeared in the air. The sword of the great law of heaven and earth pierced through the air, unable to harm him at all. Just as the immortal Tao creature was about to unleash its fury, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the air, grabbing at the immortal Tao creature's head. The giant hand instantly locked down the air, causing the immortal Tao creature's movements to freeze momentarily. Then, the giant hand directly grabbed the immortal Tao creature. The moment the giant hand grabbed the immortal Tao creature, the boundless immortal light between the heavens and earth suddenly disappeared. Now that you've met me, your fate is as a slave. After saying that, Gu Fei unleashed a great technique in an attempt to seal up the immortal Tao life form that was caught by the gigantic hand. However, the gigantic hand that was holding the immortal Tao life form suddenly exploded, and a figure charged out from within. Boundless, immortal light immediately erupted from the figure. Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't think that this immortal Tao creature would be this strong, able to break free from its shackles. Despicable and shameless bastard, fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Sneaking up on me from behind, what kind of hero are you? The immortal Tao creature roared angrily. As you wish, then. With that, Gu Fei's figure walked out of the void. There was no powerful aura emanating from him, and he looked just like an ordinary person. However, the immortal Tao creature did not dare to be careless. One should know that this human ruler's cultivation base was definitely above his own. Even if he were to go all out, he might not be able to defeat this human. He had almost been caught by this human ruler just now. Roar! The immortal Tao creature raised its head to the sky and roared. The entire sky trembled under this roar. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the next moment, the immortal Tao creature left an afterimage where he stood and pounced towards Gu Fei. His right claw reached out for Gu Fei's head. However, Gu Fei merely extended his right hand and caught the immortal Tao creature's claw. Then, the immortal Tao creature began to move in a crazed manner. Bam! Gu Fei slammed the immortal Tao creature into the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Instantly, the ground rippled like waves, causing dust to fly up into the air. A huge crater was smashed out by the immortal Tao creature. Humph! How dare you fight me in close combat? You're just courting death. Gu Fei said in disdain. He was a martial artist. What did martial artists specialize in? Close combat. There were no other living beings that could compare with a martial artist. For an immortal Tao creature to dare to fight Gu Fei in close combat, Gu Fei knew that it was definitely courting death. The immortal Tao creature roared out from the depths of the ground, causing the ground to shake. From that huge hole in the ground, a torrential immortal light burst out. Shoo! Gu Fei dove down from the skies, diving deep into the ground to engage in a battle with the immortal Tao creature, causing the ground to shake violently. Boom! All of a sudden, the ground exploded as a figure burst out from the ground. The moment this figure burst out from the ground, a dazzling immortal light appeared between the heavens and earth. The aura of the immortal Tao filled the air. The fella that burst out from the ground was the immortal Tao creature. The immortal Tao creature was sent flying by Gu Fei. Droplets of blood that glowed with immortal light rained down from the sky. You're no match for me at all. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky at the same time. He then chased after the immortal Tao creature. As he waved his hands, a series of razor-sharp beams of sword light shot out from his hands. This was the heaven-punishing 9 swords. Every single beam of sword light that slashed towards the immortal Tao creature exuded a heart-palpitating, killing aura. What? Chapter 2992. Gu Fei used the executioner of the 9 swords of heaven. This was an astonishing sword Tao of slaughter. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. Every single beam of light seemed capable of killing all life and destroying all. Clang! The executioner of the heaven was extremely fast. The beams of light landed on the immortal Tao's body, causing sparks to fly. One has to admit that the immortal Tao's scales were far too tough. Even Gu Fei's executioner of the heaven could only barely break through the scales. However, this was enough. One should know that the murderous aura contained within the executioner of the heaven was extremely powerful. This murderous aura invaded the immortal Tao's body and rapidly destroyed its life force. How is this possible? The immortal Tao's life force was rapidly weakening. The power of the swords was invading its body, causing it to lose its composure. Why are you still not submitting? Gu Fei's entire body erupted with the executioner of the heaven, as if he had turned into an executioner of the heavens. Extremely sharp sword energy rippled out in all directions. The space around Gu Fei seemed to have been torn apart. Black cracks began to appear one after another around Gu Fei's body. The space of the desolate world was extremely stable, but Gu Fei's sword energy continued to tear apart the space. Roar! The immortal Tao's body shone with an endless amount of light. The power of the immortal Tao exploded within its body, causing the entire space to tremble. It wanted to destroy the destructive power that invaded its body. However, this power was difficult to destroy. Like maggots in the bones, it continued to destroy the life force within its body. Gu Fei did not make a move. He merely stared at the immortal Tao's body. Roar! The immortal Tao's body roared in anger, desperately manipulating the power of the immortal Tao in its body. However, the murderous power that invaded its body could not be suppressed. The murderous power that invaded the immortal Tao's body was far too domineering. Humph! The immortal Tao's body snorted coldly. Then, boom! Its body actually exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Within the bloody mist, there were countless strands of murderous power intertwining. Smart! Gu Fei couldn't help but nod at this. This immortal Tao's body was not simple. It actually thought of cutting off an arm. Sure enough, that blood mist was surging, and there was a powerful divine will controlling everything. Those killing forces were slashed out by a beam of immortal light, and a mass of blood chi was also slashed out. Then, The lump of blood without murderous power rapidly condensed. A silhouette emerged from it. The immortal Tao's body quickly reformed. The essence blood that had been slashed out was devoured by the slaughter force and quickly disappeared. The slaughter force also dissipated. A wave of blood and chi was cut out from its own body, making this immortal Tao creature's aura become a bit weak. One had to understand that this was essence blood within it tremendous immortal Tao spiritual essence. Gu Fei shook his head. You're even less of a match for me. Actually, being my slave isn't a bad thing. I treat my slaves very well. You're even less of a match for me. Being my slave isn't a bad thing. I treat my slaves very well. The immortal Tao creature didn't dare withdraw from the state of fusion. If it did, it would be easy for the human paragon to kill it. This isn't a dream. AI, why don't you understand? I'm the strong one right now, and you're the weak. The strong are respected. Understand? Gu Fei said helplessly. I can't beat you, but I can run. The immortal Tao's body suddenly turned into a beam of immortal light and shot into the sky. It fled into the depths of the immortal ground. It didn't have its final trump card. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to subdue these three fellas. Actually, having three immortal servants by his side was also an incomparably cool thing. Run. Where can you run? Gu Fei chased after it unhurriedly. He cultivated the 8 desolation steps, the extreme speed of 8 steps. If he really wanted to stop this immortal Tao life form, then it definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Immortal energy surged in the depths of the immortal ground. The ground beneath the 3 immortal mountains cracked, forming bottomless chasms. Immortal energy gushed out of these chasms. Unimaginable amounts of immortal energy gathered in the depths of the earth. This place, Gu Fei arrived nearby and sensed the immortal Tao energy. He couldn't help but be moved. Something unknown was hidden in the depths of the earth. No wonder the immortal Tao's spirit ran back here. There was something it could rely on here. At this time, the immortal Tao creature had already rushed into the bottomless abyss on the ground and disappeared without a trace. However, Gu Fei could still sense the existence of the immortal Tao creature. It was rapidly approaching the powerful power of the immortal Tao in the depths of the earth. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei was actually unable to sense the existence of the immortal Tao creature, which was very surprising to him. At this moment, a wave of immortal energy, so powerful that it made Gu Fei's expression change, erupted from the depths of the earth. The entire ground seemed to be rippling. Rays of resplendent immortal light rushed out from the depths of the abyss, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the abyss. Then, a silhouette shimmering with immortal light rushed out. In the sky above the abyss, Gu Fei was shocked. The silhouette that rushed out from the abyss was extremely fast. In an instant, the silhouette arrived before Gu Fei and punched. The moment the silhouette punched, a series of clanging sounds came from the silhouette. It was a silhouette completely covered in sky-blue immortal gold. That's right, it was a set of armor. A set of armor made entirely out of sky-blue immortal gold. Sky-blue immortal gold was a type of immortal gold that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. But as long as it was a godly material, it would not be able to exist forever. With the loss of essence, the material would become worthless. However, in this world, there was one thing that could exist eternally, and that was the undying godly metal, or the essence gold. Only things that possessed undying divinity could exist eternally. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch, colliding with the opponent's fist. 2 powerful forces exploded, causing the sky to tremble. The 2 silhouettes were instantly knocked back. You An incredulous voice came from the sky-blue, immortal gold armor. The one wearing the sky-blue, immortal gold armor was the immortal Tao creature. This armor was what the immortal Tao's living being relied on. It was an armor that was infinitely close to an extreme saint weapon. Wearing this armor would increase the fighting strength of the immortal Tao's living being infinitely close to that of an extreme supreme being. Not bad. To think that you could push me back. Gu Fei rushed over from the distance. There was a trace of blood seeping out of his fist. But soon enough, the blood flowed back into his body. To think that you would be this strong. The immortal Tao's living being was shocked to the core. The strength of this human had far exceeded his expectations. To think that he would be able to fight against him with the sky-blue immortal gold armor. This immortal gold armor had been nourished in the depths of the earth for countless of years. However, it had yet to evolve into an immortal weapon. Of course, in terms of quality, this armor could definitely evolve into a true extreme Tao immortal weapon. However, that would require time. It was definitely not an easy task for it to turn into an extreme Tao immortal weapon. Even Gu Fei would be green with envy if he were to see this armor. After all, there was still a chance that this armor could evolve into an extreme Tao immortal weapon. This item of yours is pretty good. I'll take it. Gu Fei chuckled out all of a sudden. Sure. His figure disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. Boom. The immortal Tao's living being that was wearing the immortal gold armor threw out a punch that clashed with a single foot that was descending from the sky, resulting in a gigantic explosion. After wearing the sky-blue immortal gold armor, the fighting strength of this immortal Tao's living being had risen to a level where he could fight against Gu Fei. This was something that had Gu Fei feeling a little moved. If he were to wear this armor, wouldn't he be able to fight against an existence like Old Man Qin Emperor? Gu Fei was clear that even if he were to pass through the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation, he would still not be a match for Old Man Qin Emperor. However, if he were to wear this armor, things would be different. The power behind this punch of the immortal Tao's living being was so strong that it sent Gu Fei flying up into the sky. With his head down and his feet up, he seemed to have turned into a divine phoenix as he pounced down at the immortal Tao's living being from the sky. Gu Fei's palms slammed towards the immortal Tao's living being. Incomparably powerful martial arts power surged out from his hands. Two gigantic chaotic hands appeared in the sky, enveloping the immortal Tao's living being. However, the Holy Spirit also slammed out with its palms. Four palms clashed together, resulting in a loud explosion. Get down! Gu Fei roared and exerted force with his hands. The immortal Tao's living being that was wearing the immortal gold armor was actually suppressed down from the sky. Boom! Two figures descended from the sky and smashed into the ground. The earth was shaking and cracking. The two great experts were fighting, causing huge cracks to appear on the ground. The ground was constantly collapsing, causing dust to soar into the sky. It was hard to imagine that the core region of this deity ground would be a place like this. However, the immortal Qi here was the densest in the entire deity ground. Very soon, two figures charged out from the ground. Their powerful auras caused the world to lose its color. Chapter 2993. The battle in the deity ground had attracted the attention of many powerful beings. Paragons could be seen on the outskirts of the ground, but none dared to barge in. That creature really is a paragon of the human race. I can't believe he's been fighting the three spirits for so long. One of the paragons whispered, "The three spirits of the Celestial Land Alliance are actually using that armor," exclaimed one of the paragons. Sky blue, immortal gold was a rarity in the world. It was an immortal metal born of heaven and earth. and the armor was made entirely from it. When the three spirits joined together and donned the sky-blue immortal gold armor, their power was enough to make even a paragon shudder. Otherwise, how could the three spirits of the celestial ground occupy such a piece of celestial ground? Without the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor, the three spirits of the celestial ground would have been chased away long ago. It looks like the human paragon has pushed them too far. They have no choice but to go all out. One of the paragons said, his tone grave, the emergence of a paragon in the human race wasn't a good thing for the divine race. In the desolate world, the human race was in dire straits. With the emergence of a paragon, the situation would be reversed. The human race would be able to turn the tables. Rumble. At this time, in the depths of the deity's land, two figures were facing each other high up in the sky. The empty space was trembling. Between the two of them, there were dark cracks in the empty space. They looked like black lightning bolts that suddenly appeared. Human, you should leave. The immortal body formed from the fusion of the three spirits pulsed with the power of immortals. The sky-blue immortal gold armor it wore shimmered with innumerable runes of the Tao. The immortal armor already had a vague fluctuation of spiritual will. This was definitely a good thing for the immortal armor. This was enough to prove that the immortal armor was transforming into a supreme Tao immortal artifact. You want me to leave? Impossible. You are destined to become my immortal servants. This is your destiny, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Human, don't go too far. You should know that if you and I fight to the death, it's hard to say who will win. The immortal Tao life form said in a deep voice. Gu Fei suddenly burst into laughter. You guys are really too funny. Haven't you noticed anything yet? Your eyesight is too poor. What? When the immortal Tao creature heard this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this fellow still had something up his sleeves? How could that be possible? It felt a trace of unease. All right, it's time to end this. That's all for now. Gu Fei twisted his neck and said, What? Warm up? The immortal cultivators couldn't help but feel shaken when they heard this. Boom. At this moment, a powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body, like an unstoppable volcano. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves on his body. The immortal cultivators finally understood what Gu Fei was talking about. This human ruler really did have some fighting strength left in him. Terrifying primal chaos energy exploded from Gu Fei's body. The space around him trembled, and cracks appeared. It was as if even the stable space of the desolate world couldn't contain his physical body. The immortal cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Boom! Gu Fei moved and instantly appeared in front of the immortal Tao creature. The immortal Tao creature in the sky-blue immortal gold battle armor was sent flying. The immortal cultivator was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's punch, almost crashing into an immortal mountain behind it. If the immortal cultivator had hit that mountain, it would definitely have been smashed to pieces. That was an immortal mountain. It would be too much of a pity if it was smashed to pieces. How is this possible? The immortal cultivator steadied himself and looked down to see a fist mark on his chest. The human ruler had left a fist mark on his armor. This was sky blue, immortal metal, an immortal metal. Even a full-powered attack from a quasi-supreme Tao treasure wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Not bad. Your defenses are astonishing. Gu Fei's voice rang out. The immortal cultivator was startled to hear Gu Fei's voice. Before it could react, it was sent flying again. Gu Fei grew serious and used his 8 steps of extreme speed. He was so fast that even the armored immortal cultivator found it hard to defend against him. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved quickly in the void, like a phantom. Countless afterimages appeared in the void, making it impossible for the living beings of the immortal Tao to tell which was the real body and which was an afterimage. Boom! Gu Fei reappeared in the air above the flying immortal cultivator. He clasped his hands together and slammed them into the immortal cultivator's body. The immortal cultivator fell from the sky like a sky-blue meteor, smashing deep into the earth. Not a match. Not a match at all. You can't even take a beating. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky. He shook his head, then dove down from the sky. The immortal cultivator's furious roar came from the depths of the earth. Rumble. The earth continued to crumble, and immortal light surged out of the earth. Abyss after abyss collapsed, and the earth sank. Soon, a clanging sound came from deep underground, like a divine weapon being unsheathed. Then, a figure shrouded in sky blue light burst out of the earth. Swoosh! A figure also burst out of the earth, shrouded in primordial energy. He looked like a peerless god of war that had emerged from the primordial chaos itself. Not bad. Ha! This armor was made especially for me. At this time, Gu Fei laughed. His right arm was covered in sky-blue immortal armor. The armor wrapped around his arm, and the aura of the immortal Tao swirled around it. Roar. The immortal cultivator couldn't help but roar at the sky. This guy was too despicable. He actually tore off the immortal armor on his right arm. The sky-blue immortal armor could actually be broken down into 6 parts: the torso, the arms, the legs, the head, and the helmet. However, there was a powerful suction force between the 6 parts of the immortal armor. The immortal armor on Gu Fei's right arm was trembling, as if it would fly away from his hand and return to the immortal Tao creature's body at any time. Humph, you think you can fly away in my hands? Gu Fei used a great amount of energy to suppress the immortal armor on his arm. Return my immortal armor. Chapter 2994. Gu Fei actually tore off a vambrace from the immortal cultivator's body. This caused the immortal cultivator to be unable to sit still. One had to know that only a complete immortal armor could increase one's combat strength to the greatest extent. If one of the 6 immortal armors was missing, their power would definitely be weakened. This was without a doubt. The immortal Tao's living beings attacked Gu Fei in a frenzy. Rays of sky-blue immortal chi turned into peerless sword light that slashed at Gu Fei. Each sword light tore through the void of heaven and earth. This was the power of the blue immortal armor. Ha ha! Another immortal armor gift. Gu Fei laughed heartily and swung his right arm. The rays of blue sword light slashed against his right arm, creating clanging sounds as they were all shattered. One should know that Gu Fei's arm was wearing an armor. His entire arm, from the shoulder down, even his fingers, were completely covered by the immortal armor. Gu Fei felt the immortal armor on his arm tremble, resonating with the immortal armor on the immortal Tao creatures. Immortal runes appeared on the immortal armor, giving off a powerful immortal aura. This immortal armor was extraordinary. If he didn't suppress it with his own power, the armor would have flown back to the immortal Tao's body. Damn it! The immortal Tao's attack came. He reached out and grabbed at Gu Fei's right arm, wanting to take back the armor that belonged to him. However, just like what Gu Fei had said, it was impossible for him to take back what had fallen into his hands. Fighting in close combat with me? You're looking for a beating. Gu Fei smiled evilly. He was a martial artist, and what martial artists were most proficient in was naturally martial arts, combat skills, and close combat ability. Perhaps no one could compare to him. Whoosh! Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared. In the next moment, the immortal Tao felt something tighten around his neck. A strong arm had wrapped around his neck. In the blink of an eye, the armor on the immortal Tao's head was ripped off. Another immortal armor had been snatched away by a human paragon. It lost 2 of its 6 immortal armors. This left the immortal Tao creature incredibly shocked. If it lost another immortal armor, then it would no longer have any advantage to speak of. Clang! The immortal armor ripped from the immortal Tao creatures had directly covered Gu Fei's face, completely covering it. Ha! You should just give me the other immortal armors. Gu Fei laughed heartily. With the 2 immortal armors on his body, he felt a powerful energy coursing through his body, causing his battle prowess to multiply. This caused him to be both surprised and happy. I'll kill you! The immortal Tao roared. The remaining 4 immortal armors on his body clanked. Then, rays of sky blue immortal light shot out. Within the immortal light, immortal runes flickered, turning into rays of light of the great Tao that shot towards Gu Fei. Ha! It's useless even if you go all out. Gu Fei laughed. He extended his right hand, and the sky blue light of the great path that was coming at him immediately gathered in his palm. All of them were devoured by a heaven-devouring power. The immortal Tao was enraged. His opponent was already stronger than him. Once he obtained the sky blue immortal golden armor, his life would be in his opponent's hands. However, this was a battle without any suspense. Very quickly, another immortal armor on the immortal Tao's body was taken by Gu Fei. It was the left arm guard. The immortal Tao creature also saw that the situation was already hopeless. It wanted to escape, but now it was already too late for it to escape. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of ascension. His combat ability, combined with the power of the 3 immortal armors, gave him the absolute upper hand. The immortal Tao couldn't escape, even if it wanted to. Boom! Bang! Muffled collisions sounded continuously. The immortal Tao was sent flying again and again. Immortal blood dripped from the sky. In the end, all of the immortal armor on the immortal Tao was taken by Gu Fei. When he put on the last immortal armor, he felt invincible, as if he could destroy the entire world with a single punch. Brimming with power, he couldn't help but throw his head back and roar. The entire world shook from his roar, and the immortal clouds on the horizon were dispersed. What's going on? Outside of the celestial soil, the paragons watching from the sidelines were shocked. They could feel the power of the celestial soil ripple out in waves. It was so strong that it made their hearts palpitate. Ha ha! A peal of laughter came from the depths of the deity ground. Meanwhile, in the depths of the celestial ground, the immortal Tao creature's face was ashen. Its body suddenly emitted rays of immortal light, and then 3 figures walked out from the light. The 3 spirits of the celestial earth knew that they were done for. Their opponent had even snatched away their trump card and turned them into their opponent's trump card. How could they continue fighting like this? I told you, it's not wrong to be my slave. Gu Fei said. The 3 spirits didn't respond. They'd lost thoroughly and utterly. There was no chance of a comeback. Greetings, Master. The 3 creatures from the immortal land looked at each other. Then they knelt before Gu Fei. They had no choice but to do so because they didn't want to die. Even ants struggled to live, let alone immortal Tao creatures that had lived for countless years. Ha! Good, very good. Gu Fei was extremely happy because he had taken in 3 immortal servants. If these 3 immortal servants were separated, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. However, once they were combined, they would become a powerful creature that could fight against a quasi-supreme. This place is not bad. This is the place. Gu Fei decided to stay here for the time being before making other plans. Moreover, he had obtained a set of battle armor made of sky blue immortal gold. He directly placed a restriction on the bodies of the 3 spirits of the celestial earth and the 3 spirits. It should be known that in order to control beings of this level, It was only safe to place a restriction on them. After that, Gu Fei soared into the sky and landed on an immortal mountain in the sky. Then, he entered the immortal palace at the peak of the immortal mountain. Soon, Gu Fei announced that anyone who dared to enslave the human race would be executed. The deity ground would be a refuge for the human race. Everyone could enter the deity ground. The paragons were shocked to hear this from Gu Fei. Some of the celestial races began to release human slaves, but others went even further. They went around capturing humans, paying no heed to Gu Fei's words. Chapter 29:95. The desolate world was in turmoil. The human race was no longer a slave race. They had a sovereign, and soon many more sovereigns appeared. These sovereigns were strong and powerful, directly attacking cities and territories in the desolate world. The strength of the sovereigns of the human race shocked the entire desolate world. The divine races were in danger, afraid that the sovereigns of the human race would attack them. At this time, the owner of the celestial ground had changed. Gu Fei had entered the main celestial ground, and the three spirits of the celestial ground had become his immortal servants. The three spirits of the celestial ground did not want to die. After entering the deity ground, Gu Fei opened his inner world and released the dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin. Yen didn't like crowds, but she cultivated in Gu Fei's inner world, hoping that her cultivation base could reach a higher level. The dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin were both at the sacred level. They were the gods of the desolate world. In the desolate world, gods were supreme existences that ruled over the life and death of all creatures. This place the dragon horn Qilin was extremely shocked after coming out from Gu Fei's inner world. This was the deity ground. There was only one place in the desolate world that could be called a deity ground. It had traveled the desolate world before, so it naturally knew what the deity ground was. Its master was too fierce to be able to subdue a ruler of the deity ground. There was no doubt that the ruler of the deity ground was powerful. The fact that Gu Fei could subdue one of them truly frightened the dragon horn Qilin. The dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin were both at the divine level in the eyes of the three spirits of the deity ground. In the desolate world, they were powerful gods. The fact that their master had two servants shocked the three spirits. There were very few creatures in the deity ground. This was because very few creatures could be chosen as slaves by the three spirits. Of course, the three spirits still had a group of slaves. The cultivation of the servants under the three spirits of the immortal earth were all pretty good. They were actually deities, divine servants. Of course, the divine servants of the three spirits of the celestial ground had now become Gu Fei's divine servants. In this way, Gu Fei had both divine servants and immortal servants. It was not easy to build a stronghold in the deserted world. After all, Gu Fei and the others were outsiders and did not know the state of the deserted world. However, he knew very well that there were no true ultimate powerhouses in this world. The true ultimate powerhouses were naturally the extreme Tao Supremes or the extreme Emperor Supremes. Gu Fei was tempted. After all, there had never been a supreme master in this world. If he became the first supreme master in this world, he would be able to unify the entire deserted world. Becoming the lord of a realm was an irresistible temptation for any expert. Even Gu Fei was no exception. However, if Gu Fei wanted to become the strongest supreme master, he could not become one in the deserted world because there was no such thing as the strongest heaven's tribulation in this world. He would not undergo the heaven's tribulation here, even if it was a quasi-supreme heaven's tribulation. He would return to the heaven realm to undergo the heaven's tribulation. That was the path he wanted to take, a path where he was invincible. He was invincible. This was Gu Fei's pursuit of the path of the strong. Only by surviving the strongest heaven's tribulation could one become the strongest existence. There was no doubt about this. There had been supreme masters in the heaven realm, and it was a perfect world. Only by undergoing the heaven's tribulation in such a place could Gu Fei surpass his predecessors. At this time, Gu Fei got in touch with the old turtle. That guy actually occupied a fairyland. Compared to his own deity ground, the old turtle's fairyland was even more heaven-defying. Although Gu Fei's place was a little far from the old turtle's territory, he found that the deity ground, the fairyland, and Old Man Chin's firmament city had formed a triangular shape. This triangular shape occupied a vast area. Between the three major areas, there were countless divine clans. These divine clans regarded the human clan as slaves and enslaved them. Gu Fei had already begun to act. He sent out the three spirits of the deity ground to start a campaign against the divine clans and rescue the human clan, who were still enslaved. For a moment, the deserted world was shaken. Naturally, there were some divine rulers who could not stand by and watch Gu Fei's actions. However, none of them would be stupid enough to challenge Gu Fei alone. The human clan's ruler was too strong. The divine rulers began to secretly join forces. Only when the divine rulers joined forces could they contend against the human clan's ruler. The war between the divine and human rulers could break out at any moment. The atmosphere in the deserted world was extremely tense. Rumble in a divine valley, a sound like muffled thunder was heard. The entire divine valley trembled, and countless divine runes appeared in the void. Beams of immortal light pierced through the night sky and rushed out from the divine valley. They were like bright bolts of lightning, instantly illuminating the world. This was the Treant race's ancestral court. Now, it was attacked by an incomparably powerful immortal Tao life form. That life form unleashed a massacre in the divine valley. Towering ancient trees fell to the ground one after another. This was a Treant that had transformed into its true form. The Treant tribe was a race of great trees that had gained sentience. There were no rulers among them, but there were ancient gods. These were the saints of the human realm and heavenly realm. It was an old tree that had lived for countless years. It stood tall in the divine valley, its huge canopy almost covering the entire divine valley. At this moment, the old tree was emitting rays of dark green light. Every leaf was glowing. Even so, the old tree was withering away. Beneath the divine tree, an old man was currently fighting a great battle against an immortal Tao creature. However, the battle was completely one-sided because the immortal Tao creature was simply toying with the old man. Great sovereign of the celestial land, why do you want to destroy my tribe? The old Treant was terrified. He knew that if the opponent wanted to kill him, a finger would be enough to crush him countless times over. Humph, it's not me who wants to destroy you, it's my master. The immortal said coldly. What? Are the rumors true? When the old Treant heard this, he was shocked. He had heard that the celestial land had been breached by a paragon of the human clan. Even the three spirits of the celestial land had been defeated by the paragon of the human clan. They had become his immortal servants. You can only blame yourselves for enslaving humans. There's nothing I can do about it. As the immortal Tao being spoke, he pointed with a finger. A ray of immortal light shot out from his fingertip and pierced the old man's forehead in the blink of an eye. The old Treant did not even have the chance to scream before he vanished into thin air. As soon as the old Treant disappeared into thin air, the tree that stood tall in the divine valley withered rapidly as if all its energy had been sucked dry. Countless leaves fell from the tree. Ancestor. At this time, all of the Treants in the divine valley began to cry out in grief. Then, as if they had gone mad, they charged towards the immortal Tao creatures. Humph! The immortal Tao creature sneered. Then its body trembled, and countless rays of immortal light shot out from its body. Each ray pierced through a treant. In the blink of an eye, all the treants in the valley were slain by the immortal divine light. They fell to the ground and reverted to their original forms. The entire valley was filled with trees that had lost all signs of life. Whoosh! The immortal flew into the sky and disappeared into the darkness. A great divine race was wiped out just like that. The treants were wiped out from the desolate world just like that. Of course, there was no guarantee that there were no treants that managed to escape this calamity. However, the remaining treants would not be able to cause any more trouble. Not long after the immortal left, figures in tattered clothes walked out from various parts of the divine valley. There was even the sound of metal chains clanking on their bodies. These were all humans who had been enslaved by the treant race. Among these humans, there were even some who had their hands and feet chained up. "We're free!" No one knew who shouted. After that, all the humans in the divine valley cheered. They had been oppressed by the treant race to the point of being miserable. Some people even picked up stones from the ground and used all their strength to smash the fallen trees on the ground. Soon, someone set fire to the divine valley. Not long after, the entire divine valley was engulfed in flames. The treants killed by the immortal cultivator were all burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The news of the extermination of the treant race quickly spread out. The nearby divine race were alarmed. After some divine race knew what was going on, they immediately released all the human slaves. After witnessing Gu Fei's methods, many god clans no longer dared to enslave the human race. They all released the human race from their respective clans. The humans regained their freedom. Under the guidance of some human experts, the freed humans headed for the deity ground. While Gu Fei was using practical actions to rescue the humans enslaved by the divine race, Emperor Qin and the Old Tortoise were also on the move in Firmament City. Emperor Qin and the Old Tortoise's methods were gentle. They only subdued the divine races and did not destroy them. In their eyes, the divine races were a force that could be used. Of course, the desolate world was huge. The area controlled by Gu Fei, the Old Tortoise, and Emperor Qin was only a small area compared to the entire desolate world. It was definitely not an easy task to rescue all the humans from the enslavement of the divine race. Moreover, even if Gu Fei and the others joined forces, they would not be able to do it in a short period of time. Moreover, Gu Fei, the Old Tortoise, and even Emperor Qin felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes spying on them. They knew very well that among the so-called rulers of the desolate world, there were definitely peerless existences. The cultivation and combat ability of such existences were definitely not below theirs. Those existences had their eyes on them. No one knew what would happen next. No one knew when those peerless existences in the dark would jump out. Chapter 2996. There were strong and weak paragons in the wasteland world. Strong paragons could kill weaker paragons. There was no doubt about that. However, whether it was the 5 elements dominator that the old turtle had defeated, or the 3 spirits that Gu Fei had subdued, they were not weak paragons. They were extremely strong. They might not be the strongest paragons, but they weren't far from it. Only strong paragons could take over a spiritual or celestial land. Weak paragons did not have the ability to do so. Even if a weak paragon took over a celestial land, they would not be able to defend it. In the end, it would be snatched away by other strong paragons. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of survival in every world. It was a cruel law of survival, an unchanging truth. In the wasteland world, humans were the weakest race. However, with the arrival of Gu Fei and the other strong paragons, the human race began to turn the tables. As Gu Fei continued to conquer the north and the south, countless divine tribes surrendered and countless human slaves were rescued. They were free, no longer slaves. For the desolate world humans, this was a major event that changed their destiny. They were no longer slaves. They had regained their freedom. In fact, they might even become the strongest race in the wasteland, trampling the lofty divine tribes beneath their feet. Outside Gu Fei's celestial land, countless humans began to gather. They were grateful to Gu Fei for rescuing them from the divine tribes. Some even wanted to become Gu Fei's disciples, but Gu Fei would not accept them so easily. The Meng clan, on the other hand, was on the move. Gu Fei opened his inner world and let the members of the Meng clan out. To a certain extent, the members of the Meng clan were the inheritors of the martial way. Because Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong, took Meng Long as a disciple, Meng Long passed on his martial arts to the other members of the Meng clan. Gu Fei was indifferent to all of this and allowed Meng Long to pass on his martial arts to the people of the Meng clan. He had actually tacitly approved of Meng Long's actions. He actually wanted the martial way to flourish, but this could not be forced because the path of martial arts was not a smooth one. It was full of difficulties and obstacles. Meng family's body wasn't bad. They had been passed down on Great Ancient Star for many generations. Their body was slowly changed by the spiritual energy on Great Ancient Star, and they became stronger. Because of this, it was much easier for the people of the Meng clan to practice martial arts cultivation methods than the average human. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was absolutely a piece of cake for him to help someone completely change their physique. One had to know that he possessed the immortal transformation lake, which could directly change the physique of living beings into the physique of immortals. This was the ability to mass-produce immortals. Gu Fei planned to change the physique of all the people of the Meng clan into the physique of immortals. Using immortals' physiques to practice martial arts would be twice the result with half the effort. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei brought all the clansmen of the Meng family to the lake in the inner world that was surging with immortal essence. When the people of the Meng clan arrived at the lake, they were all extremely shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. Above the lake, the aura of immortals filled the air. Everyone could vaguely see fairies dancing on the surface of the lake, and intoxicating celestial music rang out. Beside the lake were 9 immortality peach trees. Every single immortality peach tree was filled with immortality peach fruits. Every single immortality peach fruit contained shocking vitality. It was as if every single immortality peach fruit was a life of its own. With the yin and yang qi on the surface and the chaotic qi on the inside, although it was not an immortal medicine, the aura displayed by the peach was still extremely shocking. This was a quasi-immortal divine medicine. Even if a mortal ate one, they would be able to live for hundreds or even thousands of years, and if a cultivator ate one, they would be able to instantly increase their cultivation, and they might even be able to directly become a saint. "My lord, this is the elder clan leader of the Meng clan," said excitedly. "I want to change your physiques and improve your cultivation," Gu Fei said straightforwardly. The people of the Meng clan were both surprised and overjoyed to hear this. In fact, they had already guessed something when Gu Fei brought them here. In Gu Fei's inner world, because there were no living beings that could threaten the Meng clan, the number of people of the Meng clan had greatly increased. After years of reproduction, the number of people of the Meng clan had grown to tens of thousands. Of course, a clan with tens of thousands of people was just a small clan in the deserted world. In the deserted world, any clan could be counted in the hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. Every one of the Meng clan could enter the immortal transformation lake and change their physiques. Even newborn babies were no exception. Thus, the shore of the immortal transformation lake was filled with people. For the Meng clan, this was definitely a major event that could change the fate of every single one of them. After the baptism of the immortal transformation lake, every single one of them had a celestial body, be it cultivating methods of the celestial path or martial path. It would be twice the result with half the effort. Only Gu Fei could do something like this, because he had the immortal transformation lake. Even other quasi-supreme beings could not change the physiques of tens of thousands of people at the same time. Even the dragon horn Qilin and the three spirits of the deity land were shocked by this scene. Their master was truly mysterious and powerful. He actually had a lake that could allow people to become immortals. Naturally, the three spirits of the deity land were the most shocked. Because they were born beings of the celestial path, they could sense the power of the celestial source in the immortal transformation lake. The reason why the immortal transformation lake could transform the physiques of the living beings that entered the lake into celestial bodies was because of the existence of the celestial source, the source of the celestial path. The source of the celestial path was a place that could give birth to living beings of the celestial path. However, it was obvious that the source of the immortal transformation lake did not give birth to living beings of the celestial path, but it could change the physiques of living beings. It began under the lead of the old clan leader. The clansmen of the Meng clan entered the immortal transformation lake. Soon, the aura of the celestial path in the lake became even stronger. At this time, Gu Fei left the immortal transformation lake, but he left behind a clone to control everything here. Gu Fei's real body walked out of the inner world with the three spirits of the deity land, the dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin. However, when Gu Fei walked out of his inner world, he saw a figure. He never expected to see this person. This person was the old turtle. Chapter 2997. Gu Fei was surprised by Old Tortoise's arrival. How did this guy know that he was here? What, am I not welcome here? Old Tortoise said, unhappily, when he saw the astonished look on Gu Fei's face. Haha, why wouldn't I welcome you? You're a VIP that I can't even invite. Gu Fei laughed. However, he knew Old Tortoise very well. Old Tortoise would not do anything without benefits. It was likely that Old Tortoise had come looking for him, for a reason. He invited Old Tortoise into the immortal palace at the peak of the Spirit Mountain, and they sat down. Tell me, what's the matter? Gu Fei went straight to the point. Can I congratulate you on obtaining a piece of deity ground? Old Tortoise was displeased. Sure, why not? Ha ha. Gu Fei laughed and started chatting with Old Tortoise. However, it did not take long for Old Tortoise to show its fox's tail. It seemed that Old Tortoise wanted to borrow the mountain and river cauldron. Whoosh! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a simple and unadorned cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An ancient and vicissitude aura emanated from the cauldron. Only an ancient object that had existed for countless years would have such an aura. Ha ha, good brother. How about you lend it to me to study for a while? Old Tortoise's eyes lit up when he saw the mountain and river cauldron. He could not wait to snatch the mountain and river cauldron from Gu Fei's hand and make it his own. I say, do you want to go to that place alone? Gu Fei said, unhurriedly. Old Tortoise knew of a mysterious place with heaven-defying opportunities. Before that, he wanted to ask Gu Fei to explore that place together. However, both Gu Fei and Old Tortoise went into seclusion, and the matter was temporarily put on hold. Now that Old Tortoise was finally free, he naturally wanted to explore the mysterious place with heaven-defying opportunities. However, he needed the mountain and river cauldron to enter that place. Otherwise, even if the Old Tortoise was a quasi-supreme, it would be impossible for him to enter that place. What are you talking about? Do I look like someone who has no loyalty? Old Tortoise raised his eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, I think you do. Gouffet looked at Old Tortoise and said very seriously, Scram. Old Tortoise shouted angrily, All right, tell me, when are we leaving? Gouffet said with a smile, Kid, why are you so smart? The Old Tortoise shook his head helplessly. It was impossible to fool Gouffet, so he could only bring him along. The fortune in that place was heaven-defying for any creature. Haha, this is innate. Even if you envy it, you won't get it. Gouffet smiled and said, It turned out that the Old Tortoise really wanted to explore that mysterious place, so he borrowed the mountain and river cauldron from Gouffet. Only the mountain and river cauldron could open the seal of that place. Okay, tomorrow then. Get ready first, and then we'll set off. Old Tortoise thought for a moment and said, All right. Gouffet nodded and said, He was also very curious about the place that Old Tortoise mentioned. One should know that there was a heaven-defying fortune there, which could definitely improve one's cultivation once one obtained it. Therefore, Old Tortoise stayed in Gouffet's immortal palace. Gouffet began to summon the three spirits of the deity ground, the dragon horn Qilin and the fire Qilin. He handed the deity ground to the three spirits to manage, while the fire Qilin and the dragon horn Qilin would go with him. The day passed quickly. The next morning, Gouffet rode the dragon horn Qilin and left the deity ground with the fire Qilin and the Old Tortoise. Soon, Gouffet and Old Tortoise arrived outside the absolute chaos. The moment Gouffet and Old Tortoise arrived outside the absolute chaos, the chaotic dominator in the depths of the absolute chaos sensed their arrival immediately. Roar! A furious roar came from the depths of the chaotic absolute domain, causing the entire chaotic absolute domain to shake. At the same time, an extremely powerful strand of chaotic force erupted from the chaotic absolute domain. You or me? Old Tortoise glanced at Gouffet and said, You do it. Gouffet did not think too much and said straightforwardly, It was not like he had never fought against this chaotic creature before. Although the chaotic dominator was powerful, it was not invincible. All right. Old Tortoise reluctantly took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in front of the chaotic divine mountain. At the peak of the chaotic divine mountain stood an extremely powerful figure. It was a figure completely shrouded in chaotic chi. This creature seemed to have walked out from the chaos, giving people a great sense of oppression. It's you. The figure standing at the peak of the sacred mountain immediately recognized Old Tortoise as soon as he saw him. This was the guy who had avoided fighting him. When Old Tortoise entered the deserted world, he did not meet the chaotic dominator face to face. The chaotic dominator only saw a blurry silhouette of Old Tortoise. However, when Old Tortoise appeared in front of the chaotic dominator again, the latter immediately recognized Old Tortoise. Yes, it's me. Old Tortoise looked at the figure on the peak of the chaotic divine mountain, and his pupils contracted. The chaotic dominator was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Die! The master of chaos roared and grabbed at Old Tortoise. A huge chaos hand immediately appeared in the void and shrouded the entire heaven and earth in an instant. At the same time, Old Tortoise's body emitted a shocking force. He punched upward, and the violent force instantly collided with the giant chaotic hand that came down from the sky. Boom! With a muffled sound, the giant chaotic hand in the sky immediately dissipated and turned into a mass of chaotic chi. Then, the mass of chaotic chi disappeared into the void. Old Tortoise's fist force was extraordinarily powerful. It was unstoppable and unstoppable, forcing the chaotic dominator to retreat. You're just SOL. Old Tortoise said disdainfully. You The chaotic dominator was truly enraged. However, it did not dare to attack recklessly because there was still a powerful enemy nearby. If the two of them joined forces, it would definitely be no match for them. "We're just passing by." Gouffé walked over. Passing by. The chaotic dominator could not help but be stunned when he heard that. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If the two of them were to find trouble with him at the same time, he would have no choice but to run. "How about making things convenient for us? You and I don't really need to be enemies." Chapter 2998. The mysterious light ball to enter and exit the deserted world was near the chaotic divine mountain of the ruler of chaos. If Gouffé and Old Tortoise wanted to leave the deserted world, they had to enter the territory of the ruler of chaos. The chaotic master had fought with Gouffé before and knew how strong Gouffé was. However, the turtle was no ordinary person either. He couldn't tell the turtle's strength. "We're just passing by. How about you do us a favor?" Gouffé said to the chaotic master. "You want to go back?" The chaotic master was well aware of the existence of the ball of light. As a connate chaotic creature born from the chaotic divine mountain, he knew everything around the mountain like the back of his hand. That ball of light had existed before the Chaos Dominator was born. No one knew how long this ball of light had existed, not even the Chaos Dominator. However, the chaotic master knew that the ball of light could enter another world because he had entered the ball of light and entered the sealed ancient celestial court relic. The chaotic master had traveled through the relic and experienced great danger. He almost didn't make it back. As his cultivation increased, the chaotic dominator entered the ball of light many times. He went to the ruins of the ancient celestial court and found that it was a sealed ruin. Outside the seal was a world completely different from the deserted world. He, Gem and Chaos, truly wanted to break through the seal of the ancient celestial court and enter the world outside the ruins, but he discovered that the seal which sealed the enormous ruins was incredibly powerful and difficult to break. He could only reluctantly retreat. When his cultivation broke through to the ancient god realm, he would come again, but he still couldn't break the seal in the ancient heavenly court ruins. Even if he became the most powerful being in the deserted world, the chaotic master, he still couldn't break the seal. Now, people from the other world could enter the deserted world. This meant that the seal must have been broken. Otherwise, people from that world wouldn't be able to enter the deserted world. The ruler of chaos really wanted to enter the ruins again, but now he had no choice but to guard against the experts from that world. No one knew when the experts from that world would cross over to this world. "That's right," Gouffé said. The look in the chaotic master's eyes changed. "I can make way, but I have one condition." The chaotic master said. Tisk, the old tortoise couldn't help but reveal a disdainful expression. With his cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the Chaos Stone Golem because he had the Grand Sovereign Seal. The Tai Sovereign Seal was an extreme demonic weapon. In today's world, the only person who could exert the power of the Tai Sovereign Seal to the extreme was the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Sovereign. What conditions? However, Gouffé didn't think much of it. He really wanted to hear what kind of conditions this Chaos Stone Golem would kick out. "I want to go with you," the chief sovereign of primal chaos said. What Gouffé couldn't help but be startled when he heard this, and he felt very surprised. Even the old tortoise was shocked. This stone man wanted to leave the deserted world with them. Did he have a purpose? Gouffé and old tortoise looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. "That's not a problem," Gouffé agreed. Although the primal chaos dominator was powerful, it was hard for him to do anything in the heaven realm or the human realm. Both the heaven realm and the human realm had many beings that were stronger than the Primal Chaos Dominator. The Primal Chaos Dominator was overjoyed. He turned into a young cultivator of flesh and blood, with a head full of black hair, and wearing a stone armor. At the level of the Primal Chaos Dominator, he could transform into anything he wanted. Transforming into a human was no problem at all. Gu Fei, an old tortoise, brought the Primal Chaos Dominator to the light ball above the chaotic divine mountain. "Let's go." With that, Gu Fei walked into the light ball and disappeared within the spiritual light. Old Tortoise and the Primal Chaos Dominator followed suit. Before long, Gu Fei and the others appeared in the chaotic void. Passing through the chaotic void, they entered the dim world of the ancient heavenly court's ruins. Both inside and outside the chaotic void, there were many powerful figures. However, when these beings saw Gu Fei, their expressions changed. Many of them even retreated immediately, not daring to stay and watch. "Brother, it seems that your fierce reputation has frightened quite a few beings." Old Tortoise said, casually, "You're the one with the fierce reputation, all right?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Hee." Old Tortoise chuckled and said nothing else. His reputation in the heaven realm was definitely above that of Gu Fei. This was without a doubt because he was the clan lord of the heaven realm. Back then, he had led the experts of the demon race to war and conquered a huge territory in the heaven realm. His name had shaken the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm. Some of the old antiques, who knew of Old Tortoise's background, naturally didn't want to provoke him. However, some beings refused to believe in heresy and insisted on going against Old Tortoise. For example, the heavenly demon race of the demon race had been sworn enemies since the Grand Emperor and the heavenly demons generation. Countless years had passed, but the conflict between the two races had only intensified. The descendants of the heavenly demon were also very powerful. If Old Tortoise hadn't returned to the demon race of the heaven realm, perhaps the clan lord of the heaven realm demon race would have become the heavenly demon's prey. The heavenly demon, who had once competed with the Grand Emperor for supremacy, had disappeared for countless years, but his descendants had continued the conflict between the two races. Although Old Tortoise had defeated the heavenly demon's descendant and become the demon lord of the heaven realm demon race, he knew that the descendant would definitely make a comeback. He couldn't let his guard down. "Should we part ways here, or should we travel together?" Gu Fei asked the ruler of chaos in the sky above the chaotic divine mountain. "Let's just eat and don't cross the line," the Chaos Dominator said. After that, he dashed out and disappeared into the darkness of the world. "That fellow is quite smart. Is he afraid that we'll harm him?" Old Tortoise looked in the direction where the ruler of chaos had disappeared, his eyes darkening. "We can't let our guard down. He doesn't have much of a relationship with us." Gu Fei said, "The ruler of chaos departure was a good thing for them because they couldn't bring an outsider to that place. Let's go too." Old Tortoise looked around. "All right." Gu Fei nodded. Therefore, they left the chaotic divine mountain and flew in the direction of the southern heaven gate. Not long after, they arrived at the southern heaven gate. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the southern heaven gate, left the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, and disappeared into the endless starry sky. After leaving the ancient heavenly court, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise returned to the heaven realm and headed straight for the ancestral grounds of the demon race. The location of the ancestral grounds of the heaven realm demon race had always been a mystery. Apart from the important figures of the demon race, no one knew where the ancestral grounds of the heaven realm demon race was. In fact, even Gu Fei didn't know where Old Tortoise's nest was. It was his first time visiting Old Tortoise's nest. Old Tortoise brought Gu Fei through an ancient teleportation formation and appeared in a real paradise. There were strange mountains and spiritual energy lingering in the air. High up in the sky, a divine sun was emitting a dazzling light. Gu Fei was startled when he saw the divine sun in the sky. It was definitely a real divine sun, but someone had refined it with great power and turned it into a divine sun here. This was a world that was almost exactly the same as the great world outside. There was a divine sun, stars, and night and day. Even the laws of the world were the same, infinitely perfect. This place, Gu Fei was startled when he sensed the pulse of the world. The ancestral grounds of the demon race aren't bad. Old Tortoise said proudly, "Not bad. If I'm not mistaken, this world is definitely a world that can transform into a perfect world." Gu Fei exclaimed, "Only an extreme supreme being could create a world like this." The ancestral grounds of the demon race might have been created by the Tai Huang himself. Ha ha! Old Tortoise burst out laughing. He was even more proud of himself. The clan leader is back. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar. Soon, the world became lively. Powerful figures walked out from the cultivation grounds. The return of Old Tortoise alarmed countless great demons. The great demons came to pay their respects to the demon clan leader. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little startled. Wasn't this a little too extravagant? He noticed that there were actually wholly venerate great demons among them. Old Tortoise proudly accepted the greetings of the great demons. He then waved his hand at the great demons and said, "Disperse. Go do what you need to do." The group of great demons hurriedly retreated. Soon, all the great demons disappeared into the mountains. It was hard to imagine that there were so many great demons hiding in this seemingly peaceful mountain range. Old Tortoise was in a good mood because he rarely showed off his power in front of Gu Fei. "Show off all you want." Gu Fei glanced at the proud Old Tortoise and shook his head. "Why? Aren't you envious?" "Ha ha!" Old Tortoise laughed. "I'm envious of you. Stop joking," Gu Fei said, feeling somewhat speechless. Back then, when he was in the 3 overseas islands, didn't he have hundreds responding to his call and everyone submitting to him? "All right, stop being so smug. Let's hurry to that place. I can't wait anymore," Gu Fei continued. Old Tortoise did not say anything and led the way. Soon, they arrived in front of an ancient temple. It was an ancient temple located in a valley. Chapter 2999. The ancestral land of the Heaven Realms demon clan was naturally extraordinary. Gu Fei learned from Old Tortoise that this small world was beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. Only the legendary extreme Tao Supremes were capable of such a feat. Only by doing so would no powerful living beings be able to sense the existence of this small world. This was an absolute safety because no creature could invade this small world unless there was a traitor among the Heaven Realms demon clan, just like the Sky Demon clan. However, even the Sky Demon clan could not invade this place because this was a small world refined by the legendary Extreme Supremes, the Tai Huang. During the previous demon clan's chaos, the Sky Demon clan almost invaded this place. However, in the end, the Sky Demon clan failed and could not truly enter this small world. Since ancient times, Gu Fei could be said to be one of the few humans who could enter the Heaven Realms demon clan's sacred land. However, Old Tortoise brought Gu Fei to an inconspicuous valley. In the depths of the valley, there was an ancient temple. A dragon was worshipped in the temple. It was the ancestral dragon. It was the ancestor of all dragons, the Tai Huang. Old Tortoise put away his frivolous attitude and put on a solemn expression. He even tidied his clothes, which was rare for him, before entering the ancient temple. Gu Fei quickly sized up the ancient temple. He saw that the walls of the ancient temple were covered with slashes from swords, spears, swords, and halberds. There was even an arrowhead stuck into the seemingly wooden door. He did not know when the arrowhead hit the wooden door, but it was definitely an antique. Gu Fei could vaguely sense a murderous aura emanating from the arrowhead. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Countless years had passed, but the murderous aura on the arrowhead had not completely dissipated. One could imagine how terrifying the arrowhead was back then. However, the seemingly decaying wooden door could block the arrow. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Obviously, the arrow did not penetrate the wooden door. The walls of the ancient temple were made of a kind of black stone, which was covered with cracks. The entire ancient temple looked like it could collapse at any time. Walking into such an ancient temple, Gu Fei was really afraid that the ancient temple would suddenly collapse. If that really happened, then he would be too unlucky. Don't look around. You should be more dignified here. Old Tortoise said. At this time, Gu Fei discovered that the ancient temple didn't look that big from the outside. However, when he walked into the ancient temple, the space inside the ancient temple actually increased a lot. Upon hearing Old Tortoise's words, Gu Fei curbed his curiosity and followed closely behind Old Tortoise until they reached the statue. Old Tortoise bowed respectfully to the statue and walked to the side. Gu Fei also bowed towards the statue. He knew that this statue should be the legendary supreme sovereign of the demon race, the supreme sovereign of the demon race. He admired this supreme sovereign very much. One had to know that not everyone could give birth to a son like Old Tortoise. However, it was strange that the statue of the supreme sovereign in the ancient temple could still be seen clearly from the outside. However, when Gu Fei entered the ancient temple, he realized that he couldn't see the statue clearly. There seemed to be something strange about this statue. Let's go. When Gu Fei was about to open his martial path heavenly, Old Tortoise directly walked out of the ancient temple. Naturally, Gu Fei hurriedly chased after him. After all, this was Old Tortoise's territory. If he didn't follow closely and made a fool of himself, it wouldn't look good for Old Tortoise. Didn't you say that you want to go to the place with the heaven-defying great creation? Gu Fei said after leaving the ancient temple. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Old Tortoise said. They left the valley, but as soon as they walked out of the valley, they directly ran into an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, he was dressed in coarse clothes. You're finally willing to come back. When the old man saw Old Tortoise, he glanced at Gu Fei. I say, Uncle, how do you have time to come back here? As soon as Old Tortoise saw the old man, he immediately smiled. Greetings, old senior. Gu Fei hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, The old man nodded. Where are you going? The old man asked, Where else can we go? Old Tortoise said impatiently, Don't be unconvinced. If you want to obtain powerful cultivation and combat strength, you can only rely on yourself. No one can help you. The old man glanced at Old Tortoise and then said earnestly, Got it, Uncle. I don't know how many times you've said this. Old Tortoise said, What's the use of knowing? You have to keep it in mind. The old man shook his head, then ignored Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, and directly walked into the valley. Seeing that the old man's figure disappeared into the valley, Gu Fei said, I say, does your uncle know that place too? There was a hidden meaning in the old man's words, and Gu Fei could naturally hear it. Isn't that obvious? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, The ancestral court of the Heaven Realm's demon clan was actually the ancestral court of the Tai Huang bloodline. Since ancient times, the Tai Huang bloodline was the authentic royal family. As the saying goes, the winner takes all. The status of the Sky Demon clan was naturally far inferior to the Tai Huang bloodline in the demon clan. Old Tortoise brought Gu Fei to a teleportation formation platform in the demon clan's ancestral land. They directly boarded the teleportation formation platform, activated it, and directly left the demon clan's ancestral land. They teleported in the void, and after an unknown amount of time, they appeared on a barren land. It was a boundless land, and not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. The place where Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stood was also a teleportation formation platform, an ancient one that was buried in the ground. The sand and stones covering the teleportation formation platform had been shaken off by the energy waves rushing out from the teleportation formation platform. On the teleportation formation platform under Gu Fei and Old Tortoise's feet, spiritual inscriptions constantly disappeared into the teleportation formation platform, and the incomparably powerful energy waves emitted from the teleportation formation platform receded like the tide. This is Gu Fei soared into the sky and looked up. The sky was dim and the wind was howling. There was not a trace of life in the desolate land. A large, desolate planet, Gu Fei exclaimed in shock. Given his cultivation, his spiritual will could instantly envelop more than half of a vast planet with just a thought. Didn't you notice that there's something different here? Old Tortoise came to Gu Fei's side and said, "What's different?" Gu Fei was a little speechless. He. Old Tortoise suddenly laughed, and then flipped his right hand. An ancient seal immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz. Chapter 3000. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above the desolate planet, which shocked Gu Fei. He really did not see anything strange in the sky above the planet. Rumble, the sky shook, and the Tai Huang seal in Old Turtle's hand continued to appear. The aura of the Great Path was mighty, and the light of the Great Path that shot up from the seal became even more dazzling. Golden light began to appear in the depths of the huge whirlpool above the sky, and a powerful aura of the Great Path descended from the whirlpool. Buzz. A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body, and then an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body and floated above his head. A gentle power came from the mountain and river cauldron and enveloped Gu Fei, blocking the aura of the Great Path descending from the sky. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to withstand the power of the Great Path. The mountain and river cauldron sensed the aura of the Great Path appearing in the depths of the sky, so it flew out of Gu Fei's body on its own. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He lifted his head and stared at the spots of golden light in the whirlpool. The Old Tortoise was too unreliable. If the cauldron of mountain and river had not flown out of its own accord and blocked the mighty divine might from the sky for him, he would have been dead by now. It was the extreme divine might who could withstand it. Even a quasi-supreme being wouldn't be able to. If the extreme divine might that had descended from the depths of the heavens had landed on Gu Fei's body, his body and soul would have been instantly destroyed. At that moment, Old Turtle's expression was extremely solemn because something was appearing in the huge whirlpool in the sky. When Gu Fei saw what emerged from the depths of the whirlpool, he could not help but be shocked. It was a huge seal, a seal that was much larger than a mountain. The Tai Huang seal, how is this possible? Gu Fei said in disbelief. It was known that the Tai Huang seal was in Old Turtle's hand, so how could there be another Tai Huang seal in the sky? Could it be that the Grand Emperor created two Grand Emperor seals back then? Gu Fei stared at the Tai Sovereign seal in the sky, and his pupils shrank. The ancient cauldron floating above his head trembled slightly. An aura no weaker than the Grand Sovereign seal emanated from the ancient cauldron. The Grand Sovereign seal is unique and only exists in one direction. Old Tortoise said in a deep voice. Rumble. The Tai Huang seal in the Old Turtle's hand was vibrating. The cracks on its surface were glowing, and countless demonic patterns were intertwining. The shadow of the ancestral dragon was faintly discernible on the ancient seal. Roar! At that moment, an ancestral dragon emerged from the ancient seal that was suppressing down from the sky. the ancestral dragon circled in the sky for a while, then roared and pounced on the old tortoise below. The golden dragon pounced, and the entire void above the vast planet shattered. Even the primordial chaos energy was shaken out, and the vast planet below shook. This is the power of the Tai Huang seal. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Although he was protected by the mountain and river cauldron, he still felt a great deal of pressure. Old Turtle did not speak. He activated the Tai Huang seal in his hand with all his might. The shadow of the ancestral dragon rushed out from the Tai Huang seal and soared into the sky, meeting the golden ancestral dragon that was diving down from the sky. "Do you need help?" Gu Fei could not help but ask when he saw that Old Turtle seemed to be struggling. "Will you die if you don't speak?" Old Turtle said grumpily. His body emitted endless light, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans kept appearing on his forehead. The hot sweat flowed down his face and dripped down from the sky. Gu Fei did not speak again. At that moment, the two ancestral dragons were fighting fiercely in the sky. Ancestral dragon blood was constantly spilled from the sky, as if two real ancestral dragons were fighting. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The mighty might of the ancestral dragon caused the entire vast planet to tremble. On the desolate vast planet, hideous cracks kept appearing, forming a bottomless abyss. Dust rose into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky. One of the ancestral dragons was sent flying. Its scales were broken, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. Just as the ancestral dragon was sent flying, Old Turtle's body suddenly trembled. The Tai Huang seal in his hand almost fell from his hand. At this moment, the victorious ancestral dragon swooped down from the sky and opened its mouth, intending to swallow Old Tortoise and the grand sovereign seal in his hand. Damn it! Old Turtle bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the Tai Huang seal in his hand. The Tai Huang seal let out a loud sound and turned into a dazzling golden light that soared into the sky, colliding with the ancestral dragon that was swooping down from the sky. At the same time, the ancestral dragon that was sent flying charged back. The two ancestral dragons and the Tai Huang seal collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a loud bang. Blazing golden light exploded, and it was as if a dazzling golden sun had appeared in the dark sky. The dazzling golden light made Gu Fei unable to open his eyes. He was extremely shocked and vaguely guessed something. "Save me." At that moment, Old Turtle's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Gu Fei quickly activated the cauldron of mountain and river and pulled Old Turtle into the void covered by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. At that moment, an extremely terrifying power of the extreme path spread from the sky. It was a power that made Gu Fei and Old Turtle tremble. If Gu Fei had not pulled Old Turtle in, Old Turtle would have died a long time ago. Old Turtle would not have been able to withstand the mighty power of the extreme path. At that moment, the Tai Huang seal in the sky was merging, and the vast star below directly collapsed, turning into dust and dissipating in the void. Not only this vast star, but countless stars in the nearby starry sky were also continuously collapsing under the mighty power of the extreme path. So that's how it is, Gu Fei thought to himself. It turned out that the Tai Huang seal in Old Turtle's hand was not a complete extreme path demon weapon. There was a power that was separated from the Tai Huang seal. Only by merging with the power here could the Tai Huang seal transform into a perfect extreme path demon weapon. Gu Fei's guess wasn't wrong, but he didn't know that the power that was separated from the Tai Sovereign seal was used by the Tai Sovereign to seal that place. Chapter 3001. As the power of the Grand Sovereign Seal fused, the entire starry sky was illuminated by the extreme Tao light emitted from the Grand Sovereign Seal. Large stars kept exploding, and the power of the extreme Tao spread to distant star regions. However, the strange thing was that no powerful living beings were alarmed, as if there were no powerful living beings in this star region at all. In fact, even Gu Fei and the old tortoise did not know where they were and whether they were still in the heaven realm or the human realm. However, if they were in the human realm, the commotion they caused would definitely alarm the experts in the human realm. However, no powerful figures appeared. Perhaps this was still the heaven realm. Of course, this was only Gu Fei and the old tortoise's guess. After all, the heaven realm was vast, and it was an almost endless, perfect world. No one knew how vast the heaven realm was, because there were some areas in the heaven realm that even powerful saints could not set foot in, let alone other living beings. Rumble, the entire starry sky was shaking, and the terrifying extreme Tao might continue to increase. The universe in the sky seemed to be about to be crushed by this supreme aura. This was the true power of the extreme demon weapon, the Grand Sovereign Seal. It was truly terrifying. Although Gu Fei and the old tortoise had the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves, the mighty extreme Tao might from the Grand Sovereign Seal still made them feel great pressure. At this moment, the power of the Grand Sovereign Seal was still fusing high up in the sky. However, the two powers originated from the same source, so it was not that difficult to fuse them. However, this required time. Within the golden Tao light, countless Tao patterns interweaved and fused. An ancient seal floated among the countless Tao patterns and released a powerful extreme Tao aura. At this moment, the cracks on the ancient seal disappeared, and not a single crack could be seen on the entire ancient seal. Ha! The old tortoise could not help but laugh when he sensed the changes on the Grand Sovereign Seal. The flawless extreme demon weapon was definitely one of the most powerful extreme Tao weapons in history. With such an extreme demon weapon, he could not go anywhere in the world. There was a certain connection between the old tortoise and the Grand Sovereign Seal. He could sense the changes in the Grand Sovereign Seal. This demonic weapon of the extreme Tao was transforming into a perfect Tao treasure. On the other hand, Gu Fei could not sense anything at all. It was even difficult for him to release his spiritual force as he was completely suppressed by the power of the extreme Tao in the sky. The mighty power of the extreme path from the Tai Huang seal did not suppress the old tortoise. How long will it take? Gu Fei said. This feeling of being completely suppressed was extremely unpleasant. Even if he was a quasi-utmost being, he was still as weak as an ant in front of the might of an extreme Tao. If you ask me, who would I ask? Old Tortoise shrugged and said, You want to borrow the mountain and river cauldron for this. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said, What do you think? Old Tortoise said with an enigmatic look. Gu Fei was a little speechless. Looking at Old Tortoise's expression, he really wanted to throw a punch at him. This fella is really asking for a beating. However, at this moment, the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head emitted a powerful wave of spiritual force. Then, an old man emerged from the ancient cauldron. Tai Huang seal. The old man climbed out of the ancient cauldron and sat on the edge of the ancient cauldron. He swung his legs and raised his head to look at the dazzling light of the great Tao in the sky. This was the cauldron soul of the mountain and river cauldron, the deity within it. Old man, why did you come out? Gu Fei was overjoyed to see the old man. This fella had woken up from his slumber again. Needless to say, the extreme Tao power from the Tai Huang seal must have awakened this fella. Why can't I come out? The little old man retracted his gaze from the golden Tao light in the sky and said to Gu Fei with an annoyed look, Ha! It's great that you can come out. Gu Fei smiled. One should know that this fella was equivalent to an extreme Tao expert. With this fella by his side, who could hurt him? The mountain and river cauldron was definitely the most powerful extreme Tao tool in history. Moreover, its origin was mysterious. It had existed since the Antiquity era, and no one knew who refined it. Of course, the most important thing was that the deity of the mountain and river cauldron still existed. However, the deity of the mountain and river cauldron did not want to reveal its origin. Hee, little fella, I know what you are thinking. You might be disappointed. The old man sitting on the mountain and river cauldron suddenly smiled at Gu Fei. What? Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. In a while, the Tai Huang seal will transform into a flawless state. I'm going to continue my slumber. Good luck. After saying that, the little old man disappeared into the void. Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Why did the old man go back to sleep after coming out for a while? I was just thinking about sweeping the world with the mountain and river cauldron. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the divine light of the great path in the sky suddenly erupted with the brightest light. The Tai Huang seal's divine power reached its strongest state. At this moment, the entire world was trembling. At this moment, both the human realm and the heaven realm could feel the Tai Huang seal's aura. Tai Huang, in the heaven realm, an old voice was heard from the depths of an unknown place. In the human realm, in a desolate star region, there was an extremely powerful aura. It was as if an extremely powerful being had awakened from his slumber. Tai Huang is not dead yet. This voice was heard from the depths of the desolate star region. At this moment, both the heaven realm and the human realm had powerful auras that were extremely terrifying. It was as if the supreme martial artists who had disappeared a long time ago had returned. Both the heaven realm and the human realm had countless hidden secrets. Only those who were powerful enough were qualified to know these secrets of the world. The Tai Huang seal's mighty aura alarmed countless unimaginable existences. However, these existences could not sense the source of the aura of the Tai Huang seal. The foreign realm, an incomparably ancient creature, spoke these words. At this moment, when the Tai Huang seal's divine power was at its strongest, it suddenly retreated like a tide. The endless golden light of the great path was fading. Soon, the extremely terrifying extreme, divine, might disappeared. In the dim starry sky, a huge golden seal was floating. On top of the golden seal was a golden ancestral dragon. This is when Gu Fei saw the seal in the sky. He could not help but be shocked. This seal was completely different from the previous one. The previous Tai Huang seal did not have a golden ancestral dragon coiling on it. Ha ha! Old Tortoise laughed and rushed forward. He stretched out his hand, and the big seal immediately flew toward him and fell into his hand. The golden light emitted from the big seal gradually faded. At this moment, a door appeared high up in the sky. It was a door that was completely formed by interweaving Tao patterns. Let's go. Old Tortoise was in a good mood. He hurriedly called out to Gu Fei and rushed towards the portal in the sky, directly entering it. Gu Fei did not think too much. He used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and rushed into the door. This is after rushing in from the gate of Tao. Gu Fei was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He was surrounded by a huge cave, and the purest world energy in the world was condensed in the cave. The source of the power of heaven and earth came from a ball of light the size of a fist. The source of heaven and earth. I didn't expect it to be something like this. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the ball of light floating in the middle of the huge cave. In fact, the so-called origin of heaven and earth was actually a seed of a world. To a certain extent, the chaotic origin embryo that Gu Fei had nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron he had obtained in the ruined heaven realm, was also a seed of a world. Of course, the chaotic origin fetus that Gu Fei obtained back then could not be compared to this ball of light. This was because this world seed was a mature world seed. On the other hand, Gu Fei's chaotic origin fetus was just an immature world seed. At this moment, Gu Fei was bathed in the origin essence of heaven and earth. The pores all over his body were relaxing, and he felt extremely comfortable, as if he had ascended to heaven. Ha! This is indeed a great creation. This thing was left to me by my father. Brother, don't fight with me over it. The old tortoise said. Humph! Gu Fei was very displeased, but there was nothing he could do. This was because the Grand Emperor had left it for Old Tortoise. He was too embarrassed to fight with Old Tortoise over it, so he could only give it to this guy. Old Tortoise went forward and extended his hand, taking the world seed away. This was a world seed, which was definitely something that Old Tortoise had dreamed of. This way, his inner world would have the potential to transform into a truly flawless great world. Old Tortoise had obtained great benefits, but Gu Fei had gotten nothing, which made him a little displeased. Boom! Suddenly, the entire cavern began to shake. Cracks began to appear on the walls of the cavern, as though it was about to collapse. Oh no, let's go! Old Tortoise's expression changed when he saw this. He immediately called out to Gu Fei, and they rushed out together. Just as they rushed out of the cave, the entire cave finally collapsed. Just as they were about to heave a sigh of relief, a huge net suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped them. What? Chapter 3002. After the old tortoise obtained the seed of the world in the sealed cave, he left the place with Gu Fei. As they broke the sealed cave was also collapsing. If they did not retreat in time, they would be lost in the chaotic void. However, when Gu Fei and the old tortoise rushed out of the door, they were caught by a huge net which shocked them. What? The old tortoise was instantly enraged. A wave of quasi-supreme level energy immediately erupted from his body in an attempt to shatter the net. However, that large net was shining. There was actually primal chaos energy circulating around that large net. Even if it was the power of a quasi-supreme being, it would still be difficult to shatter that large net. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. It was a chaotic net, woven and refined from the silk of a divine silkworm that grew in the chaotic void. No wonder even a quasi-supreme level energy could not shatter the net. The chaotic net was a quasi-supreme level Taoist treasure, and one that was even more powerful than an ordinary quasi-supreme level Taoist weapon. Ha! Two powerful figures appeared in the void. Chaotic Qi was vast and mighty. These were two extremely powerful chaotic creatures. Their bodies were surrounded by chaotic divine light. We've been waiting for so long. Finally, you're here. One of the chaotic creatures laughed and said, "Hand over that thing, and we'll let you die a quick death." The other chaotic creature said, in an extremely cold tone. Ha! The old tortoise could not help but burst into laughter. These two fellas were really too funny. How dare they say such words in front of him? Did we scare this fella silly? One of the chaotic creatures said. It looked like an ape, but its body was covered with a thick layer of black scales. This chaotic creature looked extremely ferocious. Its red eyes emitted a frightening, ominous glint. One look, and anyone could tell that it was not a kind creature. The other chaos creature was even more ferocious than the ape-like one. It looked like a ferocious ghost that crawled out from the depths of hell. It doesn't matter if they are stupid or not. Getting the item is the most practical thing, said the chaos creature coldly. A cold, murderous aura spread out from its body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Kill! The ape-like chaotic creature grinned and pounced on Goofy and Old Turtle, who were trapped in the chaotic net. He extended his right claw, and 5 beams of chaotic light immediately shot out from his right claw, piercing through the old tortoise trapped in the chaos net. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered, and a set of stone armor appeared on his body at any time. The 5 beams of chaotic light collided with the stone armor and produced a muffled sound as they were blocked by the stone armor. What? The ape-like chaotic creature was taken aback. This fella trapped in the chaotic net was not simple. At least the stone armor he was wearing was not simple. Do you want to do it, or do I? Old Tortoise said to Goofy. You do it. Goofy shook his head and said, this fella clearly wanted him to do it, but he asked him instead. Goofy was speechless. What are they talking about? Are they going to fight us? Ha ha. The chaos creature, which looked like a devil, laughed wantonly. Ha ha. They are trapped in our chaotic net. How can they defy the heavens? Said the ape-like chaotic creature with a laugh. It was very disapproving. Even if the 2 fellas were quasi-supremes, they would not be able to escape from the chaotic net. A long night is fraught with trouble. Let's get rid of these 2 first. The chaotic creature that looked like a devil said. All right, let's begin. The ape-like chaotic creature nodded and said. The 2 chaotic creatures activated the chaotic force at the same time, and the chaotic net immediately tightened. Chaotic fire emerged from the chaotic net and burned toward Goofy and Old Turtle. The 2 chaotic creatures wanted to destroy Goofy and Old Turtle in the chaotic net. However, the chaotic fire that emerged from the chaotic net did not hurt Goofy and Old Turtle at all. Chaotic divine light emerged from Goofy's body and endlessly devoured the chaotic fire that emerged from the chaotic net into his body. You're really abnormal. This chaotic net is not bad. Don't destroy it. Old Turtle glanced at Goofy and said, You want this broken chaotic net too? Goofy said disapprovingly, Yes, why not? This chaotic net is a good quasi-supreme Taoist treasure. Old Turtle said, although the leg of a mosquito was small, it was still meat. It was better than nothing. The chaotic net was a good way to catch people. At this moment, the stone armor on the old tortoise's body emitted a dim divine light, which blocked the true chaotic fire that was coming from all directions. What? The 2 chaotic creatures were shocked to the extreme when they saw the scene in the chaotic net. They instinctively felt uneasy. These 2 fellas, the voices of the 2 chaotic creatures, trembled. Humph, 2 little worms. How dare you plot against me? You must be tired of living. Old Turtle said coldly. His eyes emitted an incomparably sharp gaze that swept over the 2 chaotic creatures like the edge of a knife. Let's go. The 2 chaotic creatures looked at each other and immediately turned to flee. These 2 fellas were extremely cunning. They would flee as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. However, they had kicked a super iron plate today. Come back. Old Turtle stretched out his right hand. A heaven-devouring force immediately emerged from his palm and instantly enveloped the 2 fleeing chaotic creatures. The 2 chaotic creatures shrieked and flew back to the old turtle. They shrank rapidly and were caught by the old turtle's hands. The 2 creatures of the chaotic world were actually imprisoned in the hands of the old tortoise. They were as weak as 2 ants, which scared the hell out of the 2 creatures of the chaotic world. Old Turtle directly used the godly seizing secret technique to read the soul memories of the 2 chaotic creatures. Then he learned how to control the chaotic net. With a thought, the chaotic net that trapped them flew up, shrank rapidly, and landed in Old Turtle's other hand. So, you're the 2 little fellas from back then. At this time, Old Turtle also learned about the origin of the 2 chaotic creatures. They were the two chaotic creatures that broke the void and fell out of the chaos when his father Grand Emperor brought him here. The old tortoise was a little surprised that the two little fellows from back then had now become two quasi-supreme beings of the primordial chaos. The two chaotic creatures had witnessed Grand Emperor and Old Turtle entering the chaotic void. Grand Emperor obtained a world seed from the depths of the chaos and sealed it, leaving it for Old Turtle to retrieve in the future. Back then, Grand Emperor recommended many secrets of the world, so he left behind a backup plan. Old Turtle could not enter the place where Grand Emperor sealed it. That was why Old Turtle borrowed the mountain and river cauldron. Only with the cauldron's power could he open the seal. The power of the Grand Emperor's seal was too strong. Old Turtle could not control it. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the power that erupted when the Grand Emperor's seal fused. His body and soul would be destroyed. This trip to the foreign domain has been fruitful. Ha ha! Old Turtle laughed heartily. Not only did he transform the Grand Emperor's seal into a flawless state, but he also subdued two powerful chaotic creatures and obtained a chaotic net. You've gained quite a lot, but I didn't get anything. My efforts have been in vain, Goofy said in a displeased tone. Ha ha, brother, there's no need to care about these things between us. Old Turtle patted Goofy's shoulder and said, You, Goofy glared at Old Turtle. All right, I'll owe you a favor. How about it? The old tortoise said. At this moment, he had already planted a sealing technique on the two chaotic creatures. As long as they dared to betray him, he could destroy their souls with a single thought. That's more like it, Goofy said. It did not seem to be a bad thing to make Old Turtle owe him a favor. Let's go. Let's leave this foreign domain, Old Turtle said. Then he directly took out the Grand Emperor's seal. A divine light of the great path rushed out from the Grand Emperor's seal and opened up a golden path in the void. The foreign domain was a place that surpassed the heaven realm and the human realm. It was even a void of the desolate world. A void like this could have grown into a perfect world, but for some unknown reason, it failed to do so. To a certain extent, it was a broken world. At this time, Old Turtle and Goofy stepped onto the golden path and disappeared from this side of the void. Goofy and Old Turtle returned. After Goofy and Old Turtle left the foreign domain, a mysterious figure appeared in the foreign domain. Grand Emperor. Good move. The mysterious figure stood in the void for a long time before saying such a sentence. Then, the mysterious figure disappeared in the void. In the heaven realm, a ray of golden divine light suddenly appeared in the void. Then, two figures appeared in the void. Two figures bathed in golden divine light walked out of the void on the golden path. Chapter 3003. The return of Goofy and the old tortoise to the heaven realm alarmed many people. After all, both of them were influential figures in the heaven realm. As soon as the two appeared, all the major forces in the heaven realm became extremely nervous. After all, both of them were famous murderers. Even a forbidden area like the West Underworld Sea was leveled by the two of them. Who would dare to provoke them? Are you coming with me to my place for a while, or what? On a mountain peak, in an unknown area of the heaven realm, two figures stood. They were the old tortoise and Goofy. The old tortoise wanted to invite Goofy to the demon clan's ancestral land as a guest. All right. Goofy naturally would not refuse. It should be noted that there was a cultivation ground left behind by the supreme emperor of the demon clan in the ancestral land of the demon clan. He naturally wanted to go and have a look at the cultivation ground of the supreme emperor. Therefore, the old tortoise took out a teleportation formation platform and boarded it with Goofy. through the teleportation formation. They were teleported back to the demon clan's ancestral land. In fact, Gu Fei's cultivation had long reached the point of breaking through. However, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and did not trigger the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. However, with his combat strength, he could even fight against a real quasi-supreme. This was the power and terror of the chaotic martial body. It was simply a quasi-supreme Tao weapon in human form. Gu Fei once again came to the demon clan's ancestral land. Last time, he came and went in a hurry, and did not walk in the demon clan's ancestral land. This time, he wanted to have a good time. The aura in the demon clan's ancestral land was different from the outside world. When Gu Fei calmed down, he could feel this difference. There was a vast aura here. He knew that this was the Supreme Emperor's aura. The previous turmoil caused by the remnants of the Sky Demon and the descendants of the Sky Demon could not attack the demon clan's ancestral land because of the protection of the Supreme Emperor's power. Accompanied by the Old Tortoise, Gu Fei walked around the demon clan's ancestral land. There were many powerful demon clan experts cultivating in the demon clan's ancestral land. The arrival of savage Gu Fei alarmed many demon clan experts who were cultivating in seclusion. "You are Gu Fei." Just as Old Tortoise accompanied Gu Fei to a Tai Huang relic, a powerful figure sitting cross-legged in front of the relic stood up and turned to stare at Gu Fei. The Grand Sovereign Ruins was a mountain wall that was as smooth as a mirror. There was a single word carved on the mountain wall: Sovereign. In front of the mountain wall sat 5 or 6 greater demons. These greater demons were all staring at the sovereign word. However, at that moment, the great demons turned around and looked at Gu Fei. When they saw Gu Fei standing next to Old Tortoise, they immediately exuded a strong desire to fight. Hee, Old Tortoise chuckled and said nothing. These greater demons were ascetic cultivators of the demon clan. They wholeheartedly wanted to comprehend the great Tao profundity left behind by the Grand Sovereign and become the second Grand Sovereign of the demon clan. However, since ancient times until now, there were practically no demon experts that were able to comprehend the profundities of the Grand Tao left behind by the Grand Emperor. However, it was an indisputable fact that any demon expert that cultivated before the Grand Emperor's ruins would have their cultivation and battle prowess increase very quickly. "You want to challenge me?" Gu Fei looked at the greater demon in front of him and said with a faint smile. "That's right." The greater demon replied. The desire to fight he exuded became stronger. It was only a desire to fight, not a desire to kill. After all, they were not enemies and would not fight to the death. "I won't take responsibility if I hurt him." Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said, "Haha, don't worry. I won't say anything even if you kill him," Old Tortoise said with a smile. "Very well." Gu Fei smiled, but his smile was a little strange. This guy, when Old Tortoise saw Gu Fei's expression, he knew that this guy was up to no good. It seemed that he had said too much. "Little guy, you're on your own now." Old Tortoise looked at the demon clan expert with pity. In fact, this demon clan expert was not a weakling. He was more than 3 meters tall and had a head full of blood-colored hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes shone brightly when he opened and closed them. He was a big guy with well-developed muscles that gave people a feeling of strength. Moreover, this big guy was bare-chested, and his body was covered with a layer of fine blood-colored scales. Lest you say that I'm bullying the weak, I'll fight him with the same cultivation level. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said. Then he immediately sealed his cultivation level and sealed it to the Holy Sovereign realm. This was because the greater demon opposite him was also a holy sovereign. "Very well, all of you disperse," Old Tortoise said to the other greater demons. The other great demons immediately retreated, making space for him. "Please advise me." The crimson-haired greater demon cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei, although Gu Fei was younger than him, his cultivation level was far above his. So the crimson-haired greater demon did not dare to be negligent. In the world of cultivation, age did not mean much. What was most important was having a strong combat ability. "I don't dare to advise you, but I can play with you," Gu Fei said casually. At this time, the crimson-haired greater demon did not say anything else and directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. An indomitable aura immediately exploded from the greater demon's body. "Not bad," Gu Fei said, and also threw a punch. However, his punch seemed very casual, as if he was just throwing a punch. His punch did not have any aura to speak of. However, when the two fists collided, the greater demon was sent flying and a few drops of demon blood seeped out of his fist. The crimson-haired greater demon was taken aback. In a battle of the same level, why was this human's strength so much stronger than his? "Fool, Gu Fei is a martial artist. You're just courting death by trying to compare your physique with him," Old Tortoise said. "Martial body." Hearing the old tortoise's words, the crimson-haired greater demon was not angry. Instead, he was extremely shocked. The legendary martial body was indeed very powerful. Swoosh! The crimson-haired greater demon retreated immediately, putting some distance between him and Gu Fei. Then, he waved both his hands, and a series of domineering sword lights rushed out from his hands, piercing towards Gu Fei. Every single beam of sword light sliced through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful might. It was as if they could destroy the universe with a single strike of the sword. Ha ha! Chapter 3004. The blood-haired demon challenged Gu Fei in front of the Tai Huang ruins. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire ancestral land of the demon race. The news spread quickly. The great demons cultivating in the ancestral land of the demon race were alarmed. They came out of their seclusion and came to the vicinity of the Tai Huang ruins. "That's Gu Fei. Isn't he just a human? He doesn't seem fierce," someone said after seeing Gu Fei. "He's the one who teamed up with the old ancestor to level the West Dark Sea." This was the first time a great demon saw Gu Fei. He couldn't help but stare at Gu Fei in shock. One should know that Gu Fei's fierce name had long spread in the ancestral land of the demon race. The old turtle and Gu Fei teamed up to level the West Dark Sea in the Heaven Realm. This was definitely a major event that could shake the Heaven Realm and the human world. It was the first time that a forbidden area had been leveled. Since ancient times, even during the era of those utmost supremes, no one had ever been able to flatten a forbidden zone. Even supremes might not be able to do so. All the great demons in the ancestral land of the demon race were very curious about Gu Fei. However, they were somewhat disappointed when they saw Gu Fei. This Gu Fei didn't seem to be a fierce person with 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, Gu Fei shook off the sword light from the blood-haired demon and attacked him. He stretched out his hand, and a large chaotic hand immediately appeared in the void, grabbing towards the blood-haired demon. Heaven-covering palm. The old turtle's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Fei use this move. Although the heaven-covering palm was the most common martial arts combat skill, its power was extremely powerful. If this combat skill was cultivated to the highest level, it could really cover the sky with one hand. Rumble, the chaos hand that Gu Fei had unleashed, emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation, causing the void to tremble. It enveloped the blood-haired great Yao. Within it, roar. The blood-haired demon felt a great pressure. He bellowed, and a boundless blood-colored light rushed out of his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a blood-colored sun. The power of a peak, wholly venerable, erupted from his body. Gu Fei's chaotic hand, however, grabbed the blood sun in his hand. All the greater demons were shocked to the extreme when they witnessed this scene because it was truly too shocking. The blood-haired great demon was defeated, thoroughly defeated. Gu Fei's primal chaos hand dissipated. The blood-haired great demon fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. The fact that the blood-haired greater demon wasn't Gu Fei's match at the same level left the surrounding greater demons feeling indignant. "I'll fight you." A great demon walked out and stood in front of Gu Fei. This was a true dragon. However, it had taken on the form of a human, dressed in green robes. Its body was tall and sturdy. There was a pair of ancestral dragon horns on its head, and the aura of a true dragon emanated from its entire body. "Make your move." Gu Fei looked at this fella and said, "Roar." That true dragon did not say anything more. With a loud roar, it reverted to its original form and pounced at Gu Fei, swiping at Gu Fei with its dragon claws. Humph! Gu Fei slapped out with his palm and sent the true dragon flying. Bam! The gigantic body of the true dragon slammed into that smooth stone wall. What? All the greater demons were dumbfounded. One had to know that the ancient words on the stone wall were left behind by the Grand Emperor. If anything were to happen to it, it would be disastrous. That true dragon fell from the sky. However, the stone wall did not suffer any damage at all. Yet another great demon was defeated. This was because Gu Fei had defeated this Holy Lord level true dragon with a single move. This was a battle strength that shocked all the spectating great demons. The legend of a martial artist being invincible within the same cultivation state isn't baseless after all. Some of the great demons exclaimed out, "Who else wants to challenge me? Come at me together, then." Gu Fei looked at the surrounding great demons and said, "In a battle of the same cultivation state, none of them could be a match for him." However, the strength of the demon race was something that had him startled. That was because all of these great demons were existences of the saint state and above. There was no lack of holy lords amongst them. When the great demons heard the words of Gu Fei, even though they were indignant, they could not help but admit that this man of the human race was truly extraordinary. No wonder he had such a fearsome reputation. Since he said that he's coming at me together, what are you guys waiting for? The old turtle shouted out to the crowd of great demons. The moment they heard the words of the old turtle, a few of the great demons were tempted. Even though this human was known to be invincible within the same cultivation state, if they were to come at him together, there was no way they wouldn't be able to defeat this human. All right. 3 great demons walked out. 3 powerful auras of the Holy Lord level appeared in the sky. These were 3 extremely formidable great demons. It's the Sky Dragon 3 sages. Some of the great demons exclaimed out. The Sky Dragon 3 sages were 3 brothers. All 3 of them were true dragons. Not only that, they were the heavenly dragons amongst the true dragons. If these 3 brothers were to join forces, even a powerful being of the Holy Lord state could be defeated with ease. Within the ancestral grounds of the demon race, these 3 brothers were known to be invincible within the same cultivation state. There was no great demon who could be a match for them at all. This is going to be a good show. Within the ancestral grounds of the demon race, all the great demons knew of how strong the Sky Dragon 3 sages were. Therefore, none of them were too surprised to see them stand out. Interesting. The moment Gu Fei caught sight of the Sky Dragon 3 sages, his eyes sparkled. The auras of these 3 great demons were extremely similar. Not only that, their cultivation states and cultivation states were the same as well. Come on then. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, once I strike out, you won't have a chance anymore. Gu Fei said, casually. He wasn't bothered about these three great demons at all. Invincible within the same cultivation state. This was a legend, and it was an extremely realistic legend. How dare you look down on us? The Sky Dragon 3 sages were extremely displeased. I'm not looking down on you guys. It's just that I don't see you guys as opponents at all. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. What? Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Sky Dragon 3 sages were truly enraged. Boss, it seems like we have to teach this guy a lesson. The third of the Sky Dragon 3 sages said. That's right. This guy is way too arrogant. The second of the Sky Dragon 3 sages glared at Gu Fei with a strong will to fight. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then come. I still want to take a look at the Tai Huang's cultivation ground. Gu Fei said, You actually want to go to the Tai Huang's cultivation ground? The eldest of the Sky Dragon 3 sages said with extreme shock. He glanced at Old Tortoise, only to see that the latter did not show any expression. All the great demons were stunned when they heard Gu Fei's words. One must know that the Tai Huang's cultivation ground was definitely a sacred ground in their hearts. It had a supreme status. Chapter 3005. All the great demons in front of the Supreme Emperor's ruins were shocked when they heard that Gu Fei could actually enter the Supreme Emperor's cultivation ground. It should be known that the Supreme Emperor's cultivation ground was not a place that outsiders could enter. Since ancient times, the Supreme Emperor had been recognized as the supreme ruler of the demon race. Even the heavenly demons in the past could not compare to the Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Emperor's position in the demon race was unshakable by other demon experts. His cultivation ground was extraordinary, and his comprehension of cultivation was left behind. Humph! If you want to enter the Supreme Emperor's cultivation ground, you'll have to pass through us first. The eldest of the Sky Dragon 3 saints said coldly. In a battle of the same realm, when the three of them joined forces, there had never been a creature that could contend against them. This was because the three of them were all holy venerables, and they were all peak holy venerables. The three of them cultivated a battle technique that allowed them to join forces against their enemies. Therefore, when the three of them joined forces, they could display a terrifying battle prowess that would make even holy venerables shudder. In the demon race's ancestral land, everyone knew that the Sky Dragon 3 brothers were not to be trifled with. These three brothers were almost invincible among the holy venerables. That's right, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. The second of the Sky Dragon 3 saints fiercely said to Gu Fei. TCH, Gu Fei raised his middle finger at the second of the Sky Dragon 3 saints in disdain. How dare you look down on us? Brothers, let's kill him. The third of the Sky Dragon 3 saints said arrogantly. Then he flipped his right hand, and a battle spear immediately appeared in his hand. It was a very unusual battle spear. The entire spear was made of bronze, but there were countless ancient runes engraved on it. The spearhead was actually flickering with a scarlet light. It seemed that this spear had once killed an unimaginably powerful existence. That existence's blood was still on the spear and had yet to dry. This was the immortal true blood, which contained the power of the great Tao. Therefore, the true blood on the spearhead was at least the true blood of a saint, because only the blood of a saint could contain the power of the great Tao. Furthermore, the spear was emitting an extremely powerful and ferocious aura. It was a powerful weapon that lived up to its name. At this time, the second and eldest of the Sky Dragon 3 sages took out their Tao weapons. The second one held a copper hammer. It was a copper hammer covered in green copper. With one look, one could tell that it was an ancient item. There were also blurry runes on the surface of the hammer, and a powerful, baleful aura surged out of it. As for the Tao tool in the hands of the eldest of the Sky Dragon, 3 sages, it surprised Gu Fei. That was because the Tao tool was truly unique. It was actually a bone. Judging from its appearance, it should be the thigh bone of some powerful creature. However, this wasn't an ordinary bone. Instead, it was a bone covered in runes. The runes on the bone seemed to be naturally formed. This was a piece of true bone. The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, had refined it into an extremely powerful Tao artifact. Interesting, using a bone as a weapon. The corner of Gu Fei's mouth rose, revealing an incomparably cold smile. Humph! The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, sneered. He waved the bone in his hand and smashed it towards Gu Fei. An extremely powerful wave of energy erupted from the bone. The runes on the bone all lit up, emitting a brilliant Tao light. It was as though they were about to burst out of the bone. This was an extremely powerful Tao artifact. If it were to hit, even an ancient sacred mountain would be smashed into ashes and completely disappear from the world. However, what happened next almost made the eyeballs of all the great demons fall to the ground. They saw that Gu Fei had only extended his right hand and directly grabbed the bone that was smashing towards him. He had only used one hand to grab the Tao tool of the eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages. Rumble, the void shook. The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, used all his strength to activate the bone in his hand. Endless Tao light rushed out of the bone and intertwined in the void. However, no matter how much power the eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, used, the Tao tool that was grabbed by Gu Fei did not budge at all. The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, used all his strength. Hurry up and help me. The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, was extremely shocked. He really could not believe that Gu Fei's strength was so strong that he could grab his Tao tool with his bare hands. It should be known that his Tao tool was refined from real bones. Real bones contained immense power. Once it was refined into a Tao tool, it would be able to unleash unimaginable power. Damn it! The second of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, hurriedly swung the copper hammer in his hand at Gu Fei's head. Ancient runes appeared on the copper hammer that was the size of a watermelon. However, Gu Fei's right fist only landed on the incoming copper hammer and sent it flying out of Sky Dragon's second brother's hand. What? The second of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, was extremely shocked. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody scar on his right hand. His palm had been shattered. This, the second of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, was in disbelief. One must know that he was a heavenly dragon with an incomparably strong body. But right now, not only was his Tao tool sent flying by someone, even his hand that was holding onto the Tao tool was shattered. Old tortoise, these guys of yours are no good. They can't even take a single blow. Gu Fei suddenly said to the old tortoise. The old tortoise chuckled bitterly and shook his head without replying. What did you say? The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, was enraged as his eyes widened. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not snatch back that Tao tool from the hands of Gu Fei. Suddenly, Gu Fei let out a creepy smile. He then exerted some strength with his right hand. Crack! A series of cracks appeared on the surface of the Tao tool that he was grabbing onto. The moment the eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, caught sight of this, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. To think that the powerful Tao tool that he had cultivated out would be destroyed by this human before him just like that. This was something that had him so angry that he could spit out blood. At this moment, the third of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, raised the battle spear in his hands. The tip of the spear turned into a bloodlight as it pierced towards Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei raised his leg and kicked out at the tip of the incoming battle spear. To think that the entire battle spear would be sent flying up into the skies. The third of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, looked at Gu Fei in horror, with both of his hands trembling. I told you guys that you guys can't even take a single blow, and yet you guys don't believe me. As Gu Fei said that, he exerted some strength with his right hand once more. Boom! With a bang, the bone Dao soldier he grabbed immediately exploded, and countless bones shot towards the eldest of the sky dragon, 3 sages. The eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was sent flying. At the same time, spots of blood appeared on the body of the eldest of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was pierced through by countless bone fragments, as he was shrouded in a layer of blood mist. Eldest! When the second and third of the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, saw this, they could not help but exclaim out as they charged towards the eldest. The group of great demons could not help but find it hard to believe. This man named Gu Fei was truly savage indeed. To think that he would be able to suppress the heavenly dragon, 3 sages. Boom! The moment the heavenly dragon, 3 sages clashed, a ball of Tao light burst forth from the bodies of the 3 brothers. Within that great Tao divine light, there were lines of runes intertwining before imprinting themselves into the void. Countless runes imprinted themselves into the void, intertwining and recombining. A huge formation with a towering killing intent appeared in the sky, enveloping Gu Fei within it. The heavenly dragon, 3 sages, are going to show their prowess. Some of the great demons commented at the sight of this. The heavenly dragon, 3 sages, cultivated a type of combat method. When the 3 sages joined forces, they could defeat any existence at the holy venerate level. They could be said to be invincible among those at the same level. However, Gu Fei was a warrior. Even if his cultivation was sealed at the holy venerate level, he was still known to be invincible among those at the same level. In this way, it was difficult to say who was stronger between the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, and Gu Fei. That was because both of them were known to be invincible among those at the same level. Kill! The heavenly dragon, 3 sages, roared and immediately activated the killing formation. Terrifying divine light of the great Tao turned into divine swords of the great Tao, piercing towards Gu Fei from all directions. The entire void that was enveloped by the killing formation seemed to have turned into a terrifying sword realm as the ultimate power of the way of the sword erupted. Heaven, earth, human, triple kill sword formation. Some of the great demons of the demon clan exclaimed. This was the ultimate killing formation cultivated by the heavenly dragon, 3 sages. It was said to be able to kill the heavens, kill the earth, kill people, and destroy everything in its path. Triple kill sword formation. Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he heard the words of the surrounding great demons. He found it unbelievable that the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, had cultivated such an ultimate killing formation. These 3 fellows were only at the holy venerate level, but they had actually cultivated such a killing formation. This did not seem to be a killing formation that a holy venerate could derive. Gu Fei was within the triple kill sword formation and could naturally feel the power of the formation. The shocking murderous aura was enough to make an ordinary holy venerate feel despair. However, it was a pity that the heavenly dragon, 3 sages, had to deal with Gu Fei today. Gu Fei was not an ordinary holy venerate. Although his cultivation had been suppressed to the holy venerate level, he still had the powerful combat ability to look down on other holy venerates of the same level. This was absolutely unquestionable. Buzz. A layer of chaotic divine light immediately appeared on Gu Fei's body the moment the endless sword light of annihilation slashed down, blocking the sword light of annihilation outside his body. The chaotic divine light of annihilation shook violently under the attack of the countless sword light of annihilation. However, no matter how sharp the sword light of annihilation was, it could not break through the chaotic divine light that emerged from Gu Fei's body. How is this possible? Chapter 3006. The triple kill sword array was definitely a killing array strong enough to kill a holy venerate. Even a peak holy venerate would die if they fell into the triple kill sword array. How is this possible? At this moment, the Sky Dragon Trisaint was shocked to the extreme. He saw a mass of primal divine light emerge from this human's body. This mass of primal divine light was actually able to block his triple kill sword light. The triple kill sword formation was said to be able to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill people. Of course, the people here didn't just refer to the human race, but all living beings. Buzz. In the triple kill sword formation, there was a constant stream of deadly sword light. The entire void that was enveloped by the triple kill sword formation was shrouded by a strong killing intent. However, no matter how strong the sword principal power in the triple kill sword formation was, it still could not break the chaotic divine light on Gu Fei's body. How could this human be so strong? Could he have unlocked the seal on his body? The third of the Sky Dragon 3 sages said in shock. This isn't fair. That guy is a quasi-supreme being. The second of the Sky Dragon 3 sages said angrily. All of you shut up. Old Tortoise roared angrily. These three guys really disappointed him. It was fine that they couldn't beat Gu Fei, but they were actually looking for an excuse to cover up their incompetence. The Sky Dragon sages were shocked to see the old tortoise fly into a rage. After all, the old tortoise was the current demon lord of the demon race. He held a supreme position in the demon race. No one could replace old tortoise's status. Seeing that old tortoise was enraged, the surrounding demons could not help but be shocked. It seemed that the Sky Dragon Saints had angered their demon lord. Be more serious. Even if you lose, don't lose so badly, understand? Old Tortoise stared at the three vague figures looming in the triple kill sword formation and said angrily, these three guys really disappointed him. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. Seeing that Old Tortoise was enraged, the Sky Dragon 3 sages had no choice but to get serious. Buzz. The air trembled, and an even more powerful ripple of sword power came from the triple kill sword formation. The three figures turned into three beams of immortal sword light, piercing towards Gu Fei in the formation. The power of the entire killing formation gathered towards the three sword lights in a frenzy. The sword lights emitted by the three sword lights rose sharply and became extremely sharp. He seems very powerful. Gu Fei remained calm as he watched the scene unfold. The three sword lights instantly pierced through his body and pierced the divine light of chaos outside his body. The three sword lights were so powerful that they pierced through the primal chaos divine light outside of Gu Fei's body. However, the three sword lights could only penetrate about half a foot into the primal chaos divine light before they stopped and could not penetrate any further. Buzz. The three sword lights vibrated. These were the sword lights formed by the Sky Dragon sages. Such sword lights were enough to make any holy venerate feel despair. However, to Gu Fei, it was not a threat at all. The three sword lights emitted an extremely shocking spiritual fluctuation. I've already said that you guys are no match for me. Sigh, Gu Fei said as he slapped out. It seemed like a casual slap, but the three sword lights were sent flying. The entire triple kill sword formation immediately collapsed. The three sword lights flew directly towards the Tai Huang ruins. Before the sword lights hit the stone wall, the sword lights disappeared, and the sky dragon sages appeared. Boom. They hit the word tyrant on the stone wall at the same time. All the great demons were shocked when they saw this. They were afraid that the stone wall would be damaged in some way. However, the stone wall did not move at all. The sky dragon saints, on the other hand, spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell from the stone wall. At this moment, all the great demons of the demon race who witnessed this scene heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, they were worried for nothing. The word tyrant was personally written by the Tai Huang Emperor. It was imbued with the Tai Huang Emperor's aura. How could it be damaged so easily? They can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei shook his head and said, "Those great demons who saw Gu Fei's attack were shocked. One should know that Gu Fei had only used a slap to send the sword lights of the sky dragon sages flying. At this moment, all the great demons of the demon race knew that this human named Gu Fei was not someone with an undeserved reputation. All the great demons of the demon race who could enter the ancestral land of the demon race to cultivate in seclusion were all overlords and unparalleled demon venerables. They were all arrogant fellows. However, at this moment, these arrogant great demons could not help but admire Gu Fei. It was not a lie to say that a martial artist was invincible among his peers. Since ancient times, the legend of a martial artist being invincible among his peers had never faded. All right, who else wants to fight me? Gu Fei swept his gaze across the surrounding great demons. Wherever his gaze landed, many great demons did not dare to look him in the eye. The crowd of great demons could not help but feel their hearts palpitate when they saw the sky dragon sages still lying under the stone wall, unable to stand up. However, some of the great demons were confident that they could fight against Gu Fei at the same level. "I'll fight you." At this moment, a great demon stood out. When the other great demons saw this great demon, they were a little surprised. Why was this guy here? The great demon who stood out was a young man in black. This great demon had taken on the appearance of a human, but there was yin-yang qi circling around his body. The shadow of a strange beast could be vaguely seen on his body. Kunpeng. When Gu Fei saw the black-clothed young man, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. With his cultivation, he could naturally tell who the black-clothed young man was with a single glance. The young man in black was actually a Kunpeng, which surprised Gu Fei. One should know that the Kunpeng race was no longer seen in the current era, but he had seen a Kunpeng in the ancestral grounds of the demon race. Kunpeng Emperor, when did you come out of seclusion? The old tortoise's eyes lit up when he saw the young man in black. Demon Lord. The young man in black nodded at the old tortoise before looking at Gu Fei. An extremely powerful battle intent erupted from his body. The Kunpeng was an extremely powerful divine beast in the ancient era. However, a pure-blooded Kunpeng was nowhere to be seen in the current era. One of the 10 ancient divine beasts. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. One should know that the Kunpeng Emperor was a descendant of one of the 10 ancient divine beasts, the Kunpeng. Its cultivation base was unimaginably powerful. "Do you dare to fight me?" The Kunpeng Emperor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "Phew, don't joke around." Gu Fei said disdainfully, "Kill." The Kunpeng Emperor roared angrily. He leaped up from the ground and pounced at Gu Fei. A ball of divine light appeared on each of his hands. A ball of divine light that looked like a golden sun appeared on his right hand. An aura of extreme yang spread from his hand. However, his left hand was surrounded by strands of the power of yin. The power of yin and yang intertwined on his body. The shadow of a Kunpeng appeared on his body, giving off a feeling of invincibility. Holding the power of yin and yang in his hands, the essence of yin and yang emerged and intertwined on the Kunping Emperor's body. The Kunping Emperor's entire aura was rising rapidly. Not bad. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but nod. The cultivation and battle prowess of the Kunping Emperor might be above that of the Sky Dragon 3 sages. This was an existence that was close to becoming a quasi-supreme. Rumble, the space around the Kunping Emperor was shaking. The power of yin and yang surged on his hands. A pitch-black ball of light and a golden ball of light smashed towards Gu Fei. These were two extreme powers. However, they coexisted peacefully on the Kunping Emperor's body. They could even fuse together from time to time. The Kunping Emperor's method was really frightening. Humph! When Gu Fei saw the black and golden balls of light coming at him at the same time, he sneered. He opened his mouth and sucked the yin and yang balls of light into his mouth. At the sight of this, the eyes of the spectating great demons nearly fell to the ground. This human actually swallowed the polar light ball that the Rock Emperor had shot out into his body. Ha! It seems to taste pretty good. How about another? Gu Fei laughed and licked his lips. Damn it! The Kunping Emperor was both shocked and infuriated. He immediately used the secret technique of the Kunping clan. With a sway of his body, he immediately turned into a divine rock. Then, he swooped down from the sky and clawed at the top of Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and smiled. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed the claws of the Kunping Emperor. He then smashed the Kunping Emperor onto the ground. The ground near the Tai Huang ruins was extremely hard. When the Kunping Emperor smashed onto the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. God knows how many bones in his body were broken. All the demons were stunned. Even the Kunping Emperor wasn't a match for this human. Roar! The Kunping Emperor roared. His body emitted a strong power of yin and yang. His injuries healed instantly, and his battle intent surged. At the Kunping Emperor's level of cultivation, any injuries on his body could be healed instantly as long as they weren't injuries of the Great Tao. If they were injuries of the Great Tao, it would be troublesome. You still want to fight? Gu Fei looked at the Kunping Emperor, who was standing up from the ground, and frowned. He was most afraid of these annoying fellas. After all, he couldn't really kill this guy. Fight! The Kunping Emperor roared. Very well. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll grant you your wish. Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared into the void. The Kunping Emperor was startled. Chapter 3007. Gu Fei displayed his extreme speed and instantly closed in on the Kunping Emperor. He directly punched the Kunping Emperor's right eye. The Kunping Emperor immediately became dizzy, and his right eye immediately swelled up. Bang! Before the Kunping Emperor could react, his left eye was punched again. This way, both of his eyes were swollen, causing him to tear up. See, I already said that you were looking for a beating. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the Kunping Emperor's ears. The Kunping Emperor was both shocked and furious. This human was indeed terrifyingly powerful. This fellow was absolutely invincible among his peers. No wonder the Sky Dragon 3 saints were beaten up so miserably by him. As a descendant of one of the 10 ancient divine beasts, the Kunping Emperor's cultivation and battle prowess were much stronger than Saint Venerables of the same level. Even if the Sky Dragon 3 saints joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat the Kunping Emperor. But now, Gu Fei easily punched the Kunping Emperor twice, causing the Kunping Emperor to tear up. Rumble, the Kunping Emperor was infuriated. An extremely powerful Kunping power erupted from his body, causing the space around him to tremble. In the next moment, pieces of black Kuan-pung feathers appeared on his body. The feathers flew out from his body and turned into rays of peerless sword light that slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. However, a scene that shocked the Rock Emperor appeared. Gu Fei merely extended his right hand, and then his right hand danced about and actually blocked the peerless sword light that was slashing towards him. Gu Fei's right hand continuously collided with the supreme sword light that the Kunping Emperor had sent out. Clanging sounds erupted as if divine metal was colliding. The Kunping Emperor couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. His sword light was the sword light of the Great Path, but his opponent had actually blocked it so easily. Kill! The Kunping Emperor unleashed his true fire. He no longer restrained his aura. A towering killing intent rushed out of his body, and a gigantic shadow of a Kunping appeared in the sky. The huge shadow was constantly changing. Sometimes it was like a huge black fish swimming in the boundless sea. Sometimes it would break through the water and transform into a pung, soaring into the sky and soaring for 90,000 miles. The aura of the Kuan Pung shook the heavens and the earth. All the great demons who saw this scene were shocked to the extreme. This was the terrifying power of the Kuan Pung. The power of the moon and the power of the sun intertwined and turned into the power of the Kuan Pung. He's angry. He's quite angry. Gu Fei retreated and said as if nothing had happened. The Kunping Emperor was finally going all out. He no longer held back his strength. The power of the Kunping was vast and mighty. A pitch-black spatial crack actually appeared in the void. Human, you're dead meat. As the Kunping sovereign roared, a terrifying sound wave spread out. The expressions of the spectating great demons couldn't help but change. Some great demons even bled from their ears. Many great demons retreated far away in fear. "Che, I'm afraid you might bite me," Gu Fei said with a look of disdain. The Kunping Emperor was speechless. This guy was really asking for a beating. However, this guy was so strong, giving off a feeling of invincibility. "I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, you will lose in a very ugly manner," Gu Fei suddenly said to the Kunping Emperor in a serious tone. "Go to hell." The Kunping Emperor roared and directly attacked. The gigantic shadow of the Kunping surged out from his body, as if it was going to rush out from the void and turn into a real ancient divine beast with flesh and blood. In the void, the huge black fish was like a primordial divine mountain pressing down on Gu Fei. Even the void was crushed. The Kunping Chi descended from the sky like a huge dragon dancing in the sky. This scene shocked many great demons. The huge black fish that came crashing down from the sky was even more terrifying than the primordial divine mountain. Gu Fei stood below the huge fish and looked up with a relaxed expression. One hand covers the heavens. Gu Fei waited for the huge fish to come crashing down on him. He stretched out his hand and slapped the huge fish in the sky. A huge chaos hand immediately appeared in the void and instantly shrouded the entire heaven and earth. Next, a scene that left all the great demons dumbfounded appeared. The huge black fish that came crashing down from the sky was slapped away by the chaotic hand. The Kunping Emperor was truly shocked. This human's battle prowess was too strong. The strength of his martial body was even more terrifying than a real divine beast. The huge fish that was slapped away by Gu Fei instantly turned into a huge pung and soared into the sky. Two wings drooped down from the sky and slashed towards Gu Fei's hand. However, there was no suspense in this battle. The chaotic hand that Gu Fei struck out still slapped upwards. Not only did it shatter the wings of the huge pung, but it also shattered the huge pung in the void with a single slap, displaying its supreme power. The Kunping Emperor's figure appeared in the void. He directly vomited blood and fell from the sky. He was defeated. He was utterly defeated. Although he still had a trump card that he had yet to use, once he did, he would really fight this human to the death. The Kunping Emperor and Gu Fei did not have any great enmity. Moreover, the other party had only suppressed his cultivation to the holy venerate realm. Once the other party undid the seal, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill the Kunping Emperor. I told you that you would lose miserably. Why didn't you believe me? Gu Fei shrugged and shook his head, helplessly. All right, stop pretending. What's the point of this? The old tortoise could not stand it anymore and could not help but speak unhappily. Hearing this, Gu Fei did not say anything. He could only chuckle. The Kunping Emperor was the old tortoise's subordinate after all. The old tortoise would not look good if the Kunping Emperor lost so miserably. Gu Fei could only stop before going too far. Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me? Asked Gu Fei as he swept his gaze across the surrounding great demons. The great demons were shocked. None of them dared to step forward. Although these great demons were also arrogant and would definitely be overlords in the outside world, they were well aware of their own strength. However, these great demons were well aware of their own strength. They knew that their cultivation and battle prowess couldn't compare to experts like the Sky Dragon Saints and the Kunping Emperor. Therefore, these great demons did not dare to step forward and embarrass themselves. All right, all of you can disperse. Go do what you need to do. The old tortoise shouted at the surrounding great demons. The great demons immediately turned around and left. In an instant, all the great demons around the Grand Emperor's ruins were gone. Don't go. Who's going to play with me if all of you leave? Gu Fei hurriedly said. Go play by yourself. The old tortoise was annoyed. Who could be a match for Gu Fei at the same level? No great demon in the entire ancestral grounds was a match for Gu Fei. He was well aware of Gu Fei's combat strength. Being invincible among cultivators at the same level was not an empty saying or a legend. It was the truth. Then let's go to the Grand Emperor's cultivation place. Gu Fei said. The reason why he came to the ancestral grounds of the demon race was to enter the place where the Grand Emperor used to cultivate. It would be best if he could comprehend something there. His cultivation had reached the point where he was about to break through. If he could comprehend something in the Grand Emperor's cultivation place, he would be able to perfect his great path. Let's go. Follow me. The old tortoise said, and directly led Gu Fei into the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon race. Soon, they disappeared into the mountains without a trace. Is the great ancestor really going to bring that human into the Grand Emperor's cultivation place? After Gu Fei and the old tortoise left, a great demon jumped out from the darkness and looked in the direction where Gu Fei and the old tortoise disappeared. His face revealed a trace of surprise. The Grand Emperor's cultivation place was regarded as a sacred place by the entire demon race. Even ordinary great demons were not allowed to enter that place. Looks like it's true. Another great demon sighed. He had long heard of Gu Fei's ferocious name. However, this human was truly ferocious. It was really better to meet him in person than to hear about him in person. The two great demons whispered to each other for a while, and then left. At this time, the old tortoise brought Gu Fei to a short mountain. What the Supreme Grand Emperor used to cultivate here. Gu Fei looked at the place and could not help but be in disbelief. One should know that this was just a short mountain, a stone mountain that seemed to have no vitality at all. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Do you want to cultivate here for a period of time or just leave? The old tortoise said, Since I'm here, I'll cultivate here for a period of time. Gu Fei said. "All right, then you can play here by yourself. I won't accompany you." The old tortoise patted Gu Fei's shoulder and left, leaving Gu Fei alone in front of the stone mountain. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed, and then walked up the stone mountain. When he reached the top, he found a big rock at the top. Apart from that big rock, there was nothing else on the top of the mountain. Gu Fei walked around the mountain peak, but he didn't find anything. This desolate place was really the place where the Supreme Grand Emperor once stayed. There were not even many blades of grass on the top of the mountain, the sacred place of the demon race's ancestral ground. This was far worse than the sacred place of the demon race that Gu Fei had imagined. It was too surprising. Probably no one would have thought that such an ordinary stone mountain was the place where the Supreme Grand Emperor used to stay. Gu Fei had no choice but to jump on the big rock at the top of the mountain and sit down cross-legged. Soon, Gu Fei entered an ethereal state. At this time, he seemed to hear the chanting of sutras, as if there was a supreme being chanting sutras in the void. This is Chapter 3008. In the depths of the ancestral grounds of the demon clan, there was an inconspicuous stone mountain. It was the place where the Tai Huang once stayed. Gu Fei found it hard to believe because the stone mountain was too ordinary. There were only stones on the stone mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large stone. Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on this stone. When he calmed down, he sensed a kind of Tao rhyme. There seemed to be chanting in the void, as if a supreme being was explaining the supreme great Tao. This Gu Fei suddenly woke up. However, when he woke up from that ethereal state, the chanting disappeared. However, when he meditated again, the chanting sounded again. This shocked him because it was definitely the Tai Huang's Tao rhyme. This part of the void was imprinted with the Tai Huang's Tao rhyme. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. The Tai Huang's Tao rhyme was like a peerless Tao scripture. If he could comprehend this Tao rhyme, he wouldn't be far from becoming the second Tai Huang. Soon, Gu Fei completely entered that mysterious state. He listened to the Tai Huang's Tao rhyme and used the Tai Huang's great Tao to verify his own great Tao. Gu Fei didn't actually want to walk the Tai Huang's path. He was learning from the Tai Huang's great Tao to perfect his own great Tao. His cultivation was already at the bottleneck of a breakthrough, but he wanted to go one step further and make his great Tao even more perfect after the tribulations. Gu Fei lost track of time, forgot where he was, and even forgot his own existence. His thoughts seemed to be floating above the Nine Heavens Palace. Good fella, he meditated so quickly. A figure stood on top of a mountain in the distance. This person was the old tortoise. He didn't expect Gu Fei to sense the Tai Huang's Tao so quickly. Only after comprehending the Tai Huang's Tao could Gu Fei meditate on top of the stone. If he couldn't sense anything, then there was no need for him to meditate. The old tortoise looked at the figure on top of the stone mountain with a complicated expression. This was because he had made an exception. No outsider could enter the Tai Huang's cultivation place. Even some of the greater demons in the ancestral lands of the demon clan were not qualified to enter the Tai Huang's cultivation grounds. In the end, the old turtle turned around and left. He knew that once Gu Fei woke up from his meditation, he would be able to go through the heavenly tribulation. In fact, he was already capable of going through the heavenly tribulation, but he had suppressed his cultivation. No one expected that Gu Fei would sit on the big rock on the stone mountain for 9 years. During these 9 years, old tortoise would come to check on him every once in a while. However, Gu Fei showed no signs of waking up from his meditative state every time. In these 9 years, Gu Fei didn't move at all. He didn't even open his eyes once. It was as if he had turned into a stone statue, motionless. However, strangely, There was not a single speck of dust on his body. Even the large rock he was sitting on had no dust on it. It was extremely clean. On this stone mountain, there was not a single speck of dust. Time seemed to have stopped on this stone mountain. During these 9 years, the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Whether it was in the human realm or the heavenly realm, many old antiques were waking up from their slumber. The heavenly realm was even livelier. In the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, powerful beings from the desolate world constantly crossed over to compete with the experts of the heavenly realm. Although the desolate world had never produced an extreme path supreme or an ultimate emperor supreme, its overall strength surpassed that of the heavenly realm. This was because the desolate world had more quasi-supremes than the heavenly realm. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. In the heavenly realm, a primordial chaos quasi-supreme appeared. This quasi-supreme was extremely tyrannical. He traveled the heavenly realm and challenged the experts of the heavenly realm without suffering a single defeat. However, many old antiques knew where this quasi-supreme came from. He was an extremely powerful being from the desolate world. Some even guessed that he was a primordial chaos god born from the chaotic divine mountain. Not only did the chaos gem man roam the heavenly realm, but he also caused quite a stir in the human realm. Many old antiques from the human realm were defeated by him. Human realm, Eastern region, Wanxiang City. After Gu Fei left, Wanxiang City became a lot more deserted. The Iron Blood Taoist was in charge of everything here. As Gu Zhong, Gu Ling, and the others set foot on the human race's ancient road, even the heaven, earth, and human saints left Wanxiang City. Of course, as long as Gu Fei was still alive, no one would dare to have any ideas about Wanxiang City. Be it the demons or the other major forces, they wouldn't dare to do so. The consequences of angering Gu Fei were severe. This was a well-known fact. Our Lord has been gone for 9 years. What happened to him? The Iron Blood Taoist stood on top of Wanxiang City's city wall and muttered to himself as he gazed at the mountains in the distance. This was really hard to imagine. With Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess, it was impossible for anything to delay him for 9 years. It was impossible for Gu Fei to have died. The Iron Blood Taoist knew that Gu Fei was still alive and well. If Gu Fei had died, the restriction that Gu Fei had planted on him would have disappeared long ago. Not only did the restriction not disappear, but it was also getting stronger. This could only mean that Gu Fei's cultivation was constantly rising and becoming stronger. Just as the Iron Blood Taoist was sighing at Gu Fei's heaven-defying strength, a figure appeared outside Wanxiang City. It was a mysterious figure that was shrouded in a black mist and was faintly discernible. That's when the Iron Blood Taoist saw that figure, he was shocked. He hurriedly activated the city protection formation because he sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that figure. No matter who that person was filled with hostility towards him. Buzz. The void trembled, and a layer of transparent divine light immediately appeared in the void. It instantly enveloped the entire Wanxiang City. Hee. The figure chuckled softly and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. In the next moment, with a boom, the entire divine light that enveloped Wanxiang City shook violently. That black figure had already appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City and was smashing his fist down on Wanxiang City. Boom! The black figure's fist smashed onto the light barrier. The city protection formation shook violently. Enemy attack. Furious roars resounded in Wanxiang City as many powerful cultivators rushed out from all over the city. They were indescribably shocked. One must know that ever since Gu Fei left, no one dared to attack Wanxiang City. However, someone actually dared to attack Wanxiang City now. In fact, Gu Fei had many enemies. Whether it was the primordial heavenly emperor, the demons, the arhats of the Western Buddhist lands, or those hidden enemies, none of them were weaklings. This was especially true for the devil race and the Western Buddhist land. These were two extremely powerful forces. This mysterious person hid himself and did not show his face. The Iron Blood Taoist could not tell the origin of this person at all, which made him extremely shocked. At this moment, when the mysterious black figure realized that he was unable to break through the great formation of the Wanxiang city, he immediately unleashed his trump card. 9 demonic flags rushed out from the black figure's body and spread out, instantly enveloping the entire void of the heaven and earth. There was an extremely terrifying demonic beast vaguely appearing on each of the flags. They looked extremely ferocious, as if they were about to rush out from the flags. The Iron Blood Taoist could not help but be shocked at this scene. He recognized the demonic flags. The 9 demonic flags formed a terrifying demonic formation. The demonic formation enveloped the entire Wanxiang city. Then, the black figure activated the demonic formation, and endless demonic fire spread out from the 9 flags. The void was constantly distorted and destroyed by the demonic fire. Even the city protection formation of Wanxiang City dimmed. The Iron Blood Taoist could not help but be shocked at this scene. This demon was not simple at all. He actually wanted to turn Wanxiang City into ashes with the demonic formation. "You are courting death," the Iron Blood Taoist said to the black figure in the sky. Although Gu Fei had left Wanxiang City, he still left behind some backup plans. It was not a wise move for anyone to touch Wanxiang City. One must know that Gu Fei would not allow anyone to break into Wanxiang City. Humph! The black shadow in the sky sneered and continued to operate the demonic Tao killing formation. Demonic runes rushed out from the 9 demonic flags, and a terrifying demonic Tao power spread out from them. The city protection formation of Wanxiang City dimmed even more, as if it could disappear at any time. Very well. The Iron Blood Taoist was furious. He directly sat down on the city wall and activated the city protection formation with all his might to fight against the demonic figure's demonic formation. The dimmed city protection formation immediately emitted a resplendent divine light once again. 2 extremely powerful forces were clashing. At that moment, all the cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City were shocked to see what was happening. This was simply too shocking. To think that experts from the demonic path would invade Myriad Phenomenon City. They wanted to use the great demonic array to refine Myriad Phenomenon City. The demons have been silent for 9 years. Are they finally going to come out and cause trouble again? A living being in Wanxiang City said something like that. Ever since the demons failed to attack Wanxiang City, they had been silent for a long time. However, the demons seem to be making a new move now. Roar. At this time, the black silhouette raised its head to the sky and roared. The 9 devil flags fluttered, and the 9 incomparably malevolent demonic beasts on the devil flags rushed out, pouncing towards the light barrier. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the 9 demonic beast silhouettes erupted with supreme power. They broke through the light barrier in an instant and were about to charge into Wanxiang City. However, at that moment, an immortal sword light shot out from the Wanxiang City Lord's mansion. The sword light instantly destroyed the 9 beastly shadows. Chapter 3009. In the eastern region of the human realm, where Wanxiang City was located, black Qi soared into the sky. The demonic aura was terrifying. Originally, it was bright and sunny with the sun shining high up in the sky, but now the wind was howling and the demonic Qi was vast. There seemed to be countless ferocious demons and ghosts roaring and howling in the pitch-black chi, causing countless living beings in the distance to be terrified. Demons were the greatest enemies of all living beings. Wherever demons appeared, there would be bloody killings. The demonic figure's attack alarmed all the forces in the eastern region. Looks like the eastern region's devil's den is getting restless again. In the depths of a deity's ground in the eastern region, in a cave that was spewing chaotic essence, a figure sitting in the void suddenly opened his eyes. The moment this person opened his eyes, there seemed to be two bright bolts of lightning flashing through the dark cave. This person was wearing a bronze mask, but judging from the figure, this person was a woman. In the ancestral ground of the primordial Zhao clan, a peerless figure was also alarmed. However, this peerless figure did not walk out of the dragon's cave. Instead, he released a divine thought. The divine thought took the form of a human and directly arrived in the sky near Wanxiang City in the eastern region. This is when the human figure formed by the divine thought sensed the demonic figure in the demonic formation. He was taken aback. He seemed to have noticed something. After the news of a demon attacking Wanxiang City spread, it shocked everywhere. Not only did the major forces in the eastern region receive the news immediately, but even the forces in other regions of the human realm were also alarmed. One should know that Gu Fei had disappeared for 9 years. Some said that he was in the heaven realm, while others said that he was trapped in a certain place and could not escape. There were all kinds of speculations in the human realm. However, no one knew where Gu Fei was. One should know that the great demons cultivating in the ancestral ground of the demon clan would not leave the ancestral ground easily. Some of them would even go into seclusion for decades or even centuries. To these great demons, time was the most worthless thing. What these great demons chased after was power. The old tortoise had been very well behaved in the past few years and did not leave the ancestral ground of the demon clan. In fact, his state was the same as Gu Fei's. Who was the old tortoise? He was the Tai Huang's son. The Tai Huang's blood flowed in his veins. His physique was already shocking enough. He was also constantly perfecting his great path. At that moment, a shocking change occurred in the area where the Wanxiang City was located. Just as Mo Ying was about to activate the demonic formation and turn the entire Wanxiang City into ashes, a dazzling sword light suddenly shot out from the Wanxiang City and instantly annihilated the 9 demonic beasts that charged out from the 9 demonic flags. The sword light was invincible. After destroying the 9 beasts, it directly twisted on the 9 big flags. The 9 flags were immediately twisted by the sword light, and countless demonic patterns dissipated in the void. God, seeing that, the demonic figure was extremely shocked. The demonic formation that he had set up was easily destroyed by a sword light. The sword light simply destroyed everything in its path. Even the 9 demonic beasts formation was easily destroyed. The power displayed by the sword light was too shocking. Humph, you're digging your own grave. The iron blood Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up and looked at the demonic figure in the sky as he said, coldly, swoosh. At that moment, after the demonic figure destroyed the 9 demonic flags that were filled with demonic aura, he made a turn in the void and charged towards the demonic figure. The demonic figure was extremely shocked. He immediately soared into the sky in an attempt to avoid the immortal sword light. However, the sword light suddenly sped up and caught up to the demonic figure in an instant. It then slashed through the demonic figure. The demonic figure shrieked and immediately dissipated in the void. It was actually destroyed by the sword light. So it's just a clone. The iron blood Taoist's eyes lit up when he saw that. A clone was already so powerful. If the real body of the demonic figure were to descend, wouldn't it be even more powerful? However, there was no need for him to worry. Before Gu Fei left Wanxiang City, he had left behind more than one set of preparations. As long as those fellows dared to come, they would definitely not be able to return. After the immortal sword light destroyed the demonic figure, it directly rushed down from the sky and returned to the city lord's mansion of Wanxiang City, disappearing inside. The demonic aura that enveloped the entire Wanxiang City began to disperse with the wind. A few powerful living beings in the distance were shocked when they saw that. After all, Wanxiang City was Gu Fei's territory. It seemed that even if Gu Fei wasn't around, no one would be able to invade the city. There were rumors that Gu Fei already possessed the battle strength of a quasi-supreme 9 years ago. As long as he passed the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation, he would become a true quasi-supreme. 9 years had passed. Who knew if Gu Fei had become a quasi-supreme? Therefore, even those forces that held grudges against Gu Fei were unwilling to attack Wanxiang City. If they were to anger that killing god, the consequences would be dire. The crisis of Wanxiang City had been resolved. To be precise, it wasn't really a crisis. It was just that the experts of the demons had used their clones to test the actual situation of Wanxiang City. After this test, they realized that Wanxiang City was indeed not simple. It was obvious that Gu Fei had left a backup plan in Wanxiang City. Damn it! In the depths of the Eastern Demon lair, a figure sitting in the boundless demonic aura suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bloodlight spots immediately appeared in the void. It was a ferocious demon with a humanoid form. There were 2 demon horns on his head, but he had a human face. It was the face of a young man. However, a drop of blood seeped out of the young man's glabella. I didn't expect that sword light to be so powerful that it could destroy one of my clones. The ferocious demon muttered to himself. After this battle, the forces that originally wanted to attack Wanxiang City gave up on the idea. Some people saw the experts of the West Earth Buddhist sect turn around and leave. Some people also saw the experts of the Zhao clan of the Desolation of the Ancients leave. Some experts from the forces that had grudges with Gu Fei had come, but in the end, they all retreated. Wanxiang City quickly regained its peace. At this moment, in the ancestral grounds of the demon race on the stone mountain where the grand sovereign cultivated, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a huge rock, moved his eyelids and opened his eyes. He smiled and stood up from the rock. He had already obtained what he wanted. It was time for him to undergo the tribulation. Rays of light intertwined in the depths of Gu Fei's eyes. He took a step forward and instantly left the grand sovereign's cultivation ground. He appeared on the mountain where the old tortoise was. What if he underwent the tribulation? The old tortoise's voice came from a palace on the mountain peak. That's right. Gu Fei nodded. There was no need for him to hide anything. Ha ha, you finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Ha! The old tortoise laughed and walked out of the palace. Where do you plan to undergo the tribulation? The heavenly realm, of course, Gu Fei replied. The heavenly realm was definitely a good place for him to undergo the tribulation. Since ancient times, many living beings in the heavenly realm had successfully undergone the tribulation and became quasi-supremes. When these living beings underwent the tribulation, they would leave their mark on the heavenly Tao. If Gu Fei wanted to become a quasi-supremes, he would have to defeat the mark left by the former in order to become a new quasi-supremes. Therefore, undergoing the tribulation in the heavenly realm was much more difficult than undergoing the tribulation in other great heavens and earth. However, the stronger the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supremes, Gu Fei would definitely become the strongest quasi-supremes after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's go, the old tortoise said. He was a little excited because he had yet to undergo the tribulation. He didn't expect Gu Fei to take the first step. Soon, they appeared in the heavenly realm. Isn't it a waste to undergo the tribulation like this? The old tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, based on Gu Fei's experience in undergoing the tribulation, he had always liked to undergo the tribulation in the enemy's base camp. However, it was different this time. Gu Fei didn't plan to undergo the tribulation in anyone's base camp. Of course, he didn't dare to undergo the tribulation in the demon clan's ancestral land. Of course, it didn't seem impossible for him to undergo the tribulation in the demon clan's ancestral land. The heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supremes couldn't destroy the demon clan's ancestral land. However, the problem was that the demon clan's ancestral land wasn't a perfect great world. Let's go to the no man's land. Gu Fei said, the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supremes couldn't be compared to ordinary heavenly tribulations. The heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supremes was too powerful and would cause great fluctuations. Very well. The old tortoise nodded. He naturally knew the purpose of Gu Fei's actions. The two figures instantly disappeared into the void. Soon, two figures appeared in the sky above a no man's land in the heaven realm. These two people were the two quasi-supremes, Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Swoosh! The old tortoise flashed and disappeared into the void again. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away. Let's begin. As Gu Fei spoke, he sat cross-legged in the void and no longer suppressed his cultivation. The aura of a quasi-supremes immediately erupted from his body. Rumble, high up in the sky, dark clouds immediately covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. An extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth descended from the depths of the firmament. Humph! Gu Fei looked up and no longer paid attention to the changes in the sky. He then focused on guarding his heart and not being disturbed by the power of heaven. Soon, the place where he was completely shrouded by dark clouds and lightning. The heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supremes began. Dazzling lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds, illuminating the dark world from time to time. Rumble. Chapter 30:10. Gu Fei was finally about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. He did not tell anyone, and only the old tortoise knew. This was the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme, the most terrifying heavenly tribulation below the supreme tribulation. As long as Gu Fei could survive this heavenly tribulation, he would become a true quasi-supreme. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Gu Fei and the old tortoise went deep into the uninhabited area of the heaven realm and began to adjust the state of his mind and martial body. Soon, an extremely terrifying destructive power was quickly condensing in the depths of the sky. At this time, the old tortoise had already retreated to the top of a mountain thousands of miles away. A large seal floated above his head, emitting an aura of the extreme path. He was guarding Gu Fei. If any creatures dared to attack Gu Fei or interfere with Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation, the old tortoise would immediately attack and blast them into pieces. The aura of the extreme path emitted from the Tai Huang seal had shrouded the area within a radius of 100,000 miles. Any powerful creatures that barged in would be scared away by the aura of the Tai Huang seal. It should be noted that the Tai Huang seal had transformed into a flawless extreme path demon weapon. After obtaining the perfect world seed, the old tortoise's cultivation had also improved, and his path had become more perfect. In fact, he was also planning to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the near future. At this time, a massive tribulation cloud appeared high in the sky. This kind of tribulation cloud seemed to be somewhat different, and it actually emitted the divine light of the great path. Lightning constantly flashed in the tribulation cloud. It was actually purple lightning, as if there were humanoid creatures looming in the lightning. There were also natural Tao patterns that constantly dissipated as the lightning flashed. Natural purple thunder of the great path. Seeing this, the old tortoise was extremely shocked. This was only the first wave of heavenly tribulation, but it was already natural purple thunder of the great path. This was the true power of the great path. Boom! Thunder shook the sky. A purple lightning bolt that was even larger than a mountain fell from the sky and bombarded the figure sitting in the void. In the next moment, the figure under the tribulation cloud was completely engulfed by the purple lightning. This guy actually let the great path purple thunder hit him. Although the old tortoise was a little surprised to see this scene, it did not seem to be a big deal. After all, Gu Fei was a martial artist and a martial saint. The physique of a martial artist was originally much stronger than the physique of other people. This was absolutely indisputable. When one cultivated to a profound realm, even the physique of a mythological beast couldn't compare to the physique of a martial artist. Although the great Tao purple thunder was powerful, if Gu Fei couldn't even withstand the first wave of the thunder tribulation, then he wouldn't be Gu Fei. The quasi-supreme being, heavenly tribulation had begun, so the old tortoise didn't dare to be negligent. He paid close attention to all the movements within a radius of 100,000 miles. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't be disturbed. Rumble, thunderous noises kept coming from the tribulation cloud of the great path. Bolts of purple thunder of the great path bombarded Gu Fei below. Gu Fei did not resist. He allowed the tribulation thunder of the great path to touch him. He even guided the tribulation thunder of the great path into his body, using it to temper his martial body. For ordinary cultivators, this was absolutely unimaginable. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to let the tribulation thunder of the great path get close to them. However, Gu Fei did the exact opposite. When the first tribulation thunder landed on Gu Fei's body, Gu Fei's clothes instantly turned into ashes. Bolts of purple lightning wandered on his body. Every bolt of the great path purple thunder of the great path carried an extremely terrifying destructive power. However, in the extreme destruction, there was a trace of vitality. Of course, not everyone would be able to sense a trace of vitality in the midst of extreme destruction. The great path purple thunder of the great path, 9 by 9, 81 bolts. Every bolt was much more powerful than the one before. When the 9 by 9, 81 bolts of the great path purple thunder of the great path came crashing down, even a mortal divine iron would be shattered. However, Gu Fei was like the peerless fine gold in the furnace of heaven and earth. The more he was refined, the stronger and purer he became. His potential was gradually stimulated. After being bombarded by the 81 bolts of the great path purple thunder of the great path, his aura changed a little. A faint layer of purple light appeared on his body. It was formed by the interweaving purple lightning. Crack! The space between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly cracked. It was as if a perfect statue had suddenly cracked. Then, the crack on his eyebrows began to spread to his entire body. Very soon, his body was covered in cracks, as if it would fall apart at any moment. What thousands of miles away, the old tortoise witnessed this scene from the top of a mountain. It was no small matter. Countless cracks had appeared on Gu Fei's martial body. Could the great path purple thunder of the great path actually hurt Gu Fei? While the old tortoise was still in shock, he suddenly saw something falling from Gu Fei's body. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at it. It turned out that there was no problem with Gu Fei's martial body, and it had cracked. In fact, it was only a layer of old skin that had cracked. At this time, the old skin on his body kept falling off, revealing the crystal-clear skin that was like peerless divine jade. Streams of chaotic essence circulated on his skin. At this time, there was no lightning in the tribulation cloud high up in the sky. However, an even more powerful aura of destruction spread out from the tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud that shrouded the entire sky underwent a shocking change. It turned into a colorful color. Could this be the legendary? The old tortoise stared at the tribulation cloud in the sky, and his expression became extremely solemn. Brother, you're really lucky. Even a divine tribulation like this has descended. The old tortoise sighed. At this time, a vast sea of fire descended from the colorful tribulation cloud. It was a kind of almost transparent flames of the way. Fire-shaped patterns were faintly discernible in the flames of the way. Fire tribulation. Gouffet looked up. However, the moment he did so, a great fire descended from the sky and drowned him in the endless flames of the way. The flames of the way burned his body. In just an instant, Gouffet felt as if he was being roasted. His skin was about to crack. The flames of the way were not that hot, but the heat could penetrate his body. It was as if his chi, blood, and even his soul were about to be ignited. Roar! Gouffet roared into the sky. Flames of the way gushed out of his 7 orifices. It was as if he had been ignited inside and out by the flames of the way. His entire body was blooming with the divine fire of the great path. Fire-shaped patterns faintly appeared on his body. With heaven and earth as the furnace, come on, let's see if you can burn me to death. Chapter 30:11. Gouffet had attracted his own quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation in the uninhabited area of the heaven realm. The first wave of heavenly tribulation was the Great Path Purple Thunder Tribulation, also known as the Thunder Tribulation. Now, he was facing the Fire Tribulation. This was the second wave of the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. The Great Path Divine Fire descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Gouffet in flames. It's the 5 elements tribulation. Brother, you're really something. On the top of a mountain thousands of kilometers away, the old tortoise stared at the colorful tribulation cloud in the sky with a solemn expression as he spoke. The 5 elements tribulation was an extremely rare kind of heavenly tribulation. Even the old tortoise did not expect Gouffet to be able to attract the 5 elements tribulation. Furthermore, it was the second wave of heavenly tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation was naturally formed by the power of the 5 elements. When the 5 elements tribulation was launched, it was first the fire tribulation, then the water tribulation, followed by the earth tribulation, the metal tribulation, and the wood tribulation. After going through all 5 kinds of heavenly tribulation, once the power of the 5 elements converged, the last and strongest wave of heavenly tribulation would descend. The power of the 5 elements would evolve into the metal tribulation, wood tribulation, water tribulation, fire tribulation, and earth tribulation. An hour later, the true fire of the great path that had enveloped Gouffet gradually receded. At that moment, Gouffet's entire body was charred black by the true fire of the great path, as if he had been roasted. However, a powerful force of life erupted from his body. The layer of charred skin on his body immediately fell off. At this time, a water blue light of the way descended from the sky and turned into a monstrous flood that instantly drowned Gouffet. This was the power of the great path of water. Water was extremely soft, but at this time, the flood displayed great power and obliterated Gouffet from all directions. Gouffet still did not resist. Instead, he guided the power of the great path of water to temper his body. The powerful power of the great path of water passed through his body and cleansed his martial body. After the water tribulation, it was time for the earth tribulation. The power of the earth broke through the ground and turned into a whirlpool, swallowing Gouffet. The void trembled, and the thick earth energy was vast and mighty. This kind of grayish earth elemental energy was incomparably heavy as though it could directly obliterate all living things. Gu Fei encountered great danger in the whirlpool formed by the earth elemental energy. However, he still managed to overcome it. An hour later, the earth elemental energy dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. Then, just as Old Tortoise had guessed, the metal tribulation was launched. The power of metal descended from the sky and turned into 9 peerless sword lights, piercing towards Gu Fei. Shwa! 9 peerless sword lights pierced into Gu Fei's body at the same time, and the power of the sharp metal was destroying the vitality in his body. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a shake of his body, the 9 sword lights that had pierced into his body were immediately shaken off and dispersed in the void. Voom! Just at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Gu Fei raised his head and saw countless sword images descending from the heavens, all of them piercing towards him. The overwhelming sword shadows of the great path shrouded the entire space, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. This was definitely the tribulation of 10,000 swords. The power of the sharp metal swords was extraordinary. Every sword light directly pierced through Gu Fei's martial body, destroying his vitality. This scene shocked even Old Tortoise. Gu Fei's vitality was rapidly weakening. Every sword light seemed to have taken away a trace of Gu Fei's vitality. The metal tribulation of the 5 elements was truly terrifying. The sword light formed by the power of metal was the sword light of annihilation, which could destroy all life. However, Gu Fei's vitality was extremely strong. Even when his martial body was pierced by the 10,000 swords of annihilation, he still stubbornly survived. After the metal tribulation was over, he opened up his inner world before the wood tribulation was launched. He took out a peach of immortality and ate it right away. After eating the peach of immortality, Gu Fei's vitality immediately became strong again. After Gu Fei ate the peach of immortality, the wood tribulation of the 5 elements was finally launched. In the next moment, Gu Fei was drowned in endless vines. Countless plants grew in the void. The vines grew wildly like giant dragons, wrapping around Gu Fei. There were extremely sharp thorns on the vines. Those thorns pierced into Gu Fei's body and devoured his essence in a frenzy. Gu Fei was shocked. He did not expect the wood tribulation to be like this. He quickly used his mystical skill to seal his essence so that it would not leak out. However, he was shocked to find out that his energy was still leaking out. This shocked him. Preposterous! Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the word none. The power of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao burst forth, melting the vines wrapping around his body into nothingness like snow under the scorching sun. Half an hour later, the wood tribulation came to an end. However, at this moment, Gu Fei sensed an extremely powerful force of the 5 elements descending from the sky. He looked up and saw the 5 elements' power rushing out from the tribulation clouds. The 5 elements' power transformed into a 5 elements annihilation wheel that came crashing down on Gu Fei. 5 elements as one. Gu Fei was taken aback when he saw this. At this moment, the world-exterminating roulette formed by the power of the 5 elements had already arrived. Damn it! Chaotic energy surged from Gu Fei's body. Like a supreme deity walking out of the chaos, he reached out with both hands to push the 5 elements annihilation wheel down from the sky. Rumble, the 2 chaotic hands, stopped the 5 elements annihilation wheel. Even the Old Tortoise was shocked. Gu Fei was truly ferocious. However, Gu Fei was quickly suppressed by the 5 elements annihilation wheel. His entire body was pressed into the ground, causing the earth to shake and dust to rise. Finally, the 5 elements annihilation wheel dissipated. Gu Fei walked out of the ground covered in blood. His aura was weak, as if he had used up all of his energy. However, he took out a peach of immortality from his inner world and ate it. As soon as he ate the peach of immortality, a powerful life force erupted from Gu Fei's body. The peach of immortality was a quasi-immortal divine medicine, and the vitality contained within it was unimaginable. After eating the peach of immortality, Gu Fei's exhausted essence qi was instantly replenished, and at this time, the tribulation cloud high up in the sky underwent another shocking change. Lightning suddenly appeared in the tribulation cloud. This time, there was actually a human-shaped lightning bolt appearing in the tribulation cloud. Chapter 30:12. Gu Fei endured the tribulation of 5 elements, but he suffered a great impact. Fortunately, he had the quasi-immortal peaches of immortality, so he didn't need to worry about his vitality being depleted by the power of the tribulation. By the time the 3rd wave of heavenly tribulation arrived, Gu Fei's cultivation base had returned to its peak state. This was the effect of the quasi-immortal divine medicine, allowing Gu Fei to instantly return to his peak state. Rumble. At this time, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to emit thunderous sounds again. An extremely powerful heavenly might descended from the sky. Within the tribulation clouds, there were 9 silhouettes. They were completely condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. Although each silhouette was blurry, they emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if there were 9 impassable ancient mountains standing in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei could feel a great pressure. At this moment, his expression was extremely heavy. That was because the previous 2 waves of heavenly tribulation were nothing. The 3rd wave of heavenly tribulation was the most terrifying one. Since the ancient times, the imprints left by the most outstanding living beings in the heavenly Tao had been activated. The imprints were condensing energy. Then, the energy of those outstanding living beings appeared in the world once again. The moment the 9 silhouettes appeared in the tribulation clouds, all the ancient living beings in the heavenly realm were startled. Is that little guy finally going to take that step in the ancestral land of the demon race? On the peak of a divine mountain shrouded in spiritual energy, an old man in white robes, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, opened his eyes and spoke. Boom. At the same time, in the uninhabited area of the heavenly realm, a mountain suddenly exploded. A stone coffin flew out from the mountain, emitting an incomparably powerful divine sense. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has taken that step. The stone coffin soared into the sky, then stopped high up in the sky. Immediately after, the divine sense emitted from the stone coffin. Quasi-supreme, heavenly tribulation. Just who is it? In the middle earth of the heaven realm, in an unremarkable small city, a fortune-teller on the street suddenly raised his head to look at the sky and muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in the depths of his turbid eyes. At this time, whether it was the peerless figures in seclusion or the experts hiding in the city, they were all alarmed by the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered. The unremarkable fortune-teller by the street was really unremarkable. He was wearing a Taoist robe that had been washed so many times that the color had faded. His hair was white, and his eyebrows were white. Forget immortal aura. This old Taoist priest's aura was even weaker than that of a normal cultivator's. He was like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. But in the next moment, the old Taoist disappeared. There were many people on the street, but no one noticed how the old Taoist disappeared. No one even noticed that there was 1 less person on the street. At this time, in a no-man's land in the heaven realm, Gu Fei encountered great danger. Among the 9 powerful figures that appeared from the tribulation clouds, none of them were humanoid creatures. Roar. A strange beast whose entire body was emitting boundless lightning roared, and then it charged out of the tribulation clouds. This was a creature of lightning, and it was born with the talent to control lightning. Thunder Beast. Seeing this, Gu Fei was taken aback. This creature bathed in lightning was very similar to the Chaos Thunder Beast that he killed in the Chaos Void. They were practically identical. The corpse of the Chaos Thunder Beast that he killed was still in his inner world. The Thunder Beast let out a furious roar and pounced towards Gu Fei. Endless lightning bolts rushed out from the beast's body. In just an instant, the entire world turned into a sea of lightning. Streaks of dazzling lightning tore through the void of heaven and earth. So strong. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. The power displayed by this Thunder Beast was much stronger than the previous 2 waves of heavenly tribulations. As expected of the most stunning creature, although it was just the power of a mark, it was enough to kill all experts below the quasi-supreme level. This Thunder Beast was definitely not the Chaos Thunder Beast that Gu Fei killed. That was because the Chaos Thunder Beast was only a Holy Venerate level creature. This Thunder Beast that was formed from lightning was a quasi-supreme level creature. With just one strike, Gu Fei was blasted down from the sky by the boundless lightning. Boom! He was smashed deep into the ground. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. The entire ground was undulating like waves. Mountain ridges were collapsing one after another. It was as though the end of the world was coming. Roar! The Thunder Beast that was formed from the power of lightning roared and pounced down from the sky, charging deep into the ground. Gu Fei's furious roar resounded from the depths of the earth. 2 extremely powerful forces collided with each other, causing the entire world to tremble. The earth was collapsing and sinister-looking cracks were constantly appearing on the ground. The area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was affected. Even the mountain under the feet of the old tortoise, which was thousands of miles away, cracked and collapsed. The old tortoise soared high into the sky. The power of the mark of the heavenly way. The old tortoise looked up at the sky. He seemed to have sensed the aura that made the hearts of all living things palpitate. He was the son of the Grand Emperor, so he naturally knew many secrets. The heavenly Tao wasn't much, but the heavenly Tao had an ability, or rather, an instinct. It could imprint the power of those who defeated it onto the heavenly Tao. That way, when another creature wanted to defeat the heavenly way would release the power of the mark left on it by the creature that defeated it. The old tortoise knew very well that the heavenly way was constantly becoming stronger. If Gu Fei defeated the heavenly way, his power would also be branded on the heavenly way, leaving behind the seed of his power. In the future, only beings that were more powerful than Gu Fei would be able to overcome the tribulation successfully. Those who were weaker than Gu Fei could only die with a grievance. Even the old tortoise did not know if Gu Fei could survive the tribulation. Since ancient times, there had been too many amazing existences. Roar! At that moment, Gu Fei's roar was heard from the ground. The entire ground exploded, and 2 extremely powerful figures soared into the sky from the ground. The 2 figures moved quickly in the void. The terrifying Thunder Beast attacked Gu Fei until he kept vomiting blood, and Gu Fei was showing signs of being unable to withstand it. The old tortoise could not help but feel nervous. In fact, he also knew that there was no need for him to be nervous. This was because Gu Fei definitely had more than one divine weapon of the Great Path. The old tortoise might not know about the others, but he knew that Gu Fei would definitely not die under the heavenly tribulation. Kill. Gu Fei did not use any secret techniques of the immortal path. Instead, he used martial arts to fight the Thunder Beast. His right hand directly attacked the Thunder Beast that was charging towards him. Rumble. A giant chaotic hand appeared in the void and slammed towards the thunder beast that was charging towards him. Countless lightning bolts dissipated under the chaotic hand. Boom! Gu Fei's palm collided with the thunder beast, and he was directly sent flying. His entire arm was charred by the power of the lightning, and his flesh was a bloody mess. He was already coughing up blood in the air. Damn it! Ever since he became a holy venerate, he had never been in such a sorry state. He was furious. Although he was coughing up blood, his chi and blood were vast, and his battle intent was still strong. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed as he executed the 9 heaven punishing swords. 9 immortal sword lights shot out from his hands, each of them exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation. The moment the 9 heaven punishing swords appeared, the sky changed color. Wherever the sword rays passed, the thunder beast that was formed from the power of lightning was directly slashed apart by the 9 sword rays. It turned into a mark and shot up into the sky, returning to the heavenly Tao. Up in the sky, the old tortoise was dumbfounded. Initially, Gu Fei was at a disadvantage, but the situation was reversed in an instant. After Gu Fei defeated the Thunder Beast, another figure formed from the power of lightning walked out of the tribulation clouds and directly attacked him. Swoosh! A peerless saber light descended from the sky, slashing towards Gu Fei. It was a mutated beast that knew how to use weapons. It held a single saber in its hand, and with a single slash, the saber light instantly split the sky apart, displaying a terrifying might. It was a demonic ape. Its body was covered in a vast demonic aura, and the lightning that shot out from the demonic ape was black. Heaven-punishing sword. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately used the strongest move of the extreme sword path. The power of heaven-punishing sword erupted from the 9 sword rays. One of the sword rays blocked the demonic ape's sword ray, while the other 8 sword rays instantly slashed the demonic ape. One had to admit that the power of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was too terrifying, especially when it was used by Gu Fei. Its power was multiplied. The demonic ape roared and turned into a mark unwillingly. It shot up into the sky and disappeared into the depths of the firmament, returning to the heavenly Tao. 2 of the 9 figures that appeared in the tribulation clouds had been killed by Gu Fei. There were still 7 figures left. As long as he defeated the 7 figures in the tribulation clouds, he might be able to become a quasi-supreme. Rumble, at that moment, another figure broke through the tribulation clouds and came down from the sky. When Gu Fei saw the figure, he was shocked because it was an extremely huge golden spider. As the spider descended, it spat out golden silk threads towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! Chapter 30:13. Gu Fei was facing the most powerful heavenly tribulation. This was the true heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme. If it was anyone else, they would have given up all hope. However, Gu Fei was no ordinary person. The more powerful the heavenly tribulation, the happier he was. If he was afraid, he would have gone through the heavenly tribulation in the deserted world. One should know that the deserted world was a very clean place. There had never been a supreme of the extreme path. There was no doubt that going through the heavenly tribulation in such a place would greatly increase the chances of success. This was because those who could become supreme of the extreme path were mostly outstanding from a young age, far surpassing their peers. Such beings were too amazing, and the marks of the great path left behind were also extremely powerful. To defeat the marks of the great path left behind by such existences was definitely not an easy task. However, Gu Fei insisted on challenging the marks of the great path left behind by the peerless figures. He wanted to become an existence even more powerful than the former, and this was his goal. Boom, boom, boom. A golden spider that was larger than a mountain rushed out of the clouds and headed towards Gu Fei. At the same time, the golden spider spat out golden silk threads that entangled Gu Fei. It was obvious that the golden spider had also successfully passed the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-supreme. Otherwise, it would not have left its mark on the heavenly path. Dazzling rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's body. Every ray of light emitted a terrifying, murderous power that made all living beings shudder. This was a sword of killing. The power of the murderous nature was absolutely unprecedented. Back then, the supreme swordsman who created the 9 heaven-punishing swords embarked on the path of killing and eventually became an invincible swordsman. Of course, throughout the ages, there were definitely many who embarked on the path of killing. However, to be able to reach the end of the path and make the ultimate leap to become a supreme of the extreme path was one of a kind. However, wherever the sword light passed, countless golden spider webs that were entangling from all directions were directly cut off. Then, the extremely sharp sword light made a turn in the air and soared into the sky, piercing through the golden spider that was swooping down from the sky. The golden spider's 8 legs, which were as huge as mountains, danced in the air, transforming into a peerless sword light that collided with Gu Fei's heaven-punishing sword light. Unexpectedly, it managed to block all of the heaven-punishing sword light. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This golden spider wasn't simple. It was much more powerful than the previous 2 beings condensed from the power of lightning. With a sway of his body, Gu Fei transformed into a heaven-punishing sword. Then he soared into the sky and pierced through the golden spider. The heaven-punishing sword emitted a powerful, murderous aura. At this moment, even the world lost its color. The tribulation clouds in the sky released an even more terrifying aura, as if the world was furious. Swoosh! One of the golden spider's long legs directly slashed at the sword light that Gu Fei had transformed into. Like a golden sword, it directly cut through the void. This golden spider was only formed from a brand, but it still had such a powerful and terrifying combat power. Such a combat power could definitely kill a holy venerable in a second. It was hard to imagine how powerful this golden spider would be if it were to descend in its true form. Clang! The sword light that Gu Fei had transformed into collided with one of the golden spider's long legs. Then, the spider's leg that was larger than a mountain fell from the sky. This scene was so realistic that it seemed like a real golden spider with flesh and blood had its leg chopped off by Gu Fei's sword. Golden blood spilled from the sky. Of course, although this scene was realistic, it was not real. The golden spider's blood that spilled from the sky quickly dissipated in the void. Even the spider's leg had turned into countless sparks of electricity and dissipated. Roar! That gigantic golden spider let out an enraged roar. To think that this human would be able to hurt it. This was something that caused the golden spider to go berserk. Countless golden rays rushed out from the remaining 7 long legs of the golden spider. Those golden rays directly pierced through the sword light that Gu Fei had transformed into. Those were the dense spikes on the golden spider's long legs that flew up and turned into thread-like sword light. This was definitely a killer move. Even when facing countless strong enemies, this move would be able to attack each and every one of them indiscriminately. However, at this moment, countless thread-like sword light greeted the sword light that Gu Fei had transformed into. They were so dense that there was no way to avoid them. Clang! The thread-like sword light collided with the sword light that Gu Fei had transformed into. Sounds of metal colliding rang out, causing the sword light that Gu Fei had transformed into to vibrate continuously. Gu Fei attacked with all his might, displaying the full might of this sword art. The heaven-punishing sword soared into the sky and destroyed the countless thread-like sword light. Swoosh! The immortal sword of slaughter soared into the sky and directly cut off the remaining 7 long legs of the golden spider. Then, with a flash of sword light, the golden spider was directly cut in half. Rumble, endless power of thunder exploded and raged. The golden spider that was larger than a mountain was filled with endless unwillingness. It turned back into lightning and dissipated in the void. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He no longer paid attention to the golden spider and stared at the other figure in the calamity clouds. The golden spider completely dissipated in the void. Then endless lightning wrapped around a mark and soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the sky. At this moment, another creature walked out of the calamity clouds. It was a black flood dragon. However, this black flood dragon had a pair of ancestral dragon horns. However, this black flood dragon with ancestral dragon horns was still a flood dragon and not a true dragon. However, this black flood dragon was definitely much stronger than the majority of true dragons. Roar! The flood dragon directly poked its huge head out of the calamity clouds and spat a stream of true fire at Gu Fei. This true fire instantly spread out and drowned Gu Fei in a sea of fire. The void that was enveloped by the black flood dragon, true fire was distorting and being annihilated. This kind of true fire was a quasi-supreme level true fire. Not to mention holy venerables, even ordinary quasi-supreme beings would have to retreat. Boom! Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war that walked out from the chaos. He directly broke through the true fire of the black flood dragon and rushed out. Then he punched the black flood dragon. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the black flood dragon's claw. He only felt an irresistible force coming from the opponent's claw. He immediately fell from the sky involuntarily. Boom! He smashed into the depths of the earth, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the ground. Good fella, Gu Fei rushed out from the ground. His entire body was flickering with lightning. His body shook, and the lightning wandering around his body was immediately dispersed. This kind of lightning could no longer hurt him, but it still made him feel a little numb. Kill. There was no way out. He could only move forward. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He directly rushed into the sky and fought with the black flood dragon that swooped down from the sky. This was an extremely intense battle. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei did not dare to say that he would definitely win at this time. One must know that the black flood dragon was too powerful and experienced. Otherwise, it would not have been able to successfully pass the quasi-sovereign heavenly tribulation and leave a mark on the heavenly Tao. At this time, in the sky thousands of miles away, the old tortoise frowned. At this time, there was finally an uninvited guest. It was an old Taoist with white hair and white eyebrows. He was wearing a Taoist robe that had been washed countless times. This old Taoist was also holding a banner in his hand. On the banner were the words, "Iron mouth breaks straight." A fortune teller? No way. The old tortoise was speechless when he saw this old Taoist. However, this old Taoist knew that he was here and still dared to come here. This was enough to show that this old Taoist was not simple. So the crown prince is here. The old Taoist acted familiar and walked directly towards the old tortoise. The old tortoise could not help but be surprised at this scene. This old Taoist was actually able to resist the aura emitted by his Tai Huang seal. It was truly unbelievable. Quasi-sovereign. The old tortoise muttered to himself, "The young man who is undergoing the heavenly tribulation should be the crown prince's friend." It seems that the young man is not simple to be able to invite the crown prince to protect him. The old Taoist came in front of the old tortoise and said, "Who are you?" Old Tortoise was on high alert as he scrutinized the old Taoist. However, the old Taoist gave him a feeling of nonchalance, as if the aura of the great path emanating from the Tai Huang seal did not affect him at all. No need to be nervous. You and I are not enemies. The old Taoist waved his hand and said with a smile, "But we don't seem to be friends either." The old Tortoise said with a solemn expression. This old Taoist was very strong, so strong that he felt a lot of pressure. However, with the Tai Huang seal in hand, he was already in an invincible position. "We will become friends." The old Taoist was still smiling. At this moment, another incomparably powerful aura appeared within the old Tortoise's sensing range. It was an incomparably powerful death aura, as if a peerless king of death had been born. A stone coffin soon appeared on the horizon and quickly approached the old Tortoise. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. The old Taoist was shocked when he saw the stone coffin. He seemed to recognize the existence in the stone coffin. I've died once. But you, old bull's nose, actually escaped that calamity. What a surprise. The stone coffin emitted such a fluctuation of divine will. In the blink of an eye, the stone coffin was already close to them. Tai Huang's seal. The existence in the stone coffin seemed to be wary of the Tai Huang seal and stopped in the distance. Chapter 3014. Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was bound to startle everyone because the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation was really too big. Even the tribulation clouds in the sky almost covered the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Almost half of the heavenly realm could sense the mighty aura that spread out from the tribulation clouds. In fact, for those sage-level creatures, they could sense the changes in the heavenly Tao laws of the heavenly realm, no matter where they were, as long as they wanted to. This was the advantage of sage-level creatures. They could comprehend the heavenly Tao laws and cultivate, to a certain extent. Sage-level creatures were already different from ordinary creatures. This was because creatures below the sage level could not sense the changes in the heavenly Tao laws. Rumble, the heavenly tribulation continued. Gu Fei and the black flood dragon fought fiercely. His whole body was covered with a vast and mighty chaotic aura. He looked like a supreme expert that walked out from the depths of chaos. Every punch he threw shook the surrounding void and shattered the endless tribulation lightning that bombarded him. Boom! Bang! Heavy crashing sounds continuously rang out. Two figures moved extremely quickly under the tribulation clouds. This fourth black flood dragon was much more powerful than the previous three creatures. Swoosh! The dragon's claw slashed across. On Gu Fei's body that was as strong as a quasi-supreme Tao artifact, a bloody wound immediately appeared. His muscles flipped and blood seeped out from the wound. Bang! At the same time, Gu Fei's right fist also landed on one of the black flood dragon's ancestral dragon horns. Crack! The ancestral dragon horn broke in an instant and flew out. Roar! The black flood dragon seemed to have gone mad. Its ancestral dragon horn was broken by a puny human. To it, this was definitely a great humiliation. Although this black flood dragon was formed from the heavenly Tao's seal of the heavenly Tao, it originated from a flood dragon that had already passed the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. This black flood dragon had an instinctive reaction. It was extremely angry. What it wanted to do was to crush and destroy this human in front of it. Rumble, a powerful flood dragon's power exploded from the black flood dragon's body. Gu Fei was immediately blown away. He kept coughing up blood, but the blood he coughed up would instantly turn into a blood mist and be absorbed back into his body by his martial body. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, the blood essence in his body would not be lost. Furthermore, after the martial body was injured, it would be healed immediately. His martial body had already reached an almost indestructible level. Of course, in order to achieve true immortality, one had to become an extreme supreme master. Among the warriors, there were only two people who could become an extreme supreme master. One was the martial ancestor, and the other was the sword ancestor. They were the ones who created the 9 heaven punishment swords and became a supreme master by killing. One had to know that the sword was also a form of martial arts. The sword ancestor, who created the 9 heaven punishing swords, walked the path of the martial way of the sword. Of course, there were also sword cultivators in the immortal way. That was the sword of the immortal way, which was fundamentally different from the sword of the martial way. Are you angry now? Ha ha. Gu Fei laughed crazily and then rushed toward the black flood dragon. He punched out with the chaotic fists, and the 2 fists bloomed with dazzling chaotic light. It was as if 2 chaotic stars were colliding with the black flood dragon. The terrifying power fluctuations caused the entire world to shake violently. This was a huge collision. 2 extremely powerful forces exploded. The void between heaven and earth was annihilated. Even the great path of heaven and earth was shattered. Gu Fei and the black flood dragon were both blown away. The 2 great experts were evenly matched. They fought with all their might. In the distant sky, the old tortoise and the other experts who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. Even the old tortoise, who knew about Gu Fei's background, felt that Gu Fei was too fierce. Your Royal Highness, this friend of yours is like an ancient heavenly beast. The old Taoist, who was holding the fortune-telling banner, said, while stroking his white beard. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei moved him. Deep in his turbid eyes, there was a flash of light. He seems to be a descendant of the martial ancestor. No wonder he's so brave. The stone coffin was faintly discernible in the endless death aura. It was as if there were countless demons and ghosts roaring around it. It was a soul-stirring scene. You've indeed walked a different path. The old Taoist looked at the stone coffin and said with a solemn expression, the guy in the stone coffin was incredible. He might have really died once, but he was reborn from death and became an undead creature. You're not bad yourself. You've actually lived until now. The stone coffin emitted such a fluctuation of will. At this time, a ferocious beast shadow loomed in the distant sky. The powerful breath of a quasi-supreme was mighty. The ferocious beast shadow did not come over. It seemed that the old tortoise's Tai Huang seal was very wary and did not dare to approach. In addition to the 3 quasi-supreme, the old tortoise knew that there should be many quasi-supreme in the dark. However, he was not afraid. With the Tai Huang seal in hand, who would dare to cause trouble? Of course, nothing was absolute. He did not dare to let his guard down. That guy is actually transcending the tribulation. Mortal realm, West Earth's Buddhist sect on the peak of Mount Spirited. On top of a huge rock, a bald monk wearing a dirty kasaya suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a very handsome little monk wearing a white monk robe with white teeth and red lips walked up from the foot of the mountain with an alms bowl in his hand. The little monk was none other than Fan Xiao. Although he looked harmless, no one would have thought that he would be able to match up to old Tortoise in terms of underhanded tricks and brickmaking. Even the Hei Tian would feel inferior in front of this little monk. Arhut Fan Xiao, the bald monk sitting cross-legged on the boulder, opened his eyes. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning flashed in the air. The old monk's gaze fell on the little monk holding the alms bowl. Great baldy heavenly Dharma, when will you lend me your kasaya? Little monk Fan Xiao looked at the dirty kasaya on the bald monk's body and asked, "Ha, when I become a supreme Buddha, I'll lend it to you. How about it?" Heavenly Dharma laughed and stood up from the rock. When you become a supreme Buddha, how long will that take? Little monk Fan Xiao said, helplessly. As long as the Kasaya was worn by Heavenly Dharma, he would not be able to do anything to him. That was not an ordinary Kasaya. It was a Kasaya worn by a Buddhist lord for thousands of years. Heavenly monk Dharma had been in possession of the Kasaya for a very long time. He had been comprehending the Buddha nature of the Kasaya and had benefited a lot from it. His cultivation had been advancing rapidly, and he was only one step away from becoming a quasi-supreme Buddha. Without the Kasaya, little monk Fan Xiao might have been able to fight against Heavenly Dharma, but with the Kasaya, he was already in an invincible position. I believe you have already sensed that the little guy is transcending the tribulation. Shouldn't we do something? Heavenly Dharma said, yes, let's go to the heavenly realm. Little monk Fan Xiao smiled. Then little monk Fan Xiao and Heavenly Dharma disappeared from the peak of the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei had many enemies. When his enemies found out that he was transcending the tribulation, they would not miss this opportunity. Someone would intercept him while he was transcending the tribulation. That little guy is transcending the tribulation. In the Dongfang family's ancestral land, a thought was transmitted from the Chaos Cavern. The two figures sitting cross-legged outside the Chaos Cavern opened their eyes, and a few bolts of lightning flashed in the void. Is the old ancestor coming out of seclusion? The two old men stood up abruptly and turned to look at the Chaos Cavern. We can't miss it. Let's go and take a look. A figure rushed out of the Chaos Cavern and soared into the sky, heading towards the path to heaven in the sky market. The news that the Eastern Sky Tyrant King had left the ancestral land of the Dongfang family spread quickly. It should be known that the appearance of any big shot at this time would shock everyone. Soon, someone saw a peerless figure of the Zhao family of the primordial ancients walking out of the ancestral land of the Zhao family and disappearing into the void. The two emperor clans of the Buzhou ancestral planet also received the news. The Xian clan and the Gold clan both sent peerless experts out of seclusion and headed straight for the heavenly realm. Apart from those who had already set foot on the human race's ancient road 9 years ago, all the experts in the human realm who received the news were also heading for the heavenly realm. The news of Gu Fei transcending the tribulation spread quickly. Master is finally transcending the tribulation. In the Wanxiang city, the Iron Blood Taoist was extremely excited when he received the news. If Gu Fei succeeded, he would become a quasi-sovereign, and the strongest one at that. Gu Fei's transcending the tribulation had shaken everyone. All the ancient clans sent peerless experts to the heavenly realm to find out what was going on. The commotion in the quasi-sovereign celestial realm was too great. Once those peerless experts arrived in the heavenly realm, they would be able to sense the heaven and earth and immediately know the location of Gu Fei's tribulation. An uninhabited area in the heavenly realm immediately became lively. However, after sensing the aura of the Grand Sovereign Seal, the experts stopped in the distance, with the old turtle protecting Gu Fei. Even those who wanted to harm Gu Fei would have to think twice before doing so. One had to know that the old turtle wasn't easy to bully. The fame of the new demon, Lord of the Heavenly Realm, was earned through battles. Back then, when the old turtle returned to the Heavenly Realm, he led a group of subordinates to fight all over the place and made a name for himself in the Heavenly Realm. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant King and other peerless characters didn't want to offend the old turtle. One had to know that once the old turtle went crazy, it wouldn't be a joke. Preposterous. Where is that old turtle guarding? How are we going to make a move? Someone was very apprehensive after seeing this scene. The aura of the Grand Sovereign Seal was too vast, as if there was a supreme demon lord looking down on the common people. Before this kind of power, even a quasi-supreme would be as weak as an ant, unable to contend against it. I heard that Gu Fei has a good relationship with the Jiang clan's mortal emperor. If he also invited mortal Emperor Jiang to protect him, then no one would be able to disturb his tribulation. Chapter 30:15. Gu Fei's tribulation had shaken everyone. Even many old antiques who had been in seclusion for a long time were alarmed. Many of them directly jumped out of their seclusion. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant Queen, who had been cultivating in the Dongfang family's ancestral land, came out. She wasn't there to cause trouble, but to observe. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Queen's cultivation had long reached the point where she was about to take that step, but she had been unable to take it. She always felt that she was still lacking something. When the Eastern Sky Tyrant Queen appeared in the heaven realm, it caused quite a stir. It should be known that her bronze mask had once shaken the entire human world of cultivation. Many people of her generation naturally knew how powerful she was. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Queen was very mysterious. No one had seen her true appearance, but from her figure, it could be seen that this bronze-masked, peerless expert was a woman. A woman was actually called the Eastern Sky Tyrant Queen. This was already an unbelievable matter. It seemed that since ancient times, she was the only woman to be called Tyrant Queen. In fact, in the 9 layers of Buddha heaven created by the ancient Buddha master, there was also an overlord who broke out of the 9 layers of Buddha heaven, but then disappeared without a trace. The experts who broke out of the 9 layers of Buddha heaven and were still active in the world of cultivation seemed to be the 2 great protectors of West Earth's Buddhism. This Gu Fei is quite amazing. He actually reached this step at such a young age. Someone exclaimed. When the people of the same generation as Gu Fei saw the scene in the distant sky, they felt as if a lifetime had passed. People of the same generation had already left them far behind. Gu Fei's cultivation speed definitely made people of the same generation feel despair, especially those who had previously surpassed him. Now, they were left far behind. Rumble, the terrifying heavenly tribulation, was still being unleashed. The aura of destruction spread out, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be obliterated. Destructive lightning constantly bombarded down from the tribulation clouds in the sky, and each lightning bolt was bigger than a mountain. Even a saint would be instantly obliterated if he was struck by such a bolt of lightning, and he wouldn't even be able to become a ghost. However, when this kind of lightning struck Gu Fei's body, it was simply like scratching an itch. It was difficult to injure him in the slightest, and he even guided and used it to temper his martial body. Since ancient times, Gu Fei was probably the only person who could be struck by lightning and still feel extremely comfortable. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, Gu Fei's figure could be vaguely seen. He was moving at high speed, fighting a black flood dragon condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. As he fought with the black flood dragon, he devoured the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen himself. He's actually devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation. Soon, a group of experts who were watching Gu Fei's tribulation from afar saw Gu Fei's strange behavior. This Gu Fei was really audacious. He actually dared to devour the power of tribulation that others couldn't even dodge in time. One had to know that the power of the heavenly tribulation could directly destroy him if he was not careful. Devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation was definitely an extremely dangerous action. Even if the person undergoing the tribulation thought that he could completely pass the tribulation, he wouldn't be so crazy. At this time, the old tortoise no longer paid attention to the old Taoist and the powerful existence in the stone coffin. He directly sat in the void with his legs crossed. Above his head, the Tai Huang seal floated in the extreme light of the great path, releasing an extremely strong aura. So many experts had come to this uninhabited area of the heaven realm, but he dared not let his guard down. He was very clear that there would definitely be people who would fish in troubled waters and attack Gu Fei. The Eastern Sky Tyrant is here. The peerless deity from the Zhao clan of the ancients is also here. It seems that little thieving Baldy Fan Xiao is also here. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He could directly sense the aura of every expert present. This was the power of the flawless Tai Huang seal. The flawless Tai Huang seal was equivalent to the reincarnation of an invincible life form. Whoever wanted to attack Gu Fei, the old tortoise would use the Tai Huang seal to kill that person. Let's play with that little Baldy first. With a thought, the old tortoise locked onto a figure tens of thousands of miles away. Then, a clear chi rushed out from the top of his head and transformed into another old tortoise. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Oh no! On a mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away, a handsome little monk wearing a white monk robe and holding an alms bowl in his hand suddenly had a change of expression. In an instant, he soared into the sky from the mountain peak and rushed into the distant sky in an attempt to leave this area. However, in the next moment, a figure came across the sky and caught up with him in an instant. "Haha, little Baldy, long time no see. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, come, come. Let's get together first before leaving." The person laughed and said, "Get together, my ass." The little monk Fan Xiao knew that the other party had the upper hand and could use the power of the Tai Huang seal for his own use. It was impossible for him to fight against the other party. However, it was difficult for him to leave now. "Ha! You have to get together if you don't want to." The incarnation of the old tortoise laughed and directly attacked the little monk Fan Xiao. He stretched out his big hand, and the whole world was instantly covered by his big hand. Naturally, the little monk Fan Xiao was also under the big hand. What the little monk Fan Xiao did not expect the old tortoise to be so powerful. While he was shocked, the purple gold alms bowl in his hand made a buzzing sound and soared into the sky. With a loud sound, the alms bowl soared into the sky and met the large hand that was slapping down from the sky. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the alms bowl, wanting to swallow the large hand into the alms bowl. Humph! The old tortoise's incarnation sneered, and the big hand still slapped down. The big hand emitted a wave of the power of the Tai Huang seal and directly disintegrated the devouring power that was surging out from the purple gold alms bowl. What little monk Fan Xiao's shock was no small matter. He saw the huge hand fall directly with an unstoppable force. Boom! It actually slapped him down from the sky. Rumble, the earth shook, and the big hand that was as huge as a mountain dissipated in the void. The dust on the ground filled the air, and a huge handprint appeared on the ground. In the middle of the handprint, the little monk Fan Xiao was lying there in a posture of the Chinese character, face down. Roar! The little monk Fan Xiao raised his head and spat out a mouthful of sand. His face was covered in dust, and he was extremely embarrassed. He immediately stood up from the ground. Sand kept falling from his body. He shook his body, and the sand immediately rustled and fell. At this time, the little monk Fan Xiao no longer had that otherworldly temperament that was like the descent of a real Buddha. "Big tortoise, you!" The little monk Fan Xiao was shocked and angry. If he had a supreme Buddhist weapon in his hand, he would not be in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, he did not have a supreme Buddhist weapon. "You what? You're not convinced? Come and hit me, huh?" The incarnation of the old tortoise saw the little monk Fan Xiao in a sorry state and immediately laughed. "Damn it! The little monk Fan Xiao stared angrily at the incarnation of the old tortoise in the sky. His body emitted a bright Buddhist light, and Buddhist patterns emerged and intertwined on his body. A huge Buddha shadow emerged from his body, and the whole world was immediately shrouded in Buddhist light. There seemed to be Buddhist sounds lingering in the void, as if the ancient Buddha Lord was preaching. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground, and Buddhist light fell from the sky. A peaceful aura spread between heaven and earth, and the murderous aura also became peaceful. This kind of Buddhist aura could make people feel calm and could affect their state of mind. This was absolutely fatal for people in a great battle. Just think about it. If a fighter who was originally filled with fighting spirit suddenly lost it, what would that mean? A fighter who had lost his fighting spirit was destined to be defeated. There was no doubt about it. At this time, the little monk Fan Xiao directly rushed out of the big handprint on the ground. He wanted to tear open the void and escape. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding void was actually sealed by a force. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't tear open the void here. The little monk Fan Xiao was anxious. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. The incarnation of the old tortoise laughed. With the Tai Huang seal, it would be difficult for the little Baldy to escape. If he did not take this opportunity to teach the little Baldy a lesson, he would be letting himself down. You use the power of the Tai Huang seal to fight with me. Bullying the weak is nothing. Even if you can defeat me, it's only because of the Tai Huang seal. Do you dare to fight without the Tai Huang seal? The little monk Fan Xiao was still very calm and did not look nervous at all. Even the old tortoise had to admire this guy. Could this guy really be so calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him? Haha, do you think I'm that stupid? Don't joke around. The old tortoise was amused. If this guy was not pretending, he must have something to rely on. Ha, then I won't joke around. Instead of fighting with me here, you might as well go protect your brother. Do you think I'll be so careless to let you sense my presence? The little monk Fan Xiao looked up at the old tortoise in the sky and suddenly laughed. So there's someone in the dark. It's that big baldy Dharma. The incarnation of the old tortoise did not show any surprise at all. Boom. At this time, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted. A ray of Buddha light appeared between the heavens and the earth. The next moment, the sound of Buddha's voice resounded in the void. It was a Buddha's voice that could purify the soul of all living beings. A golden Buddha figure that was dozens of times larger than a mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Buddha's light descended from the sky, and the sound of Buddha's voice lingered. It was as if the ancient Buddha had personally arrived. Big Baldy Dharma, you're really cunning. Chapter 30:16. The Buddhists finally made their move. Those who knew about the grudge between Gu Fei and the Buddhists naturally knew that the Buddhists of West Earth wouldn't let Gu Fei undergo his tribulation so easily. However, no one expected that it would be heavenly monk Dharma who directly made his move. In recent years, his fame had shaken the cultivation world. The Buddhists of West Earth had a profound foundation that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Heavenly monk Dharma's cultivation was about to take that step. Most importantly, he had the Millennium Buddhist robe, a robe worn by the Buddhist Lord. This robe could contend against a saint artifact of the Supreme Great Path. At this time, Heavenly Law Monk finally made his move. He originally wanted to sneak up to Gu Fei without anyone noticing and give him a fatal blow while he was in the midst of transcending his tribulation. However, the old turtle wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was absolutely impossible for Heavenly Monk Dharma to attack Gu Fei right under his nose. Rumble, Two incomparably huge figures faced each other in the sky. Two supreme forces spread out, causing even quasi-supremes to change their expressions. This was a different kind of contest. The power of the supreme sovereign and the Millennium Buddhist robe collided. These two forces shouldn't have appeared in the world, but they did. All the powerful beings in the uninhabited area of the heavenly realm had no choice but to retreat far away, because these two forces were too powerful and terrifying. Even the sage-level beings were as weak as ants in the face of these two forces. The extreme Tao aura spread out, and the sage-level beings immediately vomited blood as they were sent flying. Only quasi-supremes were barely able to withstand it. I didn't expect the Buddhists of the mortal realm to have such a character. The old Taoist held his fortune-telling banner and couldn't help but be moved by this scene. He had lived for a long time and naturally knew many secrets of the world. Existences that could reach the supreme great path were not simple. The Buddhist Lord passed down the Buddhist inheritance, the supreme Tao ancestor passed down the immortal Tao, and even the martial ancestor left behind his inheritance. The supreme sovereign even had descendants in the world, but no one knew what kind of trump cards these supreme characters left behind. Humph, making a fuss over nothing. Far away in the sky, a stone coffin was floating in the endless death chi. The stone coffin emitted this kind of spiritual will fluctuation. The living being in the stone coffin had an extremely terrifying cultivation base. It had walked very far on the path of undying. It could be said that this living being was comparable to a ghost emperor. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the human realm. Perhaps even he didn't know that there were other people on the same path as him. There were also people who walked the path of immortality that led to the path of supremacy. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was still undergoing the tribulation. However, he was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Roar! Under the tribulation cloud, Gu Fei displayed his strongest battle prowess and killed the Black Flood Dragon. Then he directly soared into the sky and rushed into the tribulation cloud. When the battle broke out, all the remaining creatures condensed from the power of thunder, and lightning attacked Gu Fei. An extremely terrifying wave of power spread out from the tribulation clouds. This little guy is quite interesting. Someone noticed Gu Fei's action and couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei actually dared to directly rush into the tribulation cloud. This truly surprised many people. The martial ancestor finally has a successor. Someone sighed. Gu Fei was staking everything on one throw. He took the initiative to attack and disperse the tribulation cloud, using this kind of domineering attitude to overcome the quasi-supreme heavenly tribulation. However, while his idea was not bad, things often exceeded his expectations. All the remaining creatures formed from the power of lightning in the tribulation clouds were extremely powerful. After this battle, Gu Fei's supreme martial body was torn apart several times. Both his martial body and soul suffered unimaginable damage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died countless times already. Gu Fei endured it. Of course, he cultivated the Heaven's Emergence secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Even if his soul was destroyed, he could still reform it and be reborn. It was as if he had an immortal body. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it was unable to destroy his soul. In just half an hour, Gu Fei slaughtered all the remaining creatures condensed from the power of thunder and lightning and sent them back to the heavenly Tao. However, just when Gu Fei thought he could disperse the tribulation cloud, an even more powerful force of the heavenly tribulation descended from the depths of the sky while he was on the brink of death and channeling the Heaven's Emergence secret art to heal his wounds. This was a force that could make all living beings tremble in fear and despair. A monstrous aura of destruction descended, causing all living beings to feel despair. What? Sitting in the tribulation cloud, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The heavenly tribulation was not over yet. However, instead of feeling depressed, he became even more excited. At this moment, a supreme aura descended from the sky. All living beings were shocked. This aura was very similar to the one that erupted from the Grand Sovereign Seal. It was very similar. Then, a supreme figure walked out from the depths of the sky. It was also a figure completely condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. However, this figure was different from the others. Compared to the 9 great creatures, the 9 great creatures were simply too weak. Even the old tortoise, who was holding the Grand Sovereign Seal and confronting heavenly monk Dharma, shuddered. An even more powerful wave of divine sense erupted from the Grand Sovereign Seal. The Grand Sovereign Seal had completely awakened. This was something that not even the old tortoise had expected. At this time, great monk Fa Tian turned pale with fright. One had to know that although he was wearing the ancient Buddhist robe, it was not the same as the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms, the green jade ring blade, or the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The Millennium Buddhist robe was imbued with the aura of the ancient Buddhist Lord and became an immortal Buddhist robe. However, it was not a Buddhist treasure that the ancient Buddhist Lord purposely crafted. The Millennium Buddhist robe was already a bit of a stretch against the Grand Sovereign Seal. Now, after the Grand Sovereign Seal sensed the Grand Sovereign's aura, the god within the Grand Sovereign Seal was completely awakened. If that was the case, it would be very bad for him. Let's go. While the old tortoise was distracted, heavenly monk Dharma activated the power of the Millennium Buddhist robe, broke through the void, and escaped. Humph! When the old tortoise regained his composure, the Grand Sovereign Seal trembled slightly. A large area of the void was instantly annihilated. Even the living beings that were tens of thousands of miles away were affected. All of them vomited blood and retreated. At this moment, the little monk Fan Xiu finally used his life-saving technique. He crushed a talisman, and a swastika emerged from the talisman. The swastika wrapped around him, and he escaped into the void. Damn it! The old tortoise's clone was shocked. He didn't expect this little baldy to be so slippery. He took advantage of the moment when he was distracted to escape. Father, it's really father. At this moment, the old tortoise was extremely excited. He was all too familiar with the silhouette that walked down from the sky. However, he knew very well that it was only a silhouette created by the Grand Sovereign Seal. It wasn't the real Grand Sovereign. I didn't think that this brat, Gu Fei, would have such an opportunity. Many old antiques couldn't help but be moved by this scene. At this moment, Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. The person he was about to face was the Grand Sovereign. Although it wasn't the real Grand Sovereign, it was enough to make him feel helpless. Fight. There was nothing more to say. All he could do was fight. Gu Fei knew that this might be the final test of the quasi-sovereign heavenly tribulation. As long as he defeated the Grand Sovereign, he would become a true quasi-sovereign. At this moment, everyone was nervously staring at the silhouette that walked out from the depths of the sky. Although the silhouette was blurry, it gave off an imposing aura that looked down on the world. This was the most stunning and powerful existence of the demon race since ancient times. The Grand Sovereign was an extreme expert that could shock an entire era. Legends about the Grand Sovereign were still circulating in the world. Rumble, the silhouette directly reached out and slapped down at Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! He smashed into the ground. Immediately, the extremely violent impact caused the ground to collapse in all directions with the point of impact as the center. Dust rose high into the sky. Very soon, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles became a pitch-black, bottomless pit. Seeing this scene, all the living beings were shocked. The Grand Sovereign was too powerful. Although it wasn't the real Grand Sovereign, the combat strength he displayed was extremely shocking. Roar! A furious roar came from the pit. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty, and a silhouette rushed out from the depths of the ground. However, a huge hand directly descended from the sky and slammed onto the silhouette. The silhouette was instantly smashed into pieces and exploded in the void. Seeing this scene, all the living beings' eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The incomparably powerful Gu Fei was actually smashed into pieces by a huge hand. This scene was too unreal. However, when the living beings thought about who it was, they understood. It was the Grand Sovereign, the most powerful and stunning sovereign of the demon race since ancient times. Even the Sky Demon back then wasn't a match for the Grand Sovereign. The bloodline of the Grand Sovereign and the bloodline of the Sky Demon became mortal enemies at that time. This was a grudge that had been entangled for countless years. It was impossible to resolve because the relationship between the bloodline of the Grand Sovereign and the bloodline of the Sky Demon was too deep. At this moment, the figure of Gu Fei, who was smashed into pieces by the Grand Sovereign's imprint, reappeared in the void. The blood mist quickly gathered and wriggled. Soon, Gu Fei's martial body was reconstructed once again. I knew this brat wouldn't die so easily. After all, he's the successor of the martial ancestor. Seeing this scene, someone couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 30:17. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. That was Gu Fei. When he faced the Tai Huang's Great Path Seal, he might feel powerless for a brief moment because his opponent was undefeatable. In Gu Fei's subconscious, he might also think that the Tai Huang was invincible. However, he had an unyielding pride, and the pride of a cultivator. He knew that he couldn't win, but he still wanted to fight. No matter who his opponent was, he would fight first. Gu Fei's heart of the Great Path was extremely firm and unshakable. He had already embarked on the path of a strong cultivator, so he must continue on this path. It would not change. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from within Gu Fei's body. He used all his strength, and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. The power of the martial body was erupting. This was the perfect combination of the Great Path and the Great Path. The martial body was the embodiment of the Great Path, while the martial arts battle techniques were the embodiment of the Great Path. A cultivator had a nearly perfect and powerful body. This was the capital of a cultivator. He really thinks that he is a martial ancestor. He actually dared to fight against the Tai Huang. Someone laughed. They didn't think that Gu Fei could win. They thought that Gu Fei was no match for the Tai Huang. Even if the Tai Huang was not the real Tai Huang, the result would still be the same. He is overestimating himself. Someone said. Many people were pointing at Gu Fei. These people didn't have a good impression of Gu Fei. In the Heaven Realm, Gu Fei had offended many people. However, these people didn't dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei. Naturally, they didn't want to see Gu Fei successfully pass the tribulation and become a quasi-supreme. All of you, shut up. The old turtle roared at those people. These people were really annoying. They couldn't bear to see others doing well. They were so jealous. No wonder they couldn't take that step. Those who were talking about Gu Fei immediately stopped talking. Even the great monk Heavenly Law, who had the ancient Buddhist robe, was chased away by the old turtle. If the old turtle wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Old Tortoise ignored them and looked at the blurry figure standing high in the sky with a complicated expression. The Tai Sovereign seal above his head vibrated from time to time. The god in the grand sovereign seal emitted a joyful spiritual fluctuation, as though he had met a family member. Both the old turtle and the Tai Wang seal knew that it was just an imprint of the great path that originated from the Tai Wang. That figure was not the Tai Wang. Even the Tai Wang seal was not very clear about what had happened in the past. What exactly happened to the Grand Emperor, who was unrivaled in the 9 heavens, 10 earths? Was he alive, or was he dead? Even an undying extreme, Tao supreme being could fall. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. I didn't expect to draw out his great Tao imprint. A white-robed old man appeared in the sky. He looked at the figure in the sky, and a bright light shot out from the depths of his eyes. Even the old ancestor has come. A few experts of the demon race couldn't help but be startled when they saw the white-robed old man. This old ancestor usually guarded the ancestral lands of the demon race and rarely came out. Who would have thought that Gu Fei's tribulation would startle him? The arrival of this old ancestor made some of the old antiques very uneasy because he was an expert of the same generation as the Tai Huang. The Tai Huang's brother-in-law has also come. The old Taoist, holding the fortune-telling banner, was a bit surprised to see the white-robed old man. You're actually not dead yet. You survived that great tribulation. The white-robed old man also noticed the old Taoist. He seemed to recognize him. It's good to be alive, but I can't bear to die. The old Taoist sighed. Sometimes you have no choice but to die. The white-robed old man seemed very sentimental. With their cultivation and experience, they had long since become indifferent to life and death. It was precisely because of this that they had been able to go so far on the path of cultivation. Humph, you're all old farts. In the distance, the deathly aura of the sarcophagus emitted a wave of divine will. At this time, Gu Fei encountered the most dangerous tribulation he had ever experienced since he began cultivating. He was fighting against the Tai Huang's great Tao imprint, which was definitely the strongest imprint of the heavenly laws. The blurry figure stood above the heavenly laws and displayed a might that could crush the ages and suffocate even true quasi-supreme beings. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's martial body was once again easily destroyed by the blurry figure turning into a chaotic mist of blood. However, Gu Fei once again reformed his martial body and appeared in the world. His battle intent was still like a rainbow as he attacked the blurry figure in the sky. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei roared and directly slammed his palm towards the figure in the sky. The chaotic force in his body was vast and mighty, and the pores all over his body were gushing with chaotic essence. Rumble, the huge chaotic hand instantly covered the entire world and slammed towards the figure in the sky. However, the figure only waved his hand, and the heaven-covering hand that Gu Fei had unleashed with all his strength had already dissipated in the void. Gu Fei was even blown away, constantly coughing up blood. He had suffered a great impact. It was just a wave of the hand, but the battle strength displayed by the figure was simply unbelievably powerful. Perhaps only Gu Fei could withstand it. Ordinary people would have already lost all hope. Gu Fei had an unyielding battle intent. Although he was constantly blown away by the blurry figure and even had his martial body destroyed, he still continued to rush back. All the experts who saw this scene were dumbfounded. He was repelled again and again, or his martial body was destroyed, but he rushed back again and again. In the end, even Gu Fei himself had forgotten how many times he had rushed back and how many times his martial body had been destroyed by the figure. However, Gu Fei knew that right now he was like a piece of divine metal that was constantly being tempered by a craftsman, constantly refining the impurities in his body. The almost invincible figure in the sky was like a craftsman, constantly refining the divine metal that was Gu Fei. Gu Fei's aura was gradually changing, and his Tao was constantly being perfected. Every time his martial body was destroyed by the Tai Huang's imprint, he would have a kind of comprehension from life to death, and then from death to life again. Wandering between life and death to comprehend the Tao, this was the state that Gu Fei was in right now. He was suppressed by the Tai Huang's imprint again and again, unable to fight back, but he was still improving. The edges were worn away, and the sharpness was obliterated. In the end, he returned to his natural state, and his great Tao was perfect. Of course, he was still a distance away from the perfect great Tao. Only extreme supremes could grasp a perfect great Tao. After all, quasi-supremes were not true supremes. He's actually lasted this long. Many of the old-timers were shocked. Gu Fei had actually lasted this long. Although his aura was gradually weakening, he was like an undying cockroach. No matter what they did, he wouldn't die. Very good. The demonic ancestor couldn't help but nod. As expected, the martial ancestor's successor was extraordinary. He was already halfway there, and if he could keep going, he would become a quasi-supreme. Although it looked like Gu Fei's physical body was constantly being destroyed by the Tai Huang's imprint, and it was very dangerous, danger and opportunity always came hand in hand. Gu Fei was perfecting his great Tao. His Tao was being tempered and then fused into his flesh and blood, his muscles and bones. His entire person was gradually becoming the carrier of his Tao. Some of the old-timers had already seen through Gu Fei's actual situation. The quasi-supreme great Tao had already condensed in his body, and it was now lying dormant, waiting for the moment to soar into the sky. However, not everyone was willing to see Gu Fei succeed in his tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a rumble came from the distance. Then, a ball of sun-like light appeared in the sky, directly smashing towards Gu Fei, who was in the middle of his tribulation. An aura of the extreme Tao spread out from the ball of light, intimidating all directions. The terrifying fluctuations made the entire world feel like it was about to be destroyed. This was the power of the extreme Tao, and it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. All living beings were indescribably shocked. In the end, someone still wants to take action. The old turtle sighed. Then, the Tai Huang seal let out a rumble, and a figure rushed out from it, instantly pouncing in front of the ball of light. That figure stretched out his hand and slapped the ball of divine light that was emitting the power of a supreme being, sending it flying back to where it came from. Boom! The ball of light exploded in the sky tens of thousands of miles away. A terrifying power spread out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake violently. The explosion of divine fire swept out in an instant. The void was annihilated directly, and the ground was collapsing. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. This power was enough to destroy everything. However, a figure fell out of the void, and it was actually able to withstand the explosion of the extreme Tao power. Swoosh! The person immediately tore the void and escaped. That's fast! The old turtle's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. That person had the aura of the extreme Tao. Otherwise, his body and soul would have been destroyed under the attack of the Tai Huang seal's deity. One should know that the attack of the Tai Huang seal's deity was comparable to the attack of an extreme Tao supreme. It's someone from the heavenly monster lineage. The monster race patriarch came to the old turtle's side and said, "I don't know." The other party concealed his aura with the power of the extreme Tao. "I don't know if he's from the heavenly monster lineage." The old turtle said, "Other than them, who else can use the extreme Tao soldier?" The monster race patriarch said, "There are no absolutes in the world. Other than them, some other forces might also have the extreme Tao soldier." The old turtle said, thoughtfully, "In the entire heaven realm and human realm, there were indeed many forces that were suspected to have the extreme Tao soldier. This was because some cultivation clans that had once produced extreme Tao supremes were still passed down. For example, the Li clan of the ancients considered themselves to be the original clan of the supreme Tao ancestor. Of course, so much time had passed, and it was difficult to determine if the Li clan of the ancients was the original clan of the supreme Tao ancestor. On the ancestral star of Buzhou, there were two genuine supreme clans. One was the Gold clan, and the other was the Ziyun clan. These two clans had once produced extreme Tao supremes. Someone actually attacked Gu Fei with the extreme Tao soldier. Did Gu Fei offend a superforce that possessed the extreme Tao soldier? Chapter 30:18. Someone had actually attacked Gu Fei with an extreme path soldier of the way. This was definitely not a small matter. One had to know that an extreme path soldier of the way was not to be underestimated. Using an extreme path soldier of the way, one could unleash the power equivalent to an attack from an extreme path supreme master. If that person had used an extreme path soldier of the way to attack Gu Fei's Wanxiang city in the human realm, how could the Iron Blood Taoist defend it? At this time, although Gu Fei was going through the heavenly tribulation, he also felt the threat from the extreme path soldier of the way. This shocked him. Who was the person who had attacked him? The heavenly monk had just been beaten away by the old turtle. It was definitely not the heavenly monk who had turned back. But other than the heavenly monk of the West Earth, who else had an extreme path soldier of the way and had a grudge against him? At this time, Gu Fei had to deal with the heavenly tribulation and did not have much time to think about these things. Roar. Gu Fei roared. Terrifying sound waves spread out. The entire void was like transparent water rippling violently. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions. He fought fiercely with the Tai Huang's Great Path incarnation, and a terrifying martial arts might burst out. However, even if he went all out and attacked with all his strength, he was still no match for the Tai Huang's incarnation. He was still constantly being sent flying by the Tai Huang's Great Path incarnation. But at this time, his way had already melted into his flesh and bones. His martial body was transforming. He was about to become a quasi-supreme master. This was the most crucial moment. Gu Fei was actually in the most dangerous state. The combat power displayed by the Tai Huang's Great Path incarnation was even more powerful and terrifying. Boom! The Tai Huang's Great Path incarnation pressed out with a palm. Gu Fei's martial body instantly collapsed into a cloud of blood mist. Within the blood mist, 9 chaotic patterns of the Great Path were faintly discernible. Every chaotic pattern of the Great Path emitted a terrifying aura of the Great Path. Buzz. The 9 chaotic patterns of the Great Path vibrated together. Then, in the endless chaotic light of the Great Path, the blood mist surged quickly. A figure appeared. This Gu Fei, up in the sky. All the experts who saw this scene were inexplicably shocked. Many of the old-timers could already tell that Gu Fei was actually using the power of heavenly tribulation to temper his martial body. Although the Grand Emperor's great Tao incarnation was putting him in danger, it was also constantly tempering his martial body. It's about time. The old ancestor of the demon race stared at the figure in the chaotic light and said, "Good preparation, more daunting than dangerous." The old Taoist, who looked like a fortune teller, stroked his long beard. Then he turned around and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. "There's another competitor in the future." These words came out of the sarcophagus. Then the sarcophagus, filled with death chi, directly shattered the void and left. Some of the quasi-supreme beings could tell that Gu Fei was about to become a supreme being, so they retreated in advance. However, There were still countless experts watching Gu Fei's every move. Inside Gu Fei's body, his Tao was constantly evolving. The 9 patterns of the Great Path were intertwining and perfecting themselves. He was about to prove his Tao and become a true supreme being. However, at this critical moment, an aura that made the hearts of all living beings tremble came from afar. A huge demonic figure appeared in the starry sky. The demons finally can't sit still any longer. Someone muttered. Other than West Earth's Buddhist sect, Gu Fei also had another great enemy, the devil race. Gu Fei had killed many experts of the devil race, especially the devil race in the East Region Devil Cave. He had a great enmity with the devil race. The Taishan sect had been destroyed because of the Eastern Demon Lair. Of course, revenge had to be taken. Moreover, the demons were the enemies of all living beings in the world. All living beings who encountered the demons would get rid of them as soon as possible. What? The demons are truly unbridled. They actually dared to appear here. Someone said with incomparable shock. The demonic figure that appeared in the starry sky caused all the powerful living beings present to feel an immense pressure. It was as if a demon ancestor had appeared. At this moment, the demonic figure directly rushed down from the starry sky. Its huge figure seemed to be blocking the entire sky. This demonic figure was truly too huge. Buzz. At this moment, the Tai Sovereign seal vibrated. Then, a figure stood up from the seal and rapidly grew larger, directly soaring into the starry sky. Boom! The 2 figures fought. This was simply like a battle between a supreme demon ancestor and the Tai Sovereign. A large expanse of the void directly collapsed. The earth and the starry sky were trembling. In the starry sky, huge stars exploded one after another. It was terrifying, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Seeing this scene, all the living beings were stunned. This was simply a battle between supreme beings. The auras that emanated from the 2 figures caused even supreme beings to tremble. What is this thing? The old ancestor of the demon race raised his head and looked at the 2 figures fighting in the sky. He couldn't help but frown. There seemed to be something strange about the demonic figure in the sky. That demonic figure did not have any spiritual will. It seemed to be fighting based on its instincts. How could there be such an existence in the world? Very soon, the God's will of the Tai Sovereign seal tore the demonic figure apart and destroyed it. It was just a demonic figure without any consciousness. To the God's will of the Tai Sovereign seal, dealing with such an existence was nothing. However, just as the God's will of the Tai Sovereign seal was dealing with the demonic figure, a demonic light instantly pierced through the front of Gu Fei, nailing him in the void. Seeing this scene, all the living beings were shocked to the extreme. So the demonic figure in the sky was just a decoy. The real killer move was this demonic light. The demonic light dissipated, and a demonic spear dripping with blood appeared. Boom! In the next moment, Gu Fei's body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The demonic spear then fell to the ground. The mist of blood surged, and Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void again. It was as if he had never been injured, but his face was a little pale. Swoosh! At this moment, the demonic spear that fell to the ground suddenly turned into a demonic light and pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! The old tortoise's face was very ugly. There were actually demons playing tricks in front of him. They were simply courting death. Swoosh! The God's will of the Tai Sovereign seal took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky. The God's will of the Tai Sovereign seal stretched out its hand and blasted an expert of the demons out of the void. Bang! The demonic figure instantly exploded and turned into a mist of blood, dissipating in the void. His body and soul were directly destroyed. It's a demon from the East region of the human world. The old tortoise muttered to himself. At this moment, the God's will of the Tai Sovereign Seal had already returned and entered the Tai Sovereign Seal. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the Tai Sovereign Seal. The huge seal seemed to be crushing the entire world. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. Not only the old tortoise, but even the God's will of the Tai Sovereign Seal had developed a murderous intent. The God's will of the Tai Sovereign Seal was conscious. It also felt that it had been tricked by the demons. Once the God's will of the Tai Sovereign Seal was angry, even a quasi-supreme would tremble. The complete Tai Sovereign Seal could unleash the powerful combat power of a supreme, comparable to the reincarnation of a supreme. Once such an existence was angry, the world would tremble. Roar. At this moment, Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Endless divine light of the great path of chaos erupted from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. It was as if he had turned into the great path of heaven and earth. An extremely powerful wave of quasi-supreme energy erupted from his body. At this moment, he finally took that step and became a quasi-supreme being. He seemed to be transforming into the way. It was very dangerous, a danger that both his body and soul would be destroyed. However, this was something he had to experience. He had to bear his own way with his own body. This was actually not the true transformation into the way. The Tai Sovereign's great path incarnation was dissipating. He no longer attacked. The divine light of the great path that rushed out from Gu Fei's body directly dispersed the power of the heavenly tribulation that had gathered in the sky. Swoosh! The Tai Sovereign's great path incarnation once again turned into a mark of the great path. It rushed into the sky and returned to the heavenly path. The heavenly tribulation had ended. Gu Fei had succeeded. In the next moment, within the monstrous divine light of the great path that rushed out from Gu Fei's body, 9 chaotic great path patterns condensed into a mark of the great path. Then, it rushed into the depths of the sky. Seeing this scene, all the creatures who had not taken that step were extremely shocked. They knew that they could not undergo the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. This Gu Fei was definitely one of the most powerful quasi-supreme in history. His great path incarnation was simply invincible. Then, the monstrous divine light of chaos that rushed out from Gu Fei's body began to recede like the tide. All of it was absorbed into his body. A divine sound of the great path came out from his body. Soon, this divine sound that resonated with the great path disappeared. Everyone stared at the figure seated in the void. That was a new half-supreme being, powerful to the extreme. However, no one could sense how powerful he was. At this moment, he seemed to be an extremely ordinary human. It was as if he was a human without any magic or power of the great path. However, everyone knew that the combat ability of this new quasi-supreme was absolutely terrifying. There was no doubt about it. This was because this quasi-supreme was the heir of the martial ancestor. Seeing that Gu Fei had finally succeeded in passing the heavenly tribulation, many people's expressions became somewhat complicated. In particular, those who had all kinds of grudges with Gu Fei were even more anxious. Gu Fei had truly risen. In this world, there were not many people who could really threaten him. At this time, a figure came from the distant sky. It was Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation had also alarmed him. He had been secretly watching Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation. On the surface, Old Turtle was protecting Gu Fei, but there were also people secretly protecting Gu Fei. Even after Gu Fei succeeded in passing the heavenly tribulation, some people saw Jiang Renhuang's figure suddenly appear. Jiang Renhuang was secretly protecting Gu Fei. No one could really hurt Gu Fei while he was in the midst of passing the heavenly tribulation. Eastern Devil lair